The content presented on the following show is intended for satirical and educational purposes only. The views, opinions, and statements expressed by panelists and guests are their own and do not necessarily reflect those of the host, production team, or channel. Additionally, any third-party content featured in this program is used in compliance with fair use under United States copyright law, which allows for commentary, criticism, news report, teaching, and research. Viewer discretion is advised, and we encourage independent thought and discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the end of the week is here. So the ladies' first show starts now.
They say men lead the way, and behind every move, every war, every throne, has always been a woman. She nurtures, she shapes, she survives, since she speaks, not just to be heard, but to shift the room. Because when the world gets loud, and 'tis her silence that says the most, this is not about taking over. This is about finally being heard. This is Ladies First.
Like, a man is gonna do what a man is gonna do. You can't, I wouldn't want a man to tell me how to be a woman.
So the real problem with relationship is women have no trust in men anymore.
You want me to be submissive to you. You want me to treat you as the king that you deserve to be. If I am not having the mentality of a queen, if I am not having a mentality of a lifelong partner that needs to consider my man and make sure that I'm able to be here and please my man and think of it in that manner, if I do not have that mentality, I cannot give you what you want.
Women really aren't doing that. Like Ali said, most women are focused on getting their degrees, what they want to do, their personal life, making sure that they don't lose themselves in a man or their kids and things like that. And that is one of the issues with dating today. And the reason why a lot of men are cheating is because men aren't getting what they need in the home. In order to make sure your man doesn't cheat, you have to do a lot. It's a lot of work.
Y'all wouldn't believe them anyway. So if you are the ones with the issue of distrust, you are the problem. I'm sorry, you can't say a woman is the problem when you initially don't believe her when she enters the market anyway.
If you're on Instagram and your panties and bra, and he comes into your DM, what part of respect do you think he coming in there with? And you're saying because you're a woman, you can be on Instagram in your panties and bra. As a woman who's a couple of decades older than you, and I'm going to tell you that you're going to get what you get.
Friends. Once again, welcome to the Ladies First show. I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are doing well. Okay, Sunday. I hope you guys went to church today. Okay, make sure that everything is okay. Everything is in order. You took a shower, of course, because y'all don't take showers like that. And that you are ready to go. Okay, so friends, let me introduce, before we start the show, my guest, the returning guest, the infamous pre-intellectual. She's in the building. Thank you very much for being here. We have very famous individual in this space too. First appearance on my show, not on Ali's show. Trev Smooth is in the building. Thank you very much, Trev. We have the Bachelorette. I don't know, a lot of y'all want to be married, and for whatever reason, you are pushing. So just hired. You're trying to get a wife. So thank you very much for being here, Melanin Legacy. And finally, last but not least, the very mysterious Leslie. She's in the building. Thank you very much, Leslie, for being here. So, friends, let me start with icebreaker. Hamburger fund, 50 memberships, and $100. We're going to open the panel on the 30-minute mark or so. So once again, if you want to support the show, you know exactly what to do.
Hey, baby, if you're feeling a fatty, hit that like, smash subscribe, and bless the Cash App at $Team Fatty 8.
And if you want to support Mr. Ilkan Ali, you can do it
Like the video, hit subscribe, and show love to Ali at $Ilkan.
Speaking of the beast, Ilkan Ali is in the booth this week. This man is drinking water.
Always drinking water.
Pussy.
Their part. The public's water is the best water.
Oh, the tap water?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one that came with
spring water.
Spring
water. Nah, the public's water be popping.
I be pissing on springs.
That's gonna be the first and last thing that Ali and I agree on.
Whoa, see? I told you she's already trying to fight him. Fight back, Ali.
You gotta get him back. You better go down there and get him back.
That was so quick.
I'm agreeing.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. Practice some.
I don't want to go there.
Practice some stoicism. So, friends, let's start the show. And now I have one quick icebreaker, and then we go from there. I want the ladies to talk about this first, and then we go from there. Woman seen happily divorcing husband celebrating getting 10K a month in child support. She said that she is not 10K. She was exaggerating, but let's see what is happening here.
He's acting like he knows how to read.
Make sure everything's
Gotta give me 10K a month. Oh, mama, give me my money. Yeah.
Don't get. Goodness gracious.
Let me pause it because Usher is singing on the back. He's going to say, at the end of the show, he's going to say, send me the check, fatty.
Is this right?
You and I were married. You had a life together. You still have to maintain their lifestyle. She'll be the only one you're paying child support for unless you're going to be having anybody popping out babies. Your dad is going to have another baby.
Listen to your mom. Your mom's burn mouth.
He wants to have a new girlfriend and give her a baby.
Mom, you're tricking me.
I am tricking you. I'm just joking.
So, my question will be, is there any situation where you should be celebrating a divorce? Any situation where you should celebrate a divorce? Wait, Leslie and Trudy saying yes? Yeah, I'll go first. That's crazy. Go ahead.
Yes, I mean, if you have been, if you're in a DV situation, absolutely, you should be celebrating a divorce. That's freedom. So.
Damn.
And there's several other situations as well. There's all different types of abuse. But I mean, he was cutting that check like it was time for him to pay up. So I don't know. He could have been cheating on her left and right and all kinds of stuff. She could be sitting there with some sort of STD. I don't, you know.
For what I heard, they cheat on it. They cheated on each other. She cheated with her sisters. No, she cheated with his sister's ex-husband or husband, something messy like that.
Oh, that sounds messy. I don't believe everyone should be married either.
But it's
marriage
fun.
isn't for everybody. That sounds like their situation.
Damn, our marriage is fun.
Our marriage is fun?
Yeah.
It depends on who you're married to.
Damn, you have to marry a comedian? Like
No, you don't have to marry a cheesy man.
Dave Chappelle.
Someone who's a good fit for you, it can be fun. It can be very enjoyable to experience life with someone in a committed relationship forever.
So let me go to Pretty. Any reasons to celebrate divorce?
There's plenty. I think that if you're an intentional parent, you realize that your child's going to get a better situation with you guys being co-parents rather than being partners in the same household who despise each other. That's a huge reason to celebrate. If there was a DV situation and you got safely out of it and you have your arms, legs in your life, that's another reason to celebrate. Yeah, there's plenty of reasons.
Does it look like it was something like that on this video for the both of Leslie?
Yes, it kind of does. Did you not see that man looked like he was okay with it? Like they kind of were having like a little banter situation, almost like he's like, I know what I got, and 10,000, I'm getting off scot-free.
Yeah, but that's the point. If they're so friendly and lovely, does this sound like an abusive relationship or something like that? If they're so jovial next to each
they
other?
decided it was a better situation with the children out of it. That was my first example. I literally, somebody said he's the villain already. No, I literally said if the parents have decided the child would be in a better situation where they are co-parenting rather than in a romantic relationship, that's a reason to celebrate.
What do you think initiated the divorce? Just by body language. What do you think initiated the divorce? Let me mute this, right?
He's acting like he knows how to read.
What does it look like initiated the divorce?
The woman. She looks real happy.
It doesn't look happy at all.
He looks like he's settled with it. Like it's
he looks fine.
Like
no, just because he looks like he made his peace with it, does it mean that he's happy? If he looks like he's going to be deployed to Iran next week, he's like, damn, let me sign the insurance policy, make sure everything is okay with my family. Like he doesn't want to go. He's like, man, should I go? I don't know.
I could see her being the one who initiated it, but that's also not a bad thing. Like the person who made a decision, she's the one who made a decision. She's the one who decided to pull this trigger and go one direction versus the other. A lot of times couples sit in limbo for way too long. And they don't realize that their children are suffering, right? By seeing two people who don't enjoy being around each other. So her making that decision doesn't mean she hates him or he's a bad person. It just means she's the one she pulled the trigger. Maybe he's like, oh, thank heavens. I was going to say something, but I'm glad you did. So now I get to tell the world that you're the bad person.
Doesn't it show? You said you use a very interesting way of you said it shows that it doesn't hate him. But does she actually love him? It's never a situation where I will be happy, like laughing, like, right, like of parting ways with the person that I have. Like you can hear like young kids on the back, hey! Like right, and all that.
The kids are happy too.
The kids have no idea what's going on. The kids think they're signing tickets to like papers to go to the Disneyland. They have no idea where they're going until they say, "Daddy, Mommy. Is Daddy coming home?" No, Daddy's in Iran. He'll come back.
She could still love him though. You know, in a lot of breakups, you still love the person, but you still have to break up with them for whatever reason. So she could definitely still love him. And likewise,
none of my exes talk with me because I broke up with them. None of them. They all see me when they're famous on the TV and say, "Motherfucker, I wish you die." Maggot.
I just think this is a weird dynamic that y'all are criticizing an amicable divorce and versus other times when you complain and cry about women being bitter. This is a woman who's handling her breakup very well and very diplomatic. They're sitting in the kitchen together. Literally, they're signing the papers together without a mediator. If that doesn't tell you that they have come to a point of resolution, I don't know what will. You complain about women being bitter, but then on the flip side, when you see something amicable, when something respectful, something that seems to be mutually decided, then you're still crying. I don't understand it. You want her to be
like, we're crying there. Hey, Pretty. I saw what you did there, Pretty.
So we done with the sugar. We done with the sugar.
Hey, Ali, she said we are crying.
I'm gonna tell you this straight up.
Ali
some of these women are the most disgusting, despicable people walking on this earth. if it was reversed and that man was getting $10,000, they would have been shaming him for taking $10,000 in child support from his woman. You don't see men bragging about divorce. You don't see men bragging about co-parenting. You don't see men ever being happy about their families breaking. The only time a woman does this is when she actually used the man for her advantage, whether it's to supposedly co-parent. It's really to get that check. To get a notch on her belt is when they really didn't love the guy and they want to do what's benefiting them. If that woman was truly in love, all the sisterhood, all the girls would have came around and shamed that guy for leaving that woman and divorcing his woman and breaking his family. The only time women support this is when it supports their cause. And our women have got to a place where they completely desensitize the family's feelings, the son's feelings, the daughter's feelings, the man's feelings. Everything surrounds around them. So when it's convenient for them to leave their husband and break their family, they'll applaud it. But they're some of the sickest people on this earth that applaud when a family breaks up, knowing damn well if they actually love this man and want to keep their family together, they would have been crying already to the rest of the internet. But when it's benefiting them, they'll celebrate the divorce. I'll land right there.
Can I?
And I love. Hey, hold on. I love y'all.
Hey,
Do you know the details?
Jump him. He deserved that shit. Yeah.
Do you know the details? Do you know the details of the divorce?
I don't need to. Leslie, if me and you were divorced and there's nothing to celebrate, we were loving. It's supposed to be death to you, do us part, and through sickness and in health. Women congratulate this when they're using people and when they want to change their minds. And that's why, men, y'all are asking men to marry you and you shame men into marry you just for you to divorce them and leave them and break their home and leave a lot of men in misery while you're applauding yourself again to keep putting yourself on the market. So until women stand true to their word and actually want to marry men and stay loyal to a man, men should continue to pump and dump, smash and dash, and be disloyal to.
You would be totally fine if I was just jumping on random dicks every single night and still married to you until death do us part, right?
That's what I didn't say that at all, Leslie.
Okay, so we don't understand the details of this divorce. He could be very happy. You said that marriage is until death.
You want to see him happy. So if you were in love with a man and you were going to pay him $10,000 and he's selling, hey, look, she's signing the papers.
It is what it is.
Wouldn't that be kind of disrespectful to be signing to making it seem like this is a happy experience in front of you while the man just sitting there signing the papers and you were still in love? You could tell he's still in love with the woman. He just kept quiet. You know why? Because he hopes there's maybe a chance to get her back. He actually loved the woman. But $10K to celebrate $10K in a breakup of your household and then to promote that it might be a good situation when we're seeing most of these kids that come from all these hectic and diabolical dysfunctional situations come from single mother homes. So why is it that in 1 minute y'all go, we're struggling, we need help, deadbeat fathers, the men are not there, versus when you're finally divorcing, you're not professing a man to marry you? Why do you at the same breath support marriage and support divorce at the same time and see it as an accomplishment?
Ali already smoking, y'all. You guys better fight back. Go ahead, Pretty, and then let me get Trev and my brother Boogie. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's really funny, right? Because you're gonna say there's no man that's celebrated getting divorced. The studies show the complete opposite. If men were not celebrating getting divorced, if men were really, really hurt about the dissolution of these marriages, then they wouldn't have such high remarriage rates within 1 to 3 years. Men are getting out of these marriages and they're like, woohoo, I'm free. On to the next. And they're jumping into another marriage. 64% of men remarry way faster than women remarry, right? Men are getting married after the first time. And studies also show that when they get married after that first marriage, there's a high probability that those children from the first marriage will struggle with abandonment. So the fact of the matter is that there's plenty of times when men love exiting those marriages and getting into a new one and starting a brand new family, almost like they never had the first one to begin with. So let's not sit here and act like these men are sitting down here crying when they've gotten divorced. No, they're picking themselves up by their bootstraps and they're walking into a new situation. They're not victims. Stop it.
So remember, it's supposed to be happy co-parenting. Now the kids feel abandoned because of what their mother chose to do. Most men are not leaving situations. We know, we keep saying it over and over on these panels. 70-80% of the divorces initiated by women. 90% they're smart because they know, they're too smart for their own good. If a man does move on, shouldn't women move on to do what's in her best interest? If the woman leaves her, if the woman breaks his heart, shouldn't you encourage that? Don't y'all encourage that as well too? If a man breaks your heart or breaks Pretty's heart, for the woman to quickly move on and find someone who actually loved you, y'all really don't support anything that benefits the man. It's always what benefits the woman, because nothing in this did you even give any sympathy to the man, any empathy for the man. It's all about what's best always for the woman, which in the end has been being destructive to our families, because every time you get your way, the family breaks up and we're even more farther apart from each other. But when we get our way, we have families, we have love, everyone stays together, we have order. When you get your way, you want to sexualize the kids, you want to cause disorder, you want to put your breasts and booty all over the internet, you want to make emasculate your sons and then say, oh, their mamas raised them, but then disrespect the kid because he don't know how to be a man because you didn't make sure a man was in his life. So y'all got to pick one. Either we're going to keep the families together and congratulate that, or we're going to divorce and support your self-love movement. Pick one.
I would pick the child. I would prefer my child to wake up in a single mother home where there is peace and happiness, rather than in a two-parent home where there's constant fighting, there's tension, there's arguing, and depending on the household, there could be an actual DV issue. And I think that my child would develop in a healthier and in a healthier way if she is in an environment where there's peace and the mother feels peace and happiness and joy. So
the mother again.
And she'll know what love
Look,
actually
the mother's
really
peace
is.
and happiness again.
So Leslie, would you be okay with the man getting the kid, and now you have peace and quiet and a nice home while the man gets your kid half of the month, most of the month? Like, would you be okay with that situation? Because woman, it sounds like what woman. No, it sounds like women prefer it's better not to have a toxic environment because they know they're going to get the kid most of the time. Would you still prefer the not staying on a marriage if the kid was automatically given to the dad? Would you say, oh, Ali gives the kid, I'd rather have Ali with the kid and we don't fight each other and it's good to go, than having this environment when me and Ali are together and the kid fights a lot?
Make sure you added data like Pretty likes to do. The kids do way better with the father than they do with the mother. The single father stats show that it demonstrates it's almost similar to two-parent household.
I mean, y'all just riding this train.
The kids do much better with the father. So if you're actually prioritizing the kids, shouldn't you give the kids to the father? Right, Leslie? Like Fatty asked you? Because
all right, y'all first of all, y'all know this is a loaded question. Y'all just asked a lot. That was a lot. But I will say this, because that was a loaded question. I think that whatever works for the parent or what works for the children and the parents is.
I thought it was what's best for the kids.
So I would say, if it is 50-50 and then, the child.
No, 50-50. I get the kid, you get him on the weekends.
That's wonderful.
You get him on the weekends, lady. And by the way, one second, please. 1 second. And I want my 10K child support. No, we're talking about this. You are going to pay me 10K so I can be a stay-at-home dad and take care of my kids when I'm fucking another woman on your bed. Yeah, we're going there, Leslie.
While you living your best life. You go live your best life. Go live your best life.
Okay, sounds like y'all are having a trauma response. But I will say this. If I'm definitely making more, like significantly more. If I'm definitely making significantly more, then it would make sense. Like if I'm making more money and the child is with the father, it makes sense. Like, no, that's not a problem at all.
No,
Leslie,
no.
Leslie.
It's better because the father has more.
Do you all just want to be disagreeable?
Hey, Ali, tell Leslie to say what you said with a straight face.
I agree. Do you guys just
No. Say what you said with a straight face. Yeah, if I'm the high earner, I would pay the money.
Well, it makes sense. Like what if, like for example, what if Oprah and Stedman got a divorce or whatever?
They don't have kids. They don't have kids. And she
no. Give her that.
Ali, that's why she doesn't marry him. That's why she doesn't marry him. None of y'all. Leslie. Ali says this all the time. All of you women crying for these very successful men to marry their bum woman. But as soon as he's Oprah, as soon as he's Rihanna, as soon as he's Adele, as soon as he's Mary J. Blige, Nah, don't marry him. You better know better.
Halle Berry is paying child support to like 3 different dudes, and you don't see them all crying over it. Like, it's fine.
Yes, they do. They're in the comments saying this is crazy, that no woman should be paying child support for no man.
If she is listen, Halle Berry's paying child support.
It's extremely rare for a woman to pay child support. So we using Halle Berry, but that's extremely rare.
The providers in the
no, there's no. Black women are doing better than everybody. 50-50 from now on, and you pay all the money if we divorce after 10 years. Let me get Trev and Boogie, and I'll save the last but not least Miss Melanie, because she's eyeing y'all out. She's measuring y'all out, so you better Trev, Boogie, and then we go from there.
There's so much wrong with that particular post. Just her not having any shame whatsoever to want to post this for the public to see as if it was an accomplishment. Why is it that we would champion divorce? How could we even support it? You failed. You failed. You're making a mockery of us by doing this. You look stupid. You think this is something to be celebrated or championed? She should be ashamed. You just lost. Now, as far as monetarily, she did win, which gives me the idea that he was nothing more than a lick. She saw a homeboy, she saw his resources, and she's going to take them with her, while all of her wifely responsibilities are relinquished. He's going to continue to support her while she is running scot-free. That's why she's celebrating, and women are supporting it, and it's shameful. And I also find it curious that most of the women alluded to the most extreme situation, which is DV, as if men are more inherently violent than women. But when you look at the statistics, if you're looking at woman-on-woman relationships, it holds the highest.
Let's be honest.
Right? And the highest rate of divorce, when you think about it. Pause, but if you take it into man-on-man relationships, their divorce rate is right around 25%. If you look at woman-on-woman, it's about 75%. If you put them together, it actually gives us the average, which is about a 50% failure rate. So that would lead me to the idea that it's 75% of women's fault in the first place. And it's because it's incentivized. Women are getting married for the wrong reasons, not because they want to build a family and a legacy. They want an opportunity in a lot of these cases. And these men are falling for it because they truly do love these women. And we want to victimize the women. How? Men are not being violent like that. Men are not being abusive. Women become bored because they think there's a better opportunity. And that's fine, but just tell it like it is. It's an opportunity. That's what you really want. Here, lick.
Yep.
I mean, it goes back to what we were originally saying. These are all a bunch of assumptions. And yes, we did go all the way to the extreme. It's because we just don't know. It could be the extreme. It may not be. And I do agree that there are women who are extremely violent. And yeah, I agree with you on that take.
No, because
what was the assumption though? He gave you data. How's that an assumption? He gave you
what I'm saying.
What's the assumption part, Leslie?
He did not give me. The assumption is that he's a lick. We don't know the history of they were together for 16 years. That's a long lick. I just think that there's a lot of assumptions that
is love supposed to be forever?
Is love supposed to be forever?
I'm just asking. If we get married, isn't it supposed to be forever, right?
The intention is for it to be forever.
So if you love somebody, would you rather get $10K a month, or would you rather get that person and his resources while you're with them?
I mean, I'm sure that
I'm just asking.
You want me to answer? I'm sure they would prefer to get it together. Absolutely. I'm sure they will. I'm sure that when they were at the altar, that's what they had envisioned, but we don't know what happened.
We do. It happens over and over again. Women can't stay loyal to monogamy over their feelings. Like the guy we know on panels, y'all are on TikTok. I don't know if you are, but pretty is men pick loyalty over being disrespected, over being run over a woman always getting her way, over women having control. As long as she doesn't deal with another man, he will pick loyalty. But a woman, regardless of all the great guys you can find, the Michael B. Jordans, the Shamar Moores, who all lost their women too, the Chris Browns, the Ushers, everybody keep losing their women. women pick their feelings and their way over the guy. You would rather have your way than a man. It shows, that's data over and over again. You're gonna pick yourself over even your children, because you keep saying that the women are, and y'all even said it, oh, they're prioritizing their children, so they're gonna co-parent. No, prioritizing their children is prioritizing the father and keeping the family together. It's not breaking the family so that you can get 10K.
If the father is an ass, I'm not gonna like just keep a family together.
Why she get married to him? So let's make assumptions. You said don't make assumptions.
People change.
Why did she marry him?
Humans,
because
they're not robots.
Because hold on, Leslie. So let's not make assumptions, right?
Some people present themselves in a certain way, and then they change. Like,
right.
Well, what if the woman is the one that changed?
Y'all went to DV already, but you're not making assumptions that she fell in love with him for the right reasons. And she was with this man because she actually loved him.
I mean, it was 16 years.
So what happened to her? I've never seen someone who truly loves somebody and is so happy that they're about to divorce someone and get put a man on child support. And if men were doing that, y'all would be shaming men in masses online. If we were having divorce parties and being excited about divorcing y'all.
I think the video was definitely in poor taste, but that wasn't the question. I mean, the question was about the content of the video. I think that the video definitely was in poor taste. I don't think that is something that should have been put out there. But I mean, it's a bunch of assumptions that we're all making. So
right.
That's all I have to
but
really
you
say.
don't make that. Why y'all don't make assumptions for him?
I want to make it clear that you asked a specific question when we got on here. You said, is there a reason to celebrate divorce? And I gave a reason that was very regular, and then I went to the extreme. My first answer said it's better to co-parent if you realize that it's a better dynamic for your children to co-parent. I did not assign blame to anyone in that situation, but what you guys are holding on to is the DV situation. I gave 2 examples. It's funny that y'all didn't pay attention to the first one though.
We did, because Leslie changed it to abandonment, or you did. One of y'all said
no, y'all brought up abandonment.
You said when the father leaves, that now the kid senses a form of abandonment. Y'all did. I don't mean to go find the video. Y'all did. Y'all brought up abandonment. Hey Trev, you there?
We said DV because it was a consensus. Everybody agreed that DV was likely the reason, or at least part of the reason. It was a consensus. That's why y'all didn't say that. Y'all didn't say DV could be. Y'all didn't mention DV.
Sir,
y'all didn't agree to DV?
Leslie mentioned, I don't think Freddie was saying co-parent, and Leslie brought up DV. You didn't bring it up, but Leslie did.
Y'all asked the reason. Like, is there any reason as to why somebody may want to get a divorce? DV, we went to the extreme. That could be the reason. We're not saying necessarily it's them. We were asked.
No, you said, was there any reason to celebrate? The question was there any reason to celebrate? And you said yes, if there was DV happening, which that still wouldn't be a reason to celebrate. That's not a reason to celebrate.
It would be for me. If I'm getting out of a situation where somebody's beating my ass every night, I'd be happy as hell.
No, but that's still not nothing
I would
to
not.
celebrate.
I would definitely
would not
put it
yourself
on.
safe,
I
but
definitely
it's
would
not
not put it on
celebrate.
TikTok.
Because it's beyond you. You're breaking up the family. The child doesn't have a 2-parent household. Like, you're thinking very selfish when you're saying, I'm celebrating this. This is not nothing to celebrate. You married this person. It was supposed to be forever. You've had children with this person. You guys are supposed to be building wealth for your children. So when you break up the family, when you're celebrating it, you're actually being selfish, because what about all the hurt that the child is going to go through? A 2-parent household is extremely important. And the father doesn't get the same amount of access as the mother when the household is split apart. So there's nothing to celebrate. We want you to be safe, of course. If you're being in a DV situation, of course. But this is not nothing to celebrate. And I think that's what you guys are missing. This is not a celebration.
It definitely is a celebration.
It absolutely is.
It absolutely is a celebration.
Well, I disagree.
It's not a celebration, because if my woman was beating me up every time I got home, and I know that my family is broken and we are going to split the house and I'm going to lose access to my kids, I'll be like, yay, let's go, Tommy. Let's go to the park. Let's go on the swings and celebrate. I'll be devastated, because even though it's not my fault, I don't celebrate shit that is actually going to make my life worse, especially my kids' life worse. No, Leslie, Leslie, this is this is the same thing as you and Boogie. Sorry for not passing you the microphone. I told you I was going to go next. Y'all lack empathy for men. That's all. Y'all have empathy for kids. Y'all have empathy for dogs. If a dog bites me, okay, if I go to your house and your dog bites me, like literally bites me, and he has to be put down because he did something bad to me, Snoopy, but if you beat me and I have to divorce, like, what is the reason for you to celebrate something that is not good for nobody? You are living a situation that is dangerous. Yes, it's fine. It's perfect. You should actually be relieved. But happy, happy, that's crazy. Like, and then once again, is everybody gets empathy other than men. Because if you were to pay $10,000, and there's a famous video by Erica Mena, right? When she was divorcing Safari. Yeah. How much am I going to wait? Only 4,000? See, this is y'all. Is me. And I'm going to pull the actually the video before Erica Mena divorce call. Right? It's me, and until it doesn't benefit you anymore, and now you're crying, and now you're mad because
is there going to be a time that we're going to start talking about real life situations and
yes, this is a real life situation. Yeah, this is a real life situation. The same way the other one.
Celebrity, like the majority of real actual divorces, women are walking away with nothing. Huh? The majority of real divorces, especially those in the Black community, women are not walking away with alimony.
No, they're not. Men are the ones sleeping on cars. You don't see a woman because they have nothing. Literally,
I said we're not walking away with alimony.
Let's talk for a second, right? If we are broke, right, and we don't have enough liquid assets, meaning I don't have enough money to just pay you and walk out. What is happening is that you have the kids, so you're going to keep the house while the assets actually have to go through some sort of legalification so we can divide it. And while I'm not sleeping in the house because we're divorced, I'm sleeping on the car for 4 months because I have to get some of the fucking assets so I can go ahead. Why are you saying no?
The homeless rates would support that, and it doesn't.
In 5 homeless, 4 are men. Why?
No, actually, women face homelessness more than men.
Oh my! Are you serious?
Look it up.
Oh, no. You know what?
Please,
my lady,
actually use your computer and look it up.
My lady, absolutely.
Like literally, just look it up.
What is the number, by the way? Just because you correct me.
Mothers.
What is the number?
Just look it up.
And also, can I just say, you can express 2 emotions at the same time. You can be happy that you're out of a divorce, and you can also be disappointed that the marriage did not work out. That's why they have these things called bittersweet. You can have 2 different emotions that you can evoke at the same time.
So I asked Google, who faces homelessness more, men or women?
Crazy.
It says men are more likely to experience homelessness than women.
She's full of
pretty. Yeah, it's like
respect. This is gonna concede pretty. Hey, one second, please. This is a woman that does shows every day victimizing woman, and she doesn't even know that the homeless rate. How many homeless people are men? Roughly 4 in 5 homeless people are men in many Western countries. United States, 70 to 75% of homeless population. You can't, come on, man. What are you doing, man? Like, because you know why? Because you guys have homeless shelters and you guys have.
You don't know how much support.
All they got to do is toot it and boot it. All they got to do is toot it and boot it. They just use their looks. They got a place to stay.
It's less. Hey, pretty. That's crazy that you are a content creator. Like, you guys are the true feminists, right? You are a content creator. Every day you do shows with stats, data, and statistics showing that this and this happen. And you don't know that 4 in 5 homeless is a man, and 4 in 5 suicides is men. 4 if we can incarcerated, mentally ill, alcoholics. Come on, pretty. Are you serious?
You gonna say my bad?
Go ahead and say this because one second. I can concede when I'm wrong. So before all of y'all freak the hell out like you just did because you caught me. Pretty was exposed.
Not because...
the definition of intellectual is I like to learn new information. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So
No,
in this situation,
that
hold
you
on,
threw it out
pause,
without
pause,
knowing.
pause,
You threw that out
pause,
to it to be a fact.
pause.
Let her finish, please.
Pause. You can pause. In this situation, I will say I concede. I was wrong.
No, there's not this,
Is
right?
that okay?
And
No?
yes, and Boogie and Melanie can go next.
Okay.
It's not about you, it's the lack of interest. You see what I'm saying? We know all the statistics when it comes
now
to...
we're gonna virtue signal.
No, because Pretty, you know all the statistics when it comes to women, all of them, and we know it too, because we listen to that so much. Oh my God, the college rate and the corporate job rate and the wage gap and misogyny, like we know all of your complaints for A to Z. But as soon as we put probably the most devastating stat about men, and most of these men are on the streets because of divorce. I'm not even going to go there, right? Oh, I didn't know. I apologize. I stand corrected, and I'm here to...
What else did you want me to do?
That was internalized misandry.
That
was internalized misandry.
Wait. So you guys say women never take accountability, and
No.
I said, "Hey, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'm wrong."
No, you're not. No, you're not. No. I literally... 1 second. I literally said what it is. Is the lack of interest. Hey, Leslie, remember when I said that the woman
so me not knowing
something? 1 second, please.
Interest.
Well, let me just finish and then you understand.
Me not knowing, me being wrong about
please,
something.
I'm not. Hey, we don't browbeat people.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing. You're attempting to virtue signal.
Do you notice how I let you interrupt me?
Okay, go ahead.
See, it's not retribution. See, you were afraid of... No, I actually treat you with respect because I'm a respectful individual. But this is what I'm saying, right? We know all the stats and all the complaints about women. Every stat that is not favored to women know men are this and men are that and men are disproportional that and men are the CEOs and men are this. Y'all lack so much empathy for men that if I have to tell you a social issue or an issue that men face other now than homeless, suicide rates, and alcoholism, and I'm going to test it to Wesley because Wesley did this face like this, right? I'm going to test it. Y'all don't have empathy for men because y'all don't even... It doesn't even go through your radar that actually men go through shit. So let me prove this. Hey, Leslie, can you look at me? I mute you real quick, Leslie, before Boogie gets a microphone. Leslie, please, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Tell me one issue other than homeless, alcoholism, and what was the other one? And suicide rates that affects men disproportionately that we need to fix.
I have no idea.
See? And no, that's fine. And that's fine. Most 99% of deaths at work, 99% of casualties of war. Like, I can go so fucking further and further and further and further. But there's the thing. We have to know about y'all problems. We have to know about your suicide.
Do you?
We have to know about...
Do you? Because I don't know about y'all, and I'm fine.
We have to know that women commit way more suicide attempts than men.
I mean, because you're not in this space, so I don't know stats and stuff like that.
This is not about the space. This is about...
They take the
this is
most
about stuff. And Ali, you know what they know? How many animal shelters is in their city?
Yeah.
Right?
No, I have no clue.
What
I'm not
is
in that space.
What?
Peter. I mean, we were talking about what I do really know, then I could stat you down. But I'm not in that space. I don't know.
Right. Like what you're attempting to do is you're stating that lack of knowledge equals lack of empathy. In which if
no. What I'm saying is no.
Because you don't know, it shows the lack of empathy. That's literally
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this.
That is what you said.
If you are
literally what you said.
I pay very attention to the people that I bring on the panel. Pre-intellectual is somebody that is in the space. Mm-hmm. She actually goes and research. She does prompts and all that shit.
Yes.
I'm not talking about a fucking woman that is a farmer in Kentucky and all of a sudden she drops on the panel and I'm saying, what is the square root of 7? Right? I'm saying you are on the space. You talk about relationships all the time. So you should, the same way, verbatim, every time I say lesbian relationships have more DV, and you have a stat ready. No, fatty, because this includes the women that were beaten up by men, which is a very kind of not a very niche stat, a very esoteric stat. If you know the ins and outs of stats that are very precise, you should know how many homeless are men. You should actually know.
No, I shouldn't.
See?
I do now, though. So now I know. Watch this.
Next time y'all complain about black woman die on the table giving birth 7 times more than white woman.
Is it 7 times?
Because
you just said lack of knowledge.
No. Listen, I don't know the stat. I know it's a significant number. Listen
you don't care
carefully.
about the black women dying on
Can I finish? Before the show, people were telling me that this was bill retaliation. I'm letting everybody talk. I know that black women disproportionately, when they go to hospitals, they are treated in a different way than white women on average, because they think black women are stronger, black women can tolerate more pain and all that shit. Why does a motherfucker from Portugal knows about this, about American woman, and y'all don't know how many homeless you have in front of your street? How many of them are men? Why do I go out of my way? Why do I go out of my way to concern about my black sisters on the United States that are going through shit, and y'all don't even know y'all own men, the problems that they face on an everyday basis? How is that significant? How is that?
When you make money to know that, like, you have to know that in order for you
I knew that because I knew that before. No, 1 second.
Like, what?
Hey, Leslie, I knew that before I was a content creator.
Yeah, money.
Okay, so you have a special interest in it. I mean, that's
no.
So you don't have a special interest, or your own men, the men of your country, the men that are homeless, and I have no
to the point where I'm rattling off statistics and who's homeless. No, I don't. Like, I just don't.
But then
last question. Hey, let's please be fair about it, right? If women were 4 in 5 homeless, if women were 4 in 5 people that commit suicide,
that's an epidemic. But go ahead.
Yeah. Stop. Perfect.
I mean,
perfect. Hey, Leslie.
80% of black women are homeless. That is a huge epidemic.
Leslie, but that's the point. It's an epidemic because men are the ones on the street. It's the same number. 4 in 5.
Yes,
4 in 5 men are in 5 homeless. 4 of them are men. It's an epidemic, and you didn't know. That's the point. But if woman,
I didn't know that.
But there's the point. If women were the one, like you said, it's an epidemic, I will definitely know that.
You don't care. Let me tell you, this was definitely enlightening.
You taught us something, Fatty. Good job.
Till the cows come home, but it was very enlightening. Is there anything else you want to talk about? I mean, that's huge. That's something that's huge.
Let me play this for y'all. Please, Ali and Boogie uninterrupted for 7 minutes. If you interrupt Boogie, I drop it.
No, the main thing I was saying,
out of 5 men, 4 that are
is when women do the Me Too movement, when women do the when women want men,
they know all the stats, Ali. 73% of women were essayed.
Right.
Like,
but it's funny, why you don't give the same energy back towards men? You want men to understand women, want men to be supportive of women, protect black women. All these things y'all asking men to do for you. Get married to black women, but then you don't care about what black men are going through, and then ask why black men don't want to get married. And y'all may not care, obviously, but women are asking for protection, or asking for validation, or asking for attention, or asking for protection, but they don't have no respect or care for the opposite sex.
So what I'm trying to understand is, so I acknowledge, Miss Pretty said that, you know what, I was wrong. I'm acknowledging, like, that is huge. I didn't know that if I just, 0.5 men out in the street, 4 of them are homeless. That's huge. Now, what do you want from there? Like, I mean, are y'all just going to keep telling
cookie.
us
We
like
want the
after
cookie.
that? I mean, what happens?
No. What we want is proof this. Y'all conceded we don't over pursue. But this is the fact when they say women are the empathetic gender, that's the biggest motherfucking bullshit that you ain't ever say. And because you know why? Because men can't be hey. No, Leslie, it's not Leslie, it's not there. It's just Leslie, it's just put the mirror in front of your face. Right? We been like y'all know all the stats. Women were essay that such and such percent, and such percent of women get domestic violence, and the femicide rate is da. You know all of it.
Do you hear how you're saying that?
I will say this. Right?
How's he saying it? No, how's he saying it?
Let me say this. Hey, fellas, don't get married, man. It's over.
Right. That's true.
Hey, come on, these women.
You just don't get married.
Come on, these women and say, I appreciate y'all. There's no empathy. Y'all don't have no empathetic bone in your motherfucking
really expressing your feelings. Okay. What is it that you want us to evoke?
No, hey, Leslie, let me ask you.
The fact that you're asking is still a lack of empathy.
I just want to say one more thing and then we'll get interrupted, right? Hey, Trev, do you know when these women ask you to open up about their feelings? Right, and then they become and now they are condescending and saying, "What do you want? What do you want from me now? You're the Google, like, what do you want?
Who hurt you?"
Most men are reluctant to do that because they know the information that they give will later be weaponized.
Don't open up to women and say this is the problem that affects the male community because these women are going
like,
to
pussy,
and they're going to
corny,
think it's funny.
You soft.
Hey, Trev, there's never a stat that is fucking up. Hey, 1 sec. I will say this, right? And this goes back to the conversation about being jovial about divorce. And I know we're having fun, so it's not personally to y'all, right? There's never somebody that says, I have a stat that says that 3 in 5 women is raped, and I have a jovial attitude about the stat. What you want me to do now? Like, y'all,
okay, so you want me to have a sad face? Like I just don't understand.
Yeah. Do a sad. Oh, do a sad. Let me play the violin. Let's go. Oh. See, and they're laughing again.
Now, can we continue? Like what?
We can't continue absolutely, Leslie.
Right. That's a bit dismissive, though.
I will be at the local Meals on Wheels giving out to the homeless. And all because I actually do volunteer.
Homeless shelter.
Hey, she's in front of the women's shelter.
Exactly.
No, absolutely not. Meals on Wheels doesn't just list.
No, it's not for homeless. It's for the elderly. You literally go serve them food for lunch and you drop it off. I volunteer with Meals on Wheels as well.
I care about you.
That's great. Hey, I will. So I have to be 63 for them to have empathy for me. That's crazy. Boogie, let's go, Boogie. You got this. Thank you for being here, brother. Tell us what you think of the melanin.
Come on, King. Hey, drop it, King.
Hey, man, I've always wanted to give my flowers to Ali, man, and Trev as well. I've reacted to you guys' panels. You know the panel I'm talking about. So I just wanted to catch Ali one time and be like, man, I appreciate everything that you say and the way you encourage men. Now, unfortunately, it all doesn't matter. What we have seen tonight is that the ladies don't really care. And it's not their fault because we know from the moment we grow up, we are being raised. Men are taught how to treat women. Women are taught what to expect from men. So that's the difference. So I don't blame the ladies for them not to care about men's problems, for them not to know that majority of homeless people are men, and for them not to really to just think about it. Like if they change the laws tonight and they said that, you know what, instead of alimony, instead of child support after divorce, it's all canceled. If women, since they file for divorce 80% of the time, any woman who files for divorce is going to pay alimony and child support to men, women would stop divorcing. I'm telling you right now, if those laws change tonight, the divorce rate would go down. You guys were talking about stats, and I just checked the stats that in 1960, the single mother rate in Black families was 22%. And by 2018, it rose over 70%. At the end of the day, the whole, no offense to Miss Leslie, she was talking about, oh, I'm not happy. Like, they put their happiness before even the kids. She literally said, "I'd rather split up the family rather than and be happy with my own kid." It's like the kid suffers in the end. You know, at the end of the day, the ladies don't care. You know, so I appreciate you guys for trying, but it's, I mean, at this point, I cannot blame the ladies that much because, like I said, as men, come again.
Interrupt the king. Gonna interrupt the king like that. Dang, he was almost done. Dang.
So
we should drop Leslie like they do on Pretty Panel.
No, so the truth is,
Leslie
right?
drop you fast in the bad habit, boy.
You'll get the elbow. You'll get the elbow. Go ahead, Boogie. Go ahead, King. Go ahead, King. Don't let them distract you. Go ahead.
The truth is, women who divorce
in the galaxy to drop Pretty.
Women who divorce men are celebrated every single day. Actually, they call it graduation. You know, they're moving on to something better. And that's because the laws make it so easy. If they remove alimony, if they remove child support, if in fact, if they simply say that, hey, listen, if you divorce a man, he doesn't get to leave the house, you leave the house with the kids, they would stop divorcing like that. If they were the ones to leave the house. But we know majority of the time, if there's a divorce, even if the man bought the house, he's told to leave the house so the mother can stay with the kids, and then the next day she's going to bring another guy to clap the cheeks at the guy is trying to look for another place to live. So at the end of the day, until the divorce laws change and all those things, the divorce rate is going to keep going higher. The only difference is men are now speaking about these issues, and men are realizing it's not really worth the divorce at the end of the day. Because if you know there's a 50% chance you're going to be divorced, and then they're going to kick you out of your own house, and then Boogie is going to come and clap cheeks for your ex-wife in the house that you are paying mortgage for. Like, it's not worth it, if we're going to be honest.
It's cheaper to keep her.
No, like, but men are not doing it at all. Men are like, this is not worth it.
Let me get the lovely Melanie over here. Go ahead, Dolly. You are the host.
Leslie and Pretty, should men get married to majority of these women today?
No, don't do that, Dolly. Don't do that.
Don't do it.
Because y'all just
don't do that, Dolly.
Don't do it. No. Save yourselves.
Ali, I'm getting tired of you, Ali. Ali, we're going to the middle.
So many victims. I am.
Ali, we're going to the middle. I'm getting tired of you, Ali.
It's time to
Y'all got it,
Ali, you know that's the main event of the show, right?
Oh, it is? Damn. My bad, man. I think that's 2 shows in a row I did that. Hold on.
Hey,
I ain't mean to do that, man.
Ali.
Hey, send the galaxy.
This is Sparta!
Great brother, man. He has the biggest art in the planet, but motherfucker is on his own world. Shout out to my boy Ali. Melanie Legacy. What you say?
The first thing I want to say, based off what was just displayed, is Happy Men's Mental Health Month, because
thank you, sister. Somebody
men are overlooked.
Thank you, Queen.
It's disgusting the fact that you threw out a statistic for it to be fact because it benefited women, and then when it was debunked, it was just, I can admit when I'm wrong. Let's move on. Like, there's no sense of care about the fact of what men are going through, and this is often what men speak up towards. This is why men should not get married, because the compassion in the women nowadays is horrible. This is why when women are out on the street and there's possibly a situation where there's aggressiveness being showed towards the woman, a man should just walk right past it, because at the end of the day, when it's time to defend a man, you guys are nowhere to be found. They literally are explaining to you why this should matter, why you should care about this, and you guys are like giggling and kikiing about it. And as a woman, I just think it's disgusting. We make men, we birth men into the world, and with this type of mindset, we definitely, in a divorce, the children, the boys, should go with the father, because if this is the lineup of women that we have, the children are doomed. And I'm not long-winded, so I land there.
Can I respond
And
to
check
that?
this, right? Check this.
Hey, can
Let's get Boogie, and you can definitely respond to this because we are not tyrants like the TikTok people. Let's go, Boogie.
I didn't cut anyone off and waited my turn. What are you talking about?
And you are going to have the chance to respond and interrupt it for 7 minutes. Storm from X-Men.
I was
Go ahead,
called
Boogie.
Storm when I was like,
Go ahead, King. We are misogynist. No, we're not misogynists, friends. Don't cut this out.
No. It's a
Go
good
ahead.
thing you. It's a good thing Fadi just mentioned misogyny, right? It's like when a woman divorces a man, and says, "Oh, he was a bad man," whatever she says, whatever negative things she says about a man, they celebrate her. Choose yourself. Put yourself first. Go girl, go queen. You see all the messages other women send to that woman. But reverse it. If a man divorces a woman and he celebrates, he shows that he's very happy about the divorce. Oh my God, the things they call him. You hate women. You're gay. Why don't you just marry a man? It's like the insults they send a man. It's just the double standards are just crazy.
Go ahead, lovely pre-intellectual, our favorite, please, uninterrupted.
Now, you know good and well I do not do GAY jokes because I don't think using a group of people as an insult is ever cool. But the fact of the, I know I have
no. You'll say that men don't like women when you know men love women, and that women have the.
Like and love are two different things, by the way. Just to let you know. But anyways,
before hold on.
What is better? Ali, what is better? Would you rather be loved by men or liked by men?
I don't care about men. Let's talk about mine.
Don't do that. You can't do that, Britt. No, you can't do that. You said it two different things.
No. I don't.
I don't
care what y'all think about.
Would you rather be loved?
I don't give a fuck.
I don't care.
Would you rather be loved or liked? Would you rather be loved?
I'm marrying a
Could I ask a serious question?
Trey.
Go ahead.
Pretty, would you rather be liked or loved?
I'd rather be loved.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm not going to over pursue. Go ahead, my brother Trey.
Wait, I didn't get to say my point.
She sure didn't.
Here's the thing. I think it's really
we're going to pass the microphone to Trev. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You got it.
I think it's really disingenuous to, on one hand, virtue signal and shame women for not exhibiting emotions and empathy. And on the flip side, shame women for being emotional creatures unable to exhibit logic. So in this moment, what you saw was that I realized I was wrong. I said, yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. But before I could even say I was wrong, 1, 2, 3 of y'all unmuted and started yelling and screaming into your microphones. So at that point, yeah, and you were included. So at that point, you don't get a genuine.
Pretty. This is how we act over here.
I understand.
One second. The rules on TikTok where it's popcorn heavy. No, let me explain to you how we did that, right?
Stop centering TikTok. It's not about
No. That's not the point. That's not the point. You are used to, there's 2 types of moderating. It's popcorn style where everybody can get in, and there's serpent style. What you do is the serpent thing. You talk, and then Leslie's talk, and then I'll talk, and then Boogie. I will allow you, if Trev says something that you disagree, to jump on his neck and to Batista bomb him. I don't care. And I will allow Trev to do the same thing to you. So when you jump in and we are rah, it's about the structure of the show. I will allow you to do the same thing to the next person.
That's
so
okay.
It's not malicious. Okay. It's how you do. Go ahead.
But it's not about a panel. That's just the way I operate in life. I also don't interrupt people in my real life. So I just don't interrupt people. I wait my turn. But the thing is that when all these people jump on and say, oh my God, you're wrong. Then I'm like, oh crap, it looks like I am wrong. Then at that point, what do you want me to do? Start crying?
No.
Like if I realize, no, 1 second, because I don't like performance. I don't like performative empathy. If I realize something is occurring that I don't know about, what I'm going to do on my own time is go research it. And whatever I do in response to it is my business. Because what I don't need to do is come online and be performative and be, oh my God, see, this is why men don't get married in Men's Mental Health Month, because you guys don't care about the man. And I don't need to do any of that, darlings. Yes. I don't. It's okay.
So this is the true definition of gaslighting, right?
Yeah.
When I don't know something, I don't go ahead and say that is wrong. I will go look it up because no,
I genuinely thought I was right, and then I was like, I'm wrong.
Talking, right? You said go use the internet.
No, you'll be okay.
1 second, please. One second, please. No, it's fine because I don't get offended by it. What I'm saying is that you literally say use the internet for something. Go use Google, and I use Google. I actually use ChatGPT, right? I don't get offended by you being ignorant about the stat. I get offended when you say that I'm wrong when you are clearly wrong. I don't even know where we get those stats. When the stat is so lopsided, it will be like most women are cat callers. What? Are you kidding me? We kind of know that 90% of cat callers are men. I would say you are wrong. Most women are cat callers. And then when you go ahead and prove me word for word, bar for bar, that you are without a doubt wrong, you give this condescending, I'm here to learn. My name is intellectual, so
you're not listening.
Pretty.
You're not
Pretty.
listening,
On,
and you're not listening because we point out you're not empathetic even with an apology, but you want to accept the apology while you're not empathetic. So think about this: we accepted your apology. We just say you're not empathetic. So why you point out the fact that you apologize, but we're just saying you're not being empathetic?
Then I'm not.
And
Right.
Pretty, just another thing, right?
Look how easy you can say it.
And just another thing, we have goldfish memory. We will kind of rag you a little bit, and 3 minutes later, we good, ready to go. We're making jokes. If we wanted to pile on you, what? Like you see all these men, like you see actually the shows that y'all complain about. Look at this dumb bitch. Look at like we don't do that shit. We're having a conversation because once again, we are businessmen. We like to treat our guests like they actually are welcome here, even though you are very mean to us on TikTok. So, Leslie, you better not nodding your motherfucking head, Leslie. I saw you doing that.
Fadi, I got a question for Pretty.
Give me just 1 second, Boogie. Let Trev say what he wanted to say, and then Boogie goes ahead and asks the question. Don't forget the questions, please, Boogie. Don't forget it.
Yeah.
Right?
So I don't want to.
Then we get Little Black Book and Thomas. Thank you very much, fellas. Welcome to the Untouchable Ladies First Show. Thank you very much.
All right.
Go ahead, Trev.
I didn't want to derail the conversation too much, but it was mentioned twice on the panel today, so I did want to address it. It was said that men shouldn't get married. Now, I don't have all the answers, but I want to know, what is it that we think men should do, right? Because I don't want to say correlation is causation.
Trev, 1 second, Trev. There's the main event.
Shit.
Like, this is the title of the show. What do I get from marriage? That's the title from the show. It's kind of, we're going to talk about marriage and what men, especially men that avid, like they got to the status where women actually say that they need to be. What do they get from marriage? So just don't save it.
We'll wait.
Save it. We'll go from there. Go ahead, Boogie, and let me get a Little Black Book. Thomas, friends, we need 13 members and $100 via Cash App or PayPal. I'm broke, baby. I need some dentist money. So please go ahead and send money to your friend. Boogie, what was the question?
All right, Pretty. So I know you said you were wrong about thinking that women are more homeless than men, right? But I got a question for you, right? With all the homeless shelters in your city, whichever city of the United States, right? If I was homeless and you were a woman, you were homeless, and we both went to the homeless shelter and there's only one spot left, who do you think they'll give the spot to? You or me?
Most likely the woman.
There you go. That's your answer right there.
So this is why you never say that marriage, like, oh, you are broke, why we need a prenup? Because there's a difference between you sleeping on your couch and you sleeping in your car. That's kind of what it is. Actually, the men that have nothing should definitely have prenups because they are going to be steamrolled by the justice system. So on the transition period between you living in your house and you living in another people's place, not everybody has parents, not everybody has good friends. So you need to be extremely careful with that. Let me get my boy Thomas Legacy with his motherfucking GLC Mercedes Benz and Mr. Little Black Book. Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah, my system got reset. I don't know what the hell happened. This shit look crazy. But man, bro, y'all know what it is, man. I just think, man, for real, hold on, can you explain the topic at hand right now? Because I don't want to start talking about something that's going to be talked about later.
So what we're going to do, Thomas, is we're going to listen to what Little Black Book is going to say, and then you're going to intervene. Okay, is that fair?
All All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Little Black Book, any opinion about what we're talking about?
Yo, I think it's an interesting conversation that just had been had. Shout out to Ali. I think it's an interesting conversation we're having. I think it's difficult, right? Because I think, sometimes I don't agree with the men, but the men on this case, I have to agree with them. Like sometimes what happens with these conversations is like, and I saw it play in real time, so it was really interesting to kind of watch from observatory perspective. Is that when the men did mention about men being homeless, and the men weren't asking for women to go, oh my God, that's what's happened to you. That's actually the inverse of what men are actually asking for. And actually that destroys a safe space when you start doing that, because it shows a lack of empathy, right, in that immediate moment. So when someone says something like, oh, there's four out of 5 men are homeless, the natural reaction is not to go, oh my God, it's like, that's over the top. It's like, oh, I didn't know that. That would have been your natural reaction first. But the natural reaction that came out actually was immediate defense, because there was an argument going on between two sides. So what it didn't allow for was for the ladies to kind of just be like, hey, look, I didn't know that. My bad. You know what? Talk to me. Let me hear what you're saying now. What actually really happened was actually that it was like a it was interesting kind of watch. It was like, so what do you want us to say? Do you want me to go like this? What do you want to do? And when you do that, that's exactly what the men are saying about there was a lack of empathy. Now, I don't believe that women are lacking empathy, by the way. I think both men and women, on a general scale, people lack empathy. They don't know how to empathize. But on this particular moment here, that's actually what happened. I felt like that moment was shown that there was an unfortunate aspect where the women didn't actually get to understand where men are coming from. I know Ali looking at me like saying to me that he don't agree.
You're doing good. The end part. How do men not show empathy? Little Black.
Both men and women do not show empathy.
No, tell me how. I want to know how men.
The same way that the ladies did.
No, just give me an example.
Let me give an example. The example has already been shown, right? Which is that the same way the ladies did is what I've seen men do as well. So what I said is that on a general level, both men and women actually struggle with empathy. This is actually just as across the board. If you believe you have empathy, you wouldn't even be questioning about this aspect. I said, as a general perspective, both men and women struggle with empathy. Now, you may not struggle with it. You're right.
You're wrong.
And I.
Hey, Tom.
You're wrong. I can give you an example.
One second, Thomas.
Yo, let's give an example.
One second, Thomas.
Yo,
come back later today, brother. I appreciate you, man. Just go have a rest, my boy.
You tired, man?
Go have a rest, my boy. Just
I
go
ain't
ahead.
sleep. I'm listening.
Hey, Thomas, I love you, brother, but go enjoy your
I ain't
weekend.
sleep. I'm paying attention.
You're good, Thomas. Trust me, Thomas. You know I love you, right? Thomas, let me click it for you real quick. This is Sparta.
This is Sparta.
Can't be let you walking around here like that, Thomas. We love you too much for that.
But don't ever answer my questions, man.
Can't be doing that, Thomas. I call you after the show, Thomas. Please go ahead and redo whatever you have going on. Go ahead.
No, I was saying something. Go for Ali.
Look, I say, you little Black boy, don't ever answer my question. How
you should have more empathy for Thomas.
How don't men show
one second. I know she was going to be funny. This is actually the difference between me, you, and you, Pretty. I don't enable behavior that is going to embarrass my people. You let obese 6'11", 300-pound woman saying they are beautiful and they deserve love and all that shit, and you don't stop them on their tracks because you actually don't love them. I actually appreciate the people that support me. So I'd rather him coming tomorrow on a perfect top tip shape.
Don't do that. There's no reason to disrespect her.
No, it's about delusion, right?
To do that.
Yes, I do.
There's no reason.
We're offended now.
Yes, I do.
There's no reason to do that.
Why?
Baby girl, I'm not talking to you. Fatty, there's no reason.
Oh, no, it's okay. That's fair. So let's talk with me. I'm here.
Why she always want to be involved in the conversation? Just always want to be involved.
Izo, do I stop this or I'll let you go? Because we talked about this before the show.
No, listen, you do not need to protect me.
Okay, you got it. You can have the conversation. Go ahead.
Why do we need to be empathetic about her being overweight?
Do you know the situation? Were you there?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so
Why
this
do
is
we
you
need to
trying to be in the
empathize?
cookout now when
You
you didn't
didn't
get the
care about
invite?
the stats with men, so why do we need to
Yeah,
empathize
and
about
I
what
was
Trying to
about
get
to
in?
say, they ain't care about homeless men, but we
You
got to
trying
care
to get
about
into the
people.
party when you
We don't
wasn't
need to
invited?
defend
Is that
her.
what you
Let's
doing?
move on. Isn't that what it was about
Is that
men,
what
correct?
this is?
So
Get
let's
invited?
move on.
You just trying to get in when you wasn't
No.
there?
I said,
Okay, you weren't a part of the crew.
I said what I said.
But you weren't a part of the crew.
I don't
so
care.
you're kind of talking from outside of the club.
Doesn't matter. He can say
You
what he
can't
said.
even get
That was
in.
his point of view, and that's what he chose to use. Don't tell him to move on from that. That's what he
You
wants
can
to
get
do.
on my club any day.
Right.
I have a couple of them actually.
Mine.
I have a couple of them actually, Melanie. You're more than
He
welcome.
likes men.
You don't even have to stay online, Melanie. You can just walk to the store. Say I took
How
men.
ridiculous that sounds?
She's making
An
sure you
opinion about something you weren't a part of. That's crazy. Were you like eating
600
lunch when
pounds
this
is
conversation was
ridiculous, no
happening, and
matter what
somehow you just want to
conversation I
have
was
an
involved
opinion
in.
on
600
something that
pounds
did
is
not involve you?
diabolical.
That is crazy, my love.
Let me ask.
600
Let me ask
pounds is
that.
It's not how you create legacy.
One second. I need one mic at a time.
Being
Pretty. Is there
600 pounds isn't how you create legacy either.
No, like that's
That's
crazy.
actually lessening her life dramatically.
Do you know what she looks like?
Good
I don't
point.
care.
Oh,
She looks like 600 pounds.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
like
you
you
don't know
didn't
what
care
she
about
looks
men,
like.
right?
You didn't hear the
You didn't care
conversation.
about men, right?
You were having
Equal
crumpets and tea
opportunity
when
sake.
we
You
were
didn't
having
care
this
about men,
conversation.
so we
You
don't care
were
about
not
her.
invited into the
I want Pretty to go uninterrupted so she can expand on her grievances, and then
course, Daddy.
Melanie will go uninterrupted without no interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is just, I mean, this is when pick-meism goes too far, right? Like this is an epidemic, and here's the reason why.
I knew it.
Because hold on.
Leslie, you're not in your Leslie.
Number one, you were not in the conversation. Number two, you do not know the woman in which we speak. Number three, you have not seen her to verify what she looks like, height, weight, attitude. Number four, you cannot qualify the conversation that was had. But immediately you felt the need to come in and save the bro. Listen, like I appreciate your efforts. I really hope that
Thank
your
you for saving me.
501(c) comes in and you can file taxes and get a deduction for this level of charity. This charity work you're doing right now, this is what you call philanthropy. And actually, this is better than what I do for the homeless men I didn't know existed, apparently. Like, the fact of the matter is that you did not have to do this. You weren't in the conversation, darling. That's crazy.
So it doesn't matter whether I was in the conversation or not. And the same way you're so lackadaisical about what they said in regards to men is the same way that you should carry on when it's about this 600-pound woman you're saying that I did not see. Whatever he feels about the situation, he should be able to vocalize it, right? Because you want to be able to vocalize and conduct yourself however you see fit when a man is expressing that they find offense to something that you're doing. So we're not going to protect Miss 600 pounds, especially when nobody should be 600 pounds, no matter her height or age or anything like that. Medical background, I don't care what's going on. 600 pounds is ridiculous. But you sit here and want to defend her in absence, but you're calling me a pick me, which is not a defense. I mean, I don't take offense to that. You guys go to shaming when a woman doesn't agree with what you guys are discussing or going on about. I held you accountable for your behavior, and hit dogs holler, and that's fine that you have perspective.
Oh, Ali, can you do the can you do the fingers? Because they do the fingers.
Oh yeah, Melanie cooking.
You were supposed to auto edit it in it, and it didn't do it. That was a fail.
It's
You
the
should have did it
finger.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead, Pretty. Go ahead and interrupt it, please. No interruptions.
yeah, and I'm gonna land it here because this is kind of like anyone who thinks this is logical is crazy that someone is qualifying a conversation she was not a part of, a conversation she was not there for. And Fatty, I want you to clarify: did the woman say she was 600 pounds, or are you making that up? Are you
She said she was 5'11", 300 and 300 pounds.
Didn't say 300.
No, one second. She said that somebody like her high school friends and people said that she was ugly, and she says, "Bitch, I'm beautiful." And I actually think I have her picture right here. Do I have it? I have it, but I'm not going to show it because I'm respectful.
Yeah. So
one second. There's your platform. So this is what we're going to say, right? So you understand what happened here. Thomas Legacy is probably one of the biggest donators of our space. I have all the incentive of having Thomas Legacy on the panel because he paved his way in. But because I care about him, I will drop him and have a conversation with him afterwards, because I don't want Thomas being under the influence on a show just rambling, contrary to what you do to your ladies that come there looking like frogs and like pigs, acting delusional, saying they are beautiful when you look at them and they are clearly not beautiful, overweight, crazy mouths, talking crazy about men. And instead of saying, hey lady, respectfully, if I was a man, I understand why they will not pick you, because you look crazy and you talk crazy. Yeah, girl, tell him. Let me. Like, this is the difference between both of y'all. If you truly cared about bad behavior, if you truly care about your ladies, you correct them. I correct my people all the time. It might lose me some friends, but at least I'm not enabling bad behavior. And like Melanie said, nobody on my space is fatty. You should keep the weight. Fatty, be 300 pounds until the day you die, and die at 41 and leave. Like, nobody. Fatty, go to the gym. So this is the difference between we and TikTok people, for the most part. Y'all don't correct people that you actually say you love, when these people actually need correction. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. So here's the thing, and I think that's such a weird comparison, because you're expecting me to correlate you trying to help a friend who may be inebriated on the internet and not exposing him being inebriated on the internet, and you telling him to leave the platform, to me checking a woman and calling her ugly because she thinks she's pretty. Hold on one second. I think that's what's really insane about this, because if you were even watching before that, there was a woman that had way too many mimosas that was on the panel earlier in the day, and I dropped her. So let's do apples to apples, not apples to oranges. If somebody was on a panel and somebody was inebriated, they would be dropped. If somebody's on a panel and someone's saying they're pretty and I think they're ugly, I'm not gonna tell them.
That's totally fair, right? So let's move it even further before I go back to the show. If I have an ugly man on my panel and he's saying, women don't love me because they are mean and they are rude and you know, I'm gonna say pretty. They don't love you because you look like motherfucking SpongeBob. Go to the gym, go get your face fixed, go get your airline fixed. I know exactly why they don't love you. It's not because it's because you are weird. You are a person that actually need to qualify to them and to a basic level of love. When was the last time you did it to one of your panelists or people that come to your show to talk shit about how men hate them because they are wrong and they are evil and all that? When was the last time that you said, no, lady, respectfully, look at you? That, like, I wouldn't, if my son brought you home, I would be kind of upset about it. Like, when was the last time that you corrected these people?
Oh, I refuse to do that. So if that's what you want me to do, it's never going to happen.
So it's not weird that I say I'm not you pretty. I respect
I know
what
you're
you do
not
over there. You have to respect what I do over here. I protect my people by telling the raw truth, even though I might lose connections, I might lose friends, I might lose money. If you're not that type of person, you should understand that respectfully. We kind of actually fuck with our people. It's not performative. It's not superficial. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm not going to enable a delusional man to think that he deserves pretty and melanin and Leslie just because he has a dick between his legs and the men are the leaders. I'm unable to do that. You are not a leader. You earn that shit. And if she picked you, you better prove it every day that you actually got it. Because the day that you don't got it, I will tell that woman to leave. I'm not biased like that. So respectfully, appreciate it. I'm just saying we are not y'all. Because if we were y'all, you already been booted from this panel because I felt like that. And I don't. I actually appreciate you being here because dissenting opinions.
What's happening here, Daddy? I'm confused.
Oh, you don't know what's happening? Okay,
no, I don't understand. I really don't get it. Like, I don't get what's.
No, you get it. You just play dumb. Remember when I told you that you have this superpower of being nice, nasty to people while I can't do that because you do the hand and you do the smile and all that shit? This is what I was talking about. We are in a situation because you open your mouth and you try to be sassy. And now when I'm being sassy back, you say, I don't understand him. There's a difference.
No, I don't understand the correlation of you trying to move the goalposts from the fake situation or from the real situations we're talking about as the comparative.
That's what you said.
Move it to a fake hypothetical scenario, right?
No, it's not the fake hypothetical.
You tried to make a comparison. I called it out and I said the comparison doesn't make sense because apples to oranges, and now you're trying to switch it to an apple. To which I'm saying that, hey, let's not bring a hypothetical situation. Your comparison doesn't stand. So it's as simple as that.
It's because you don't know enough about me. I know enough about you. I am curious about what you do on TikTok. I watch it multiple times, multiple days. Me and Ali talk about it. Ali does it. You have no idea what I do here, how I move and all that. So when I drop somebody that I actually appreciate and I fuck with, and you make a comment,
I watch even when
You
I
do?
can't come up. Yeah, you've seen me in your comment section.
Okay. Who is our biggest donor?
You just said it. No, it was that. It's Antonio, isn't it? Antonio or
You
Antonio?
see? You see? Thank you very much for proving our point, brother. We have literally the same sponsor of the show every 2 days. That's between one and the other. Yes. Theo and Carl Anderson are very close to Antonio.
You have a way of being very nasty on your show when you choose to be and be informative at the same time and not be offended or be offended about offending other people, and then when you pick, you choose to be offended about something you shouldn't be offended about when you're as vocal as you are about things that you are in disgust of and don't like. That's the problem, especially when you're intellectual. So I'm
not offended, guys.
No, Pretty. That's why the show's Pretty. See, that's
Pretty,
what
we stopped the show because you said that shit.
Your superpower is to cause a big scene, and all of a sudden go, you know what? I don't even care. That's what you do.
Oh, I do be doing that.
But it works. But it can be weaponized in the wrong way, and it can actually hurt a lot of people's reputation and how they're identified on and off these panels. You know that.
Yeah, and like I said, Pretty, we don't take, like, we might throw jabs and shots, but we have a goldfish memory. We move along and we laugh like this is nothing. The thing was, yes, Leslie.
No, continue what you were saying. I just wanted to go
the main thing is this: if y'all don't care about the homeless, we don't care about the fat girls, and let's keep moving. That's
okay.
All.
Let's keep moving.
All.
And that's what I was actually going to say. Is like, how can Pretty. Hey, Ali, you know why they blocked me today?
They blocked me on TikTok too.
No, you know why they blocked me today? Because I said that the woman that was claiming Pretty was demonstrably ugly, right? You don't be rude over here. But then you say, can we have empathy for the homeless? It depends.
I literally did not say I did not have empathy. I said I was wrong. I stand corrected, and you guys wanted me to continue.
I believe in action. I believe in actions more than I believe in words.
I'm sorry, like if you try to make it like you're virtue signaling, which is what happened after that, you guys were clutching your pearls and trying to act as if it was the worst thing you've heard. To which I'm not going to respond to that because it's disingenuous. So yes, I'm going to make a mockery. I really am. That's
no, Pretty.
Virtue signaling is crazy.
1 second, Pretty. Pretty. The question is this: do you think if it's you being petty, like you've been doing certain things, but we're kind of laughing about it? Do you think we will let you go and do the same thing? Do you think we do? Ali admitted that he was wrong. Do you think Fatty would say, Pretty, you need to stop? This man already apologized. Nah, go in. Have fun. If Trev said that,
you would have let us get kicked off. Pretty, we have empathy and we give respect. You would have got us kicked off your show by now. We already been kicked off
immediately. Zero.
I see you too, little Black Book. Black Book. The fact that you can say that and go out on a limb and say that, it is disingenuous. You have to tell me when men are not showing empathy to women when we're.
You just did it.
How?
You just did it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I said that's why I said both of. That's why I said both of them did. How did you? Let me say. The moment you decided to go down the lane of, well, if you don't care about homeless people, I don't give a care about fat people. Well, then that's the empathy I'm talking about. It goes right out the window because empathy is not dependent upon what they did. Empathy is a part of what you are calling, what your behavior is. So you just proved my point when I came on the panel, which was both men and women struggle to give empathy to each other. You proved my point. You can't say no. Just ask me for example. I'll give you an example.
Let me finish. No, you can't conflate the two. If a handicap.
No, let me stop you. Let me stop you. Thank you, Antonio, for the 10 untouchable memberships, Mr. Antonio. Let's go, Antonio. Let's go. Go ahead, Ali. You got this. Now that Antonio got celebrated.
If a handicapped person would have spun up our door, me and Fatty would help in the system and show.
I got you, Leslie.
If he told us we walk funny, we'll say, hey, that's why you can't walk. It's not the same thing. You're trying to conflate it. If ugly people come into your building and you show them respect, there's nothing wrong with Pretty doing that. But she can't show the same empathy towards an ugly man because they know if those ugly men came to their panels, broke men came to their panels, so-called toxic people came to their panels, they destroyed those men. But when the women come on, they support the opposite of the behavior they go against when women demonstrate.
Do you know how many times they call me fat on her panel?
I know, pretty. Let's go down. That's my
All right.
saying.
The woman, you
black
can't be
man.
calling her fat. That's disrespectful. Fatty, come
That
up.
has never
Look at
happened.
this fat foreigner with his funny accent. Now go.
That has never.
Pretty, come on,
Lies.
come on, pretty. That's what we're doing here.
You are
You
such a
you don't have a problem with people shaming broke people, broke men, fat men, balding men, as long as they are men. As soon as they are a woman, their face is kind of funny. How dare you? Poop, block.
Exactly.
Come on.
I have
This-
empathy
I-
for certain
come on.
dudes, especially when dudes try to flex and they ugly dudes and they come in my space. I don't even want to talk to your girl unless you introduce me to her. But if you go, oh, Ali, that's why you ugly, I say that's why you ugly, and I'll take your girl. So it's not the same thing, a little black book. If you show respect to us, we show respect to you. Soon as you go out of line, we're gonna point at your wounds as well, too. That's not the same thing. We show empathy all the time to people, and we never
Your
go as
empathy is
savage
not
as we
dictated
go.
by what they did. Your empathy is not dictated by what they do. That's the problem you're
You're about to
misunderstanding. there.
derail and deflect.
Your empathy is not based upon what they do, and there's no empathy in that point. That's the whole point, right? Your empathy is you're meant to empathize with the situation, regardless of what they're doing. That's
We
you.
did.
That's your own behavior.
We
So
did.
I'm not saying you didn't. I'm saying when you went down the lane of saying, well, if you're gonna say this, I'm gonna say this. That's when I
That's not
told
the
you that
same
you proved your
thing.
point.
That's not the same.
Okay.
If a little boy is if a
Right.
little boy if an 18-year-old is starting beef with you, right? With your,
Fatty,
with
I'm
your
gone.
son.
Bye,
If
sweetie.
you're starting beef with your son,
Yes.
and you say and you don't want to exert no energy or force towards him, right? You say, man, chill out. And he hasn't touched your son yet. You're not gonna hit that kid because you're bigger than him, right? Right, little black boy? But if he punches your son and knocks him out, what you gonna do that to that 18-year-old?
I'm not about to get to a fight with him. That's not my thing. I'm not
Okay,
going to fight with him.
you're lying.
But I
If
will
he's,
protect.
if he's
But I will
18
protect.
years
I'm not
old,
gonna get
okay,
into
so
a fight.
stop right there while you're being disingenuous. Hey, call me Shape.
I don't get into fights.
Let me finish.
You can't call me Shape. I don't get into fights.
Boogie,
I'm not you.
Trev, let me
So
finish.
I don't
Let
do
me
those
finish, brother.
things.
Hey, little black boy, I moved on from you because you.
I'm
all
a-
right.
no, I
Hey,
don't know.
Trev.
I think
Hey, hold on, I'm asking y'all a
You're
question. I'm
asking
asking y'all.
trying to determine what
Little
my
black
answer
boy,
would
let
be
me ask
if
them
you know me.
first.
You don't know
Let me
me.
ask.
So how would you know?
Empathy is putting yourself on other people's shoes. If somebody punch you, you have the right to punch them back. You are putting yourself in their shoes. That's
You don't
empathy.
have no more empathy.
If somebody
That's
attack
how
me,
someone
I will.
loses it.
That's
You can't
literally
say when someone loses
empathy.
empathy,
Is
they
you
don't have empathy.
empathy is you taking
You're
yourself
bugging.
from your position and you putting on somebody's shoes. So if a woman is getting beat up by a man and that woman grabs a motherfucking frying pan and hits him on the head, my empathy will say,
gone.
yeah, the motherfucking deserve it.
That's
Do it
right.
again. Do it again. Yeah, he deserve that shit. So that's empathy.
Let's not be
Empathy is not
disingenuous, man.
because you are a good person. You're always going to feel pity for
I didn't
somebody
say
that's
it's about
being
good person.
abused.
That's moral code. I didn't
You
talk
said
about
we
moral
didn't have
code. And
empathy.
we're showing our slip of our intelligence. This is
No,
what I'm
no.
talking
Okay,
about.
so one second.
That's not part of
Finish
the
it.
definition, bro. That's not part
Finish
of
it.
the
1 second, please. Finish exactly your point, and then Boogie and Call Me Shape are going to intervene. We're going to read the super chats. Main event. Go ahead.
There's nothing really more to say. I've already said my point, and I think it was proven in this particular aspect. So I don't think it's anything else.
Yeah, but how is that a little bit? How do you think is not empathy? For example, do you think that if something happened, like we had this back and forth with Pretty Intellectual, right? Melanin agrees with us more. If both of them came here and says my boyfriend cheated on me or he puts his hands on me, we would have empathy for both of them. Not because they agree with us or disagree with us. We will
Pretty,
say
you
that's
know we
kind of
would. You know
that's
we
kind
would.
of fucked up.
You know
Pretty,
that's the truth.
pretty.
You proved my point. No.
That's why she's smiling. That's why she's smiling.
You proved my point, Patty. Irrespective of whatever she did, you just said that regardless, because she told a story, you would have empathy for her, which is what my point was. What my point was.
No.
It's
You
what
missed it.
That's not your point.
Maybe I misheard. Maybe I misheard.
No. You change, Aldi, please. You're changing it. You are changing it.
I
I will
that's what you
have
said.
empathy because whatever your relationship is with me, you don't deserve to get your hands put by your boy. Like your boyfriend should put your hands
That's
on
his
you.
point.
No.
No.
His point. No, his point is you come in and you slap Ali. Ali comes back and slaps you back, and I should feel empathy for you when you started that shit. I don't have no empathy for you because you put your hands on him first. But if I take everybody out of the equation, imagine that you are the Wicked Witch of the North and you do very bad things to Fatty because you put voodoo dolls and you tell me I don't like you and all that. But my relationship with you is not going to, for example, not feel empathy if you are falsely accused and now you are in jail for a crime you don't commit. That has nothing to do with me. My empathy is if I was on her shoes, that shit will be very fucked up. So I will do anything and everything to make sure that Pretty is safe and free because she deserves to go to jail. That's empathy. Empathy still has some type of analysis of why did the person do certain thing. So I don't think that's what I'm saying, little black book. You see what I'm saying? Like my enemy and my
I
foe.
know what you're saying, but
I
you're
can
still
have
proving my
empathy
point.
for
That's
both.
what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes.
You're still proving my point. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're still proving my point because irrespective
not-
of the irrespective of the matter,
hold on.
at the end of the day.
Hold on, y'all.
Right? Okay, sorry. Go on.
I want to say, I think you guys are misusing the word empathy, man. You guys are putting your own definition on it. I'm looking at the definition here. It says the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. It doesn't talk
Putting
about
yourself
what's
on
just or unjust.
Exactly.
Doesn't
Put
say
yourself on
anything
another
what's
person's
just
shoes.
or
He's
unjust.
conflating it with positive
Yeah,
things. I could have
putting that when
empathetic,
someone's
negative,
just for their
empathetic.
behavior.
1 second, Ali.
You're conflating whether somebody's just for their behavior.
Right.
That's not the definition. Now you could
Exactly.
use another word, but empathy, just understanding feelings and sharing feelings. That's all.
Where did I mention anything about moral code? Well, you guys are flipping it again. Where did I mention anything about moral code?
bring
I
up the
specifically
definition.
wait. Hold on.
Google the
I
definition.
specifically hold on. I specifically gave an example. I said if your empathy only extends as far as the fact that okay, since you're saying about ugly people, I'm going to say about fat people. Right. Well, you're still actually not being empathetic because actually you should be understanding the other person's feelings. Whoever you're going to say is fat, they got feelings. So irrespective of what happened to you, you still have to empathize with their feelings. So when you go and say something that would not be empathetic, proving my point that both men and women were not being empathetic to each other, and you're still going around the circle trying to say about this thing, it's not a moral code issue.
You're
It's
absolutely,
not empathy.
you're absolutely wrong. Just because
you might be wrong
take
on this,
away,
Black
just
Book,
because you
you're wrong.
lose, just because you lose empathy or take your empathy away, doesn't mean you don't have empathy or didn't have empathy. Again, no, you keep inflating. If I see a 300-pound person, I'm not going to deliberately just disrespect them. I'm like, dang, I wonder what it feels like to be 300 pounds, man. I bet they feel a certain type of way in this world to be 300 pounds. If that 300-pound person disrespects me, I don't lose empathy for other 300-pound people. I lose empathy for that 300-pound person. You are conflating.
You actually would.
No, now you're deflecting. Now you're deflecting.
That's not how empathy works.
Hey, look, like you black, but you do this a lot of times. You go back and forth with certain people. When you're over here, we listen to what you're saying. We have empathy for people, but if you come here and disrespect us, if you come here and violate, we can lose empathy for you. Doesn't mean we don't have empathy for similar like-minded people.
That's not how empathy works.
Let me get 1 second, please. Just 1 second, please, because Boogie and Pretty want to say something about this, and please be patient. We're going to the main event next. Please, statements, not questions, so we can move along. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think Black Book is confusing empathy with sympathy. I think that's his issue. With empathy, you actually need to understand someone's feelings. So let's say if I'm 600 pounds, right, and I can't brag in front of you, Black Book, I'm like, hey, I'm 600 pounds. I'm the shit. Like you saying you cannot empathize with me when I'm saying I'm 600 pounds. I'm the shit. Now, if I'm 600 pounds and I come to you and I'm like, the reason I'm 600 pounds is because I broke my ACL and I can't train anymore. That's why I gained all this weight. Now you can empathize with me. The difference between men and women is men empathize with women knowing they feel, let's say man meets a homeless woman. He's going to empathize with her to the extent that he may even give her money. Women feel sympathy for men. They feel pity, like, okay, oh my God, exactly what they did. You remember when we were talking about homelessness? Somebody gave the example. You actually said it. Instead of saying, okay, how can we solve this issue? They're like, oh my God, okay, men are homeless. What can we do? That's sympathy. They feel pity. It's not that they care. So that's the difference. Men empathize more with women. Women feel more sympathy, which is more like pity. Oh my God, poor you. Rather than a man will empathize with a woman. Okay, she's homeless. What can I do to help you? That's why a man will, if you meet a homeless man versus a homeless woman, you are more likely to help the homeless woman than the man.
No, the thing about it is women don't understand how we feel.
Wait, tell me one second. So I think you're wrong. And all of you guys are not understanding words. Even though I disagree with melanin, here's what I'm trying to tell y'all. The intellectual honesty comes in. She's the only person who used the correct word. The correct word is compassion. What you guys wanted was, hold on.
That's semantics.
No, it's not semantics. Actually, it's not. Compassion is an action.
It is.
You can show compassion. Empathy is intrinsic. So you saying somebody loses empathy, you wouldn't know if they lost empathy because empathy doesn't always guide behavior. Compassion is you exhibiting.
Compassion is about feelings also.
I'm not done, Boogie, and I did not interrupt you, bro.
Okay,
the fact of the matter is compassion literally is empathy plus the need to act. Empathy is the feeling you have regardless of any actions you have. So Ali, so you guys say, oh, y'all don't have empathy. What he should have said was, you don't have any compassion because I'm not exhibiting something that you want to exhibit. But you don't know what I feel inside because I can feel a lot of empathy. I'm a naturally empathetic person, but I refuse to show it because people take advantage of empathetic people. They do.
That's BS.
When they see that you're when they see that you're empathetic, they will take advantage of it.
How would they take advantage of you?
So empathetic people typically need to hide that to protect themselves. Narcissists latch on to empathetic people. That is studied and that's a fact. So the fact of the matter is that you're all using the wrong words. And
you're wrong too.
The Black Book is correct. Empathy does not depend on anyone else's actions. It's just what you feel. You feel it for somebody regardless of what anyone does. You just feel it for them.
Yeah, but you cannot feel something that you don't know about. That's our point. Like I cannot just look at someone who
says you can. Empathy says you can.
You cannot look at someone.
Empathy says you can. Yes, you can.
Listen. No, let me give you the example. If there's a man,
as you can.
If there's a man who's 600 pounds because he's a wrestler, he's 600 pounds. Let's say the guys in Japan, in Asia, those fat guys, right? They are fat for a reason. I cannot look at him and empathize when he's gaining weight for a reason, for his profession. I cannot be like, oh my God, he's so fat. I wish you could lose. He does that for a living. To empathize with someone, you have to know exactly how they feel about this themselves first, the situation they are in before you empathize. You cannot just empathize with someone who's, I don't know, whatever reason they do or live in the way they live. You have to know the why or you got to have a reason to empathize with someone. You don't just randomly. Now you can feel sympathy for somebody when you don't know, the background.
My brother, do we really believe that women understand how men feel? Like, I don't think a woman could ever understand how a man feels. They never have to live our lives. So this idea that women are understanding and empathetic to men is impossible. They've never had the lack of privilege. Female privilege is a real thing. If anything, we can't understand that because we've never had the privilege of being a woman. Like, it's different out here for men. You know what I'm saying? I seen a post. Someone was talking about what would women hate the most about being a man if they had to spend a day as a man. You know what I'm saying? And people are saying all types of stuff. But one of the main things we have to understand is that as men, we have to suffer. Our feelings come last, and everyone else's feelings come first. So how could you understand how men feel if you never have to put your feelings last?
I agree with that point, and that's what we talk about, a particular community, alphabet community. But the reality is what you just said there, right? It goes both ways. That's why I said both men and women lack in empathy. Have you ever been a woman before? Do you know how they feel? Do you know how? Would you be able to understand that? None of us would, because we've never been a woman. And if you could understand that, I'd actually questioning you, right? But the reality of empathy is just being able to put yourself in someone's shoes, right?
Well, we all know what it means to be like a woman, because like being a child, we all know when you're a child, you got a special privilege because you're a child. So
we're all privileged here.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? When you're a child, that's when you feel like a woman because you're cared for. People put your feelings first. People coddle you. That's what it means to be a woman.
So when you're children?
A man, yes, children and women have a similar psychology. It's me. I'm the center of the world. Men have the psychology where I gotta sacrifice myself for everybody else. This is why they say happy wife, happy life. Why they say happy wife, happy life? Because if a woman's not happy, she's gonna ruin everything. If a man's not happy, a man will sacrifice his happiness so his family can be happy. Because we'll suffer. We'll like, you know what, man, I'm miserable, I'm stressful, but my family's fed. If a woman's miserable and stressful, everybody gotta suffer with her. Just like a child. If a child's not getting his way, everybody gotta suffer. They're gonna destroy everything. You know what I'm saying? It's like when kids throw tantrum, it's very similar to when women throw tantrums. It's the exact same thing. So we know how to empathize for women because we've all been children before. There's no one that starts off as a man. You become a man, you realize that you got to do away with childish ways. Women never have to do away with childish ways. That's just the reality. So yes, we empathize for women because we can empathize with children because we've been children before, but women never had to become men before because they've never had to say, you know what, I'm not the center of the universe.
Pretty One second, Boogie. Pretty, why is he wrong? And please, Boogie, you can Boogie and Trev, because Trev been quiet for a while. Why is he wrong, Pretty, and Boogie and Trev, please, afterwards.
This is what happens when red pill goes wrong.
Oh,
There's literally no way, no way that you who have never been a woman can say being a woman is like being like a child, because that would mean that every woman has told you, hey, you know what? I've mentally regressed. I was a kid and then I became an adult and I regressed back to being a kid. And being this adult right now is exactly the same as being a child. Women would have to co-sign that. Or you'd have to have some kind of study on the brain and development to show that our brains have stagnated. Since being a child, it has not progressed past there. And since I know you have neither, you literally got this from Red Pill. This is like you stating that being a woman is being like a child, is you negating every single study that speaks about brain development for women up until the age of 25. When we reach,
why do we feel like
I got a question for you.
Why do we feel like Cassie's innocent and then he tried?
I got you,
He pushed
Hold
her.
on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
One second, Shape. One second. Let Pretty finish, and let me get Trev with the question.
Yeah.
I got you. Don't worry. Go ahead.
When you think about, I'm sorry, what?
No, I was going to ask you a question. Do you really feel like a man can empathize with a woman's pregnancy or a menstrual?
No.
You asking me a question?
No, he's asking me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that means you don't believe that anyone can have empathy.
I don't think he can put himself in her shoes in that situation, but I do think he can find comparatives, and based on what she's saying, she's feeling, he could be like, dang, I felt this. You're saying this is 10 times worse than that. I could definitely see how that could be really painful.
So this is why it doesn't make sense, right? I never was old in my life, and I can empathize with the old man getting on the bus and
that's
nobody.
That's what I just said, though.
No,
I just said,
but that's pure empathy. Like, think about it, right? I was like every man in a life was on a vulnerable position. Being even have to fight a guy that is double their size, play against a team that is the national championship team, going into the ring, or like we've been through this. Like every day, we are not always the strongest guy in the room because there's other men that can put us on our ass. So when a woman is on a position, for example, when a man is aggressively trying to get at her, we feel empathy for the woman because we know what is the feeling of you are like you can do nothing. This person is clearly overpowering you, right? So if I can put myself in a position when I'm a vulnerable person next to a person that is stronger than me or more powerful than me, or a judge or a cop or whatever, and I will never was arrested ever in my life, but I can feel sympathy if Trev is being abused by the police because they stopped him and they're trying to make him feel like he's a piece of shit.
Right.
Like, so we don't have to be on these people's shoes to actually put ourselves in their shoes. That's why every time I see somebody that is old getting on the bus, I stand up and give him my seat, because I wish when I'm on a vulnerable position, I can barely walk and my knees hurt and all that, I can put you here. So this is what I'm talking about. If you need to be on a position of something to actually feel sorry for them, and not feel sorry, actually feel what they're feeling, I will never feel empathy for a homeless man starving on the street.
Right.
I am so motherfucking fed.
But
I am
hold on,
so my fridge is so motherfucking full. It's not even funny. But if I see somebody starving, I will say, oh my God, this is terrible. Let's do something to try to fix it. So I think there's a difference between man and woman. Men will empathize with positions regardless. If it's not their country, that's kind of fucked up. If it's not their mama, it's kind of fucked up. If it's not their team, that's kind of fucked up. Women will empathize with things that they've been through. And this is why they kind of get on TikTok and YouTube and kind of trauma bond and all that shit. Because the only reason they can empathize is when people that look exactly like them or move exactly like them have a certain attitude. But if a man comes in and says, hey, my wife beats on me, you know what they're going to do, pretty? They're going to laugh. They're going to smirk. They're going to call, oh man, you get abused by a woman that is half your size. This is not empathy. This is a distorted
Men
way.
do that to each other. Stop projecting. Y'all do
Society
that.
does that to men, not just
But
men.
this is
Let's
why I
have
got
it.
this is why this became disingenuous. I can't feel what Fatty feels all the way. I can't feel what nobody. So take the women out of it. I can't feel how he feels. I can empathize and try to better understand what he feels when he expresses to me, but it becomes disingenuous when people go, "Oh, you'll never know what a woman feels like." A man will never know what I feel like, but I can empathize with similar situations that we go through, but we can't feel what we feel. So let's not make it disingenuous. We can try to understand. We can try to put ourselves in your shoes, but that's as close as we can go. We can't literally be you.
What's the
So let's
feeling
be-
though? The feeling is vulnerability, helplessness. We all been
Yes.
through that before.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? A pregnant woman is what? Vulnerable, helpless. She needs someone to open the door for her. We've all been there before. So this idea that you're pregnant, you got a big thing in your stomach. Okay, so then a lot of men who are fat could understand and empathize with pregnant women because they got bear guts. You know what I'm saying? But even those men don't want nobody to hold the door open for them. Even those men don't want that. So I'm saying like this, right? Men, we can empathize with women. I'm gonna say it again because women are held to the standard of a child. We need to coddle them. Cassie, what I'll make 2 points here, right? Women get upset when men date younger women, not girls, younger women. Oh, we're dating 18. She's still a what? What do they say? She's still a child. What we've never heard. Oh, he's 18. He's still a child. We never hear that. Women, you're 22. She's still a child. You guys say this. You guys say
They
this.
say her brain is not developed.
Yeah. Oh, her brain's not developed.
Her frontal lobe.
Still a child. You guys call younger women children.
But they'll support. But they'll see what you just did again. No one's offended. You're finding something to be offended about.
Not offended. I said it's
But
fact.
what is that guy? Is she a child? Is an
Stop
18-year-old
attaching feelings to stating words.
Is an 18-year-old a child?
Yes
No. I think an 18-year-old is still a child. Yes.
And that's where you're wrong. And that's where you're wrong.
No. Do the follow-up question. Do the follow-up question. And I want Little Black Book to intervene real quick. Based, how are you doing? Noel, how are you doing? Should
I'm doing great,
18-year-old and Trev, you got it before everybody else because we kind of stop you on the tracks, right? Should an 18-year-old woman lose all the rights of an adult since she's a child? No voting, no driving, no sex, no nothing. We'll treat it like
Driving
a 12-year-old.
happened at 15. What are you talking about?
No. If you are not mature enough, for
Driving
example,
happens at 15 and 16.
pretty. And drinking is at 21, but most countries it takes 16. So the reality is, different countries have different laws. Driving at 16 is an American thing. Like drinking at 21 is American thing. Most people drink at 16, but they only can drive at 18 because it's the legal age of an adult because we are going to trial you as an adult. The question will be this, right? If women 18-year-olds are kids or are children, for example, the voting rights and the rights to have sex with men that are 10 years older than them, should we prohibit them and actually punish them if they go to vote, if they have sex with men that are older, way older, because they are grown enough, but they are not grown enough to have an autonomy of an adult? Should we stop their rights?
We don't punish them. We don't punish people. We just take the right away.
So you want to take the, so you are comfortable with taking all the rights away that come with being an 18-year-old?
Let me be specific. You said drinking, voting, and having sex with men who are too old.
No, there's more. Voting, for example. Voting is very important.
I think every single thing that you do in life has a criteria. For example, you can get a permit at 15. You can drive at 16. However, your car insurance stays high until you're 25. There's a reason why that's happening. That's capitalism.
So you don't
there's stages, right? And even with car insurance, they've determined 25 is when you fully, so they're actually going by science. That's why the car insurance.
So what will be the rights that you will give? Okay, so if 25 is the new age, would you be okay with everybody as the rights of children until they turn 25, and then they can do whatever they want? Vote.
As I said, there's things that are staggered. I wouldn't say every single right, give them all at one time.
So they are grown enough to vote on the next amendment. So they are grown enough to go on. 1 second, please.
That's how it is right now.
1 second, Shape. So they are grown enough to go to war, grown enough to vote, grown enough to drink, not drink, but they are grown enough to drive a car that can run over 7 people and put them in the cemetery. Like they are grown enough to do all these things that are grown people thing. But
to do OnlyFans.
Yeah, but
I definitely think war should be older.
You know what? Let's go to what Boogie said. What about OnlyFans?
Oh, definitely 25.
So these women, you will take all their rights, and that's fair.
Fadi, you should have asked, can they have sex with fellow 18-year-olds as well, or it's just older men?
That's for you, Pretty.
Yeah, this is getting a little creepy. The point wasn't to go in this direction.
No. There's no. Hey, sir. Hey, sir. 1 second. Hey, sir. What you said is very dangerous. Okay, don't play along to the woman sympathetic of, because she did that to you a couple of minutes ago. She said, "Oh, so you are having sex with the child?" She did that to you. When you were talking about women or children, she said, "Are you having sex with the child?" And everybody kind of frowned upon because there's a dangerous rhetoric. If this man is saying 18 or men that are older and you calling it creepy, giving credence to what she's saying, you kind of can put him on the bad position. So respectfully, please, let's not do that. Let's not move the conversation for the sake of moving the conversation. Go ahead, call me Shape, and make your point. Yeah, and Pretty, please don't do those like that. The children are out of bounds on what we do over here. So don't like, those remarks are kind of dangerous for men. You actually know that making these type of remarks are kind of dangerous.
He said women are children.
No,
it was talking about mentally, not you're talking about
and
mentally.
That's a problem. That's a problem. You say dangerous rhetoric.
Yeah,
that's
you're boxing yourself in.
Why do you get to say?
Wait, what?
You said
we're boxing ourselves in by saying that. Yeah.
Why can't?
Yeah.
If he can't say, why can't he say? Hold on, little black look, because now you keep saving the women. If you can say an 18-year-old is a child, hold on.
I'm saving you.
If she can say 18-year-olds are children, why he can't say a woman has a child?
No. Go back further than that.
No. Can you answer me? No. Can you? You didn't push back. Can you answer me first? Can you answer me first? No. Can you answer me first? When she said 18 years old are children, why are 18-year-old kids?
Yes, they are kids. They're teens.
18-year-olds a child?
They're teens.
So no.
No, answer the question.
No. So 18. No, one second. Let's get.
It's 17 and down. Y'all like being little.
No. This is going to the point of the lack of empathy for men. Little Black Book. Think about it, right? 1 second, please. I will pass you the microphone. Think about it. Should the 18-year-old drug dealer, gangbanger, be tried as an adult?
I love that you brought that up, because the question you're asking me right now is not a flat question, because you're asking a contextual question based on something. Just like she gave an example about going to war versus going to drinking versus driving. There are different ages. You're giving contextual aspects. Don't do that to me. You're trying to make a flat thing when it's not flat. It's contextual. No, don't do that. No. Do not box me in when it's not, when it's contextual.
Is an 18-year-old, when you Google it, what is an 18-year-old child?
Hold on. It is a contextual question. You have to ask it in the. Hold on.
He has to answer that.
I made a very clear question. Stop moving on. When I was asking her about certain things, she made the difference between A, B, C, D. That was perfect. She replied, "It's fine. We didn't overpursue. We got her." If we are going to call these people children, 18 years old, okay? People that can do all these things. If this person is a gangbanger or he is a drug dealer, should this person be convicted as an adult, or should he treated like these kids that go to juvie for 10 years until he's 25 and now he's tried as an adult? Or like, what should we do with him?
You know, I'm not answering that question, because you're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you. You're asking a question which needs context. In terms of different contexts have different aspects to it.
He just gave you the context.
If I'm not going to explain, I don't want to talk. So am I going to explain or not?
That's okay. Hey, little black.
Am I going to explain or not?
No. Hold on. Hey, little black, look. You said an 18-year-old is a child, but
and that's what I want to say about context.
We don't have to add context. They're not a child, and you still haven't conceded to that. Can you Google it?
So I'll leave it there. Then. I'll leave it there, because if I can't explain that, there's no point.
No. Can you say you believe an 18-year-old is a child? 18-year-old not defined as a child. They're a man. They're a man or a woman. They're mature.
He's running from the question, bro.
He is.
I'm not running from the question.
Okay. You didn't have a problem.
Hold on.
Let him finish, please.
Okay. So when we talk about these kind of situations, right, there has to be a context. For instance, we were just talking about drinking and talking about driving, right? For instance, in the UK, it's actually the same. So, but in America, it's slightly different for you guys, right? But if they, for instance, they will say, listen, right, someone who's 16 is a teen. Now they can drive, they can even drink, right? But what they can't do is have sex with someone who's 18. So if they're an adult at 16, how come they can't have sex with someone who's 18? Why is that considered to be statutory R word?
Why is it so hard for you
to
answer?
Say? Hold on. Hold on. Answer this. Hold on.
Hey, wait. Let him finish.
He just messed up. Why can't? Hold on. Stop. Hey, no. You stop. Hold on. Why can't a 16-year-old have sex with an 18-year-old?
If 18 is a child, I love you going to this. So the whole point is because contextually in this environment, when it comes to relationships, this person is considered an adult now versus a child at 16. So this is why.
But you said,
hold on. That's why I said context. Wait, that's why I said you can't ask me a question when there's no context to the thing, because the different scenarios require different things. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
An 18-year-old is not a child. That's why. You don't
Yeah,
have to have
exactly. You can't pick and choose who's a child.
You just
At
said
17, hold on. If you're going by that perspective, at 17 and 15, that was statutory
and I'm telling you, little black
it's
book,
still statutory R.
It's still statutory. You try to say we didn't show empathy. When she said when Shape said that women are children, you didn't say nothing. No, you got upset about that. But soon as he said an 18-year-old, yes, you did. When she said 18, you got upset about him saying that women are children.
I disagreed.
You pushed back. You didn't push back on her saying that 18 is a child. You defend every woman. Every time you see a woman make a point, you defend a woman's point. You're not even addressing.
I defend the men when I came on. Don't do that, Ali.
No, you started out with that. No, in the beginning you started that. At the beginning of that, you started that, and at the end you started talking about we don't have empathy. So we defined it.
I didn't say just you.
No, you said we didn't have. You said we didn't show it. Yeah, because you got to make it. Little black book. You see how you try over. Little black book. You see how you had to keep over talking me.
I will keep on doing, because if you're intellectually dishonest and trying to force me into a box, I don't like it. Don't be dishonest.
Everyone's pointing out how this is.
No, I don't like dishonesty, and you do that all the time when I come on the panel. And try to put me as if I only back women. That's not it.
Right?
That's not it. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not lying.
Go lie.
This is comical, yo. I mean, because the reason why
only lies do this. Only lie. He'll talk over you when he's lying. You're lying.
No, I don't like this. I don't like dishonesty when you try to force me to box.
Point at yourself. Then point the finger at yourself.
Same thing.
And point the finger at yourself,
bro. Hold on. Let me say this.
One of y'all have to give a step back for y'all to actually talk.
Right.
I'll step back.
Bro, honestly, you really
already stepped back. He can't step back when I already stepped back.
Hold on. Little black book, you honestly believe the question is 18 a child is a difficult question to answer?
Because it depends on the context, I said.
So, okay. So,
what context?
Let me ask one more question.
No, don't do that. No, don't do it. No, stop him when he does that. What context?
Let him continue. Let him continue. We're gonna expose it. Okay. So you think contextually sometimes they are a child, and contextually sometimes they're not a child?
That's dumb.
And dependent on the situation,
right?
That's
stupid. It depends on the context. That means sometimes they are, sometimes they're not.
Tell them what's the
because of the context of the situation.
Yes or no? So that means sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. Yes or no?
Because there's age restrictions for different things. So people are considered adults for certain things.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Are they sometimes adults, sometimes no? Yes or no?
Okay, would 17 be considered an adult?
Bro, you
no.
Yo, hey, bro.
Wait. There's a reason I'm saying this. No, wait.
Eyes, one second. Please, 1 second. I will enforce every question that Little Black Book asks for other people, but Little Black Book has to answer questions before asking questions. Very fair. So I will. Okay, so he's going to go to a line of questioning, and please walk with him. And after that, he's going to be able to go to a line of questioning and interrupt it.
Consistent, bro. Okay. It's a simple question. If you say, okay, it depends on context. Okay, I'll give you that. I'm granting you that. It depends on context. So that means to me, right? The presumption is you mean that at some context you're not a child if you're 18, and sometimes, and then you're adult when you're 18. Is that correct? Yes or no? This is a clarifying question.
Sorry, repeat that again one more time. Sorry.
Okay. Yes. The first question I asked you was, is 18 a child? Yes or no? You said it depends on context. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that. Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean? Do you mean by that? That means in some contexts 18 is a child, and other contexts they're not.
Yes.
Okay, you see the point right there? Right there, that means for you, 18 is conditional. For men, it's not. There is no condition where a man is a child. Okay, we make fun of them. We call them man-childs in America. I don't know what they call them in London. It sounds like you got a British accent. We call them man-child. That's a pejorative, right? That's a pejorative term. When it comes to women, the reason why I said we can empathize with women, and you disagree we can't empathize with women, I made a point that no one else made. I made this original point. It's an original point. I didn't follow anyone else's thought. I'm saying that we can empathize with women because we've been children before. We thought we were the center of the universe. We thought we knew it all. Everyone knows what it feels like to think you know it all. That means being a child, right? So when you see someone that's 10, 11, 12, 13 years old that think they know it all, you know what I'm saying? You can empathize for them because you've been there before. Guess what? Women still think they know it all. This girl that came up, the pretty girl, was up here saying, oh, science. Bro, what is science? Science is just observation and study. We could do science too. We all could be scientists. We all are scientists. We all are studying life. So this idea that we got to wait for some angel investors, angel scientists to tell us how life is, when we can observe it. You got eyes, you got ears, you can conceptualize the world. It's intelligible, right? You said you're intelligent. The world is rationally intelligible. So all I'm saying to you is that I've proven the point that men could empathize with women. You haven't proven the point that we cannot. And my premise was that women act like children. They're treated like children too. Not only act like, they're treated like children. There's a video of a girl punching a guy in the face randomly and it's still on Instagram. Why? Because it's like a child punching somebody in the face. No one cares. Had it been a man assaulting a woman, different story. Cassie, grown-ass girl, she was 19 years old when she met Diddy. Everyone's saying, oh, he coerced her. For 10 years. For 10 years, Cassie was a child in a lot of people's eyes. From 19 to 29, she couldn't help but get pissed on and do freak offs. She's been coerced the entire time.
Shannon Sharp a predator, but Tracy Ellis Ross is evolving because she dates younger men. But he's a predator when he's dating younger men.
So there's a double standard, and the standard is that when women come under the same heat as men, guess what? They're treated like children. Yep. A man assaulting a woman is like a man assaulting a child. It's always going to be frowned upon. When a woman assaults a man, it's laughable. It's like a child assaulting a man. Did you even get assaulted? That's how it's viewed. So, it's okay, bro. Little black book written by a simp. It's okay that you could do that. You could say your points, but you got to prove them. I'm not the kind of person that lets people just say, oh, this is smart, this is wrong, this is right. You got to prove your point. You can say anything. Prove it, though. I prove my point. Everyone in the chat seeing what I'm saying. Women are treated like children. That's a fact.
Little black book and interrupted.
All right, appreciate that. So the reason why I said about context is actually because, and I appreciate you breaking that down as well, because I do agree parts of what you're saying. It's not all of it I agree with, I disagree with. But what I would say is, when I was making a point about people not being considered adult, I said the context was very, very important, right? Because there are certain responsibilities that can be given to people at certain ages. How do we determine what an adult is? We determine that oftentimes by the access to the responsibilities that they're able to access to the responsibilities that they have now, right? So what I was actually trying to say to you is that in the context, if it comes to relationships, for instance, in the UK, you can be tried for statutory R at 17 if you have sex with someone who's 15. Now, you'll get tried as an adult. So I said contextually wise, when it comes to relationships, it shifts. And what you guys are describing is power dynamics between men and women. It's not because women are children, it's because of power dynamics. And so when you talk about power dynamics, it takes into account the fact that as a man, I am stronger than a woman. That's not about treating them like a child. That is in the essence of power dynamics between the two of us physically, right? But if you commit a crime and you steal from someone's house and a woman goes steal from the house, you're gonna get put in prison. Now, if you want to talk about whether leniency happens, that's another story. But you're both gonna get put in prison. So my thing was, I was only saying about was context. What context are you talking about? Because specifically, I'm talking about, I said context for a reason, because if you're talking about relationship aspect, that's where you're going to get hit. And that's why when women say that some people are children, I would say, I get what they're saying, right? Because in the context, even in the law for UK specifically, and I don't know how it's in US, for UK, you can be tried, statutory R, simply because you have someone who's 15. So that's why I said you are classed as the adult in that situation. You're manipulating a child, even though we can say that this happens all the time. There are 17-year-olds and 15-year-olds who get together all the time and have all the time, right? But you can get done for that. So that's why I said about context in this aspect. That's what I was saying. I said that for the whole time.
I mean, you're talking about legal context. I'm not talking about legal context. I'm talking about general context. That's a small portion of somebody's life. You know what I'm saying? If you're not committing a crime as a woman, you're not worried about being treated as an adult. So I'm talking about the idea that society coddles women like they coddle children. Yes or no? Name a time in a man's life that's similar to being pregnant like a woman, where everyone has to hold the door open for you, bow down to you, worship you, give up your seat on the bus. Name a time in a man's life that's like that, other than when you're a child.
No, you don't. You don't have that.
Exactly. So this idea, name a time where a woman can't run away from being like a child.
I mean, I think you have to qualify what you're saying here. Us
opening the door. So if they have an opportunity to act like a child when they're not, and I'm not saying we should not coddle them. I'm all for coddling women. I'm for it. I do feel like women are the vulnerable sex. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I do believe you should protect your wife. I'm Christian. You see the cross? I believe God ordained us to die for our women. Like Jesus
Why?
died for the church.
No, why?
Why? Because
Yeah.
we're stronger. Could we have a monopoly on force?
Thank you. That's all it is. See, so when you start making them children, that's why I disagree with you. That's what
Right,
that's what
but
we
the
differ.
reason,
Because
but
the
the
Bible never
comparison of
prescribes that as
children
being
was the
children.
ability,
It's the
their
vulnerability.
mental ability, their physical ability.
No, it's not the mental.
The female
It was not the
U.S.
mental
soccer
aspect.
team, right? The female Olympic soccer team. I don't know if you know this, but it came out a long time ago. They got beat by a high school boy team. The
Yeah, because
Olympic
in soccer, what do
soccer
you do?
team got destroyed by a high school Olympic. You know what I'm saying?
Because in soccer, what do you use?
Physicality, right?
Physicality.
So,
Thank you, which we agreed on. We already agreed on that. So that's not
but
the
the
issue.
point I'm trying to say is they're grown adults, and they still can't be held physicality to they're grown adults.
It's really odd, call me Shape, that you're not calling him out the fact that he can make an 18-year-old with context a child, but you can't make a woman a child with context too. If he can use context to make an 18, even though he dodged that completely because he was talking about a 15-year-old, 17-year-old. If he can make an 18-year-old in context a child, no, but look, just use it. Look, it's right there. If he can use an 18-year-old and with context and make it a child, then you can use the woman and make with context and make it a child as well too.
And Ali, his point is flawed because if the only advantage we have is physicality, that will mean if a woman is big enough and her titties are big enough and her ass is big enough, she should be ready to fuck. And if a man is 14-year-old and he's bigger than my dad, she should be ready to go to war, drive, smoke, and all those things because he's physically already matured. We don't talk like that. We don't move like that.
I love that
and
point.
So why don't we? Like, look, because the thing is, we pick and choose what is an adult and what it is depending on things, right? But somebody made that point, and I think that point is excellent. If an 18-year-old man is a child because he or a woman, she can conceive, like she shouldn't be able to consent fucking with a 40-year-old, that woman should be able to fuck kids. She's a kid. She's the 18-year-old kid. She can fuck the 6 years old. So if she's a kid, she should be able to fuck every other kid because she's a kid. Do we allow kids to fuck kids? You are 14, your girlfriend is 14, we don't prosecute them. We let them fuck each other.
The law doesn't,
right?
But the law protects them.
But you see what I'm saying?
That's not me.
But this
The
is
law
why.
does that.
Yeah, but I'm saying this. But this is
You know
why
what I
we.
mean?
No. It is the physicality and the mental maturity. The laws are made for the worst of us, right? They're not made for the best of us. They're made for the worst of us to protect the best, the worst fathers, the worst mothers. Like it's to protect their kids. So you make
Not
you
because,
make a
not
line.
because they're kids, but because there's a worst of us. That's the whole point.
No,
My
yeah,
point
but
is
that's the
that-
point. But you are opening a precedent if you are going to say this 18-year-old OnlyFans model can have OnlyFans because she's a kid. Now, if she's 16 and somebody fucks her, they can go to court and say, "Sir, she's like, I'm not mature. I'm 27, but I have autism. I can learn. I write on the 6th grade level. I can barely talk. I am literally disabled. How can you treat me as an adult? So even if I'm 37 and I'm fucking a 16-year-old, we are mentally on the same level, so we're good to go. That will be egregious, and this is why we're talking
because
about
they're not
slippery
mental on the
slope.
same level. We're talking about mental again, which is why this is why I disagreed with what you guys were saying, because I was saying that for women specifically, you guys were saying they were children, and if they were children, they shouldn't be on this panel. If women are children, they shouldn't be on this panel. This is for grown-ass folks.
But don't you think
Yeah,
that
I'm
would be
saying to you,
dangerous?
we're talking about mental. Sorry,
Why?
go on. What you say?
Yeah, but don't you think that would be dangerous?
That's the point I'm trying to say to you. So if you say women are children, that's my point.
No.
That's the point I'm making.
No. Respectfully, Shape was very precise. They are children when it comes to their emotional maturity, ability to take accountability, and all that. This is why this is why I like to do this, right? This is why I like to do this. I love to do this. Women are extremely competent in a lot of things in life. They are better than us at school. They are more punctual on the job. They are wonderful teachers. They are wonderful nurses, wonderful educators. As soon as it comes to relationships, they revert back to teenage years. My mom is 65 years old. If my dad gets upset, like makes her upset, she reverts right back to high school because she can control her emotions. And they married for 45 years. And I can tell them about my sister. I can tell them about my friends. This is what women are. So it's very dangerous for you to say, this woman that is a grown woman, just because she can control her feelings and her emotions, and every time you hold her accountable, she try to flip it and gaslight you into it's your fault too. It's very dangerous to say she is a children in fact. The way she's treated, the law, and all these parameters, because you are opening a Pandora's box that is going to allow a bunch of dangerous people to go between loopholes, because we were saying that they were children practically and not like on a theoretical point of view. And that's what he's saying, is they are children on a theoretical point of view. It's not that they're actually go gaga children, they can do nothing. You know what I'm saying?
But so we said the same thing, because that's what I was saying about context. So if we come onto your plane of the side of things, right, and say that women, in terms of how they react, you're saying they're like children. I'm going to say to you that there are men like that too. There are men like that. That's why they crash out the way they do.
No,
so are we going to say now that there are men? Are we going to say now that these men are children?
No man held to the
No, it's because it's not majorities. We're talking majorities, right? Most men like one little black book. Is that fair to say that most men are sexually undisciplined? If they see a big booty, probably they're going. If they know they're not going to get caught, is that fair?
They would. If they could get away with it, they would.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. You saw how you make an assessment towards men that might be on a negative light, but we kind of agree because we know how they are. Most women are immature. Most women behave like accountability of a teenager. They want their way while they're living on their dad house. And if they get expelled, they will upset. If they have to follow the rules, they will be accept. They don't accept accountability. Every time you say it's your fault, she's either going to bring something from 1997 when you did something, or she's going to say you do it too. This is most women. And I'm showing you this because I'm saying this is my mom too. Like it happens.
On the same line. I'm just saying to you that you're gonna open it though, because if a man lacks sexual discipline, right? The word discipline. Let's take sex. Yes. A man lacks discipline. Do children lack discipline?
No. No, children don't like discipline. Hey, a little bit. They don't. No, man. Hey, Trev, you go next. I want him to commit with something. Little black book, tell me, looking at the camera without smiling, that most women, no matter if they are 21 or 61, are emotionally immature. Go ahead.
I don't know those kind of women, so I don't know most of the women. I don't know those kind of women.
But you don't know most men, and you committed with that kid.
On what most men?
I didn't say most men. I did not say most. I didn't say most men. I did not say most men. I said, can you be open to the fact that men also have those issues too? The very thing the very label you're planting on women, I'm saying to you, got to plant on men. And you're telling me that you're saying, if you tell about discipline, and I said, do children like discipline? For instance, you put a little sweet there and say, don't touch it.
I said they don't like it.
You leave the room. You leave the room, and you said children have discipline, and I said
children don't like discipline. They don't like accountability. They like children, even as a young babies. If they get caught doing something, they'll try to deflect to something. They will point out to the dog. They will run away. They will fight. Like,
so if men are lacking discipline in different areas, right?
No, he said like
from children.
No,
sir, he didn't say
please. Hey, Baze, last one, and then you and Trevor go ahead. Little black book. Let's compare oranges with oranges. We're talking about emotional discipline. That's all we're doing. You're doing going up, right, left, and down. Emotional discipline. I'm going to ask you again. Are most men sexually undisciplined? Meaning, if they see the booty and the titties they like and they know they're not going to get got, is that fair that most men are going? Is that fair? Yeah. Most men.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the problematic part that Ali was pointing out.
He knows most men, though, right?
Very comfortable.
Not him. Most men. Not him. He got you.
That's what we talk about.
Do you know most?
Got your ass.
And this is why.
And you're gonna keep going.
And this is why we don't want to go. No, this is why. 1 second, please. This is why we don't want to move the conversation too fast, because people will say things they may not mean it. The right answer when I ask you, do men like big booties and big titties? Is I don't know most men.
Most men. That's what
that will be the obvious answer. But you were very quick to say that. Then as soon as I said Are most women immature? This is like disciplining, immature emotionally. I don't know most women.
Okay, I'll run with it. Right, go down that lane. So the conclusion you came to is that when most women lack accountability, are emotionally immature, we call them, and so we label them mentally as children, right?
No, Fatty.
That's the argument we're having. That's the argument we're having.
Fatty. Don't let him even get away from that point.
No, you have to. One second.
Don't let him get away from that.
I know. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I'm going to agree.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I'm going to agree with you.
If I call a woman
pretty, he did what pretty did.
The whole point I was making in the end.
Can I finish?
No, you're not making the point right now.
Because you ask a question.
Yes, sir.
When I say a woman is hot, doesn't mean that she's on fire, doesn't mean that she's 170 degrees, doesn't mean that if I touch her, I will burn myself, mean that she's attractive. We know figures of speech. We use things to compare things, so we know you are a bad bitch, doesn't mean that she's a bad female dog. She's an attractive woman. So when Mr. Calmy's shape said woman out children is not on a literal term that you fucking children and fall in love with children, is that they have the emotionally component of children. Can they become adults? Absolutely. Women are perfect adults when they are good with their life, when they are happy, when their life is going good, when this job is going well. They go to school, they pass tests, they go to work, they graduate. They do a bunch of things that call them, and you can see these women are adults. As soon as they come with relationships, they reverse back to being teenagers. Does that mean that they are teenagers? No. That means that they can compute with their emotional frame the same way men can compute well with their sexual frame.
Right.
Men are not kids just because they're fucking people like teenagers. Right?
No, it's about discipline.
So you want to know another example, Little Black Book? You want to know another example?
Hold on. Too fast. Go fast, man. I'm telling y'all going too fast. I need to know why. Why can you make the assessment that men are going, but you didn't say, I don't know most men, but you can make the assessment that most women aren't immature, and you say you don't know most women. Why are you fine with making an assessment that makes men look bad, but you weren't fine with making an assessment that made women look bad when you have you have a lot more experiences than most men that we come across because you have your own podcast and it's a successful podcast. So couldn't that be? So I'm not even gonna get that far because Fatty don't like when I do that too. How do you make that assessment? How did you make an answer like that? Can you tell me why? You can say you don't know. You didn't say you don't know most men, but you were able to say you don't know most women.
Wait, if I don't know most men, I don't know most women.
Why? No, you didn't. No, you didn't say that. Fatty got you because you said most men would go if they saw a big booty. Why did you not say I don't know most men, but you were able to say I don't know most women when he asked you about women being immature? Can you answer that for me, please?
Okay, well, if I said that, then cool, that's me. You got me in it. At the end of the day, man, you got me. I can't say anything, but you got me. You got me. You know what I'm saying to you? But here's my point. Here's the point. The end goal.
Hey, friends. And by the way,
that's that pretty. I apologize.
He conceded. He conceded. Let finish and then Trevor interrupted.
I didn't tell you to apologize.
No. The reason I'm not apologizing is because my end goal was still the same. The journey is just different. Hey, you got me on that one. I can't lie to you. But the end goal is still the same because you're trying to corner me. I'm trying to corner you. You know what I'm saying? You're calling me first. I respect it. I'm not mad at it. Yes, you are. Like, hold on, pause, because we're all doing it. It's called a debate.
No, we're not.
So the whole point I'm trying to get to.
No, but you're the only one doing it. No one else is getting caught up with you. No.
Please. Let me cook it.
Hey, friends. Let him finish. Thank you.
My point was right, because we're playing Connect 4 a little bit here mentally, right? So the whole point I was trying to get to is that the same way that if we're saying that women are children mentally, that's what I want to come to mentally, right? I was also trying to get Fatty to a place where I'm saying if you then can, if I can say most men or whatever, right? Most men, let's go with that because I got called out. Most men are going to follow booty and they lack discipline. If they can get away with it, they would lack discipline. I said, do children also lack discipline? Then Fatty said no, and I said yes, they do lack discipline. Right, because they're children. I said, then that means, are we going to start calling men mentally our children? That's my end goal of the point. So if I'm gonna concede a point that women are children mentally and emotionally, cool, I'll rock with it. If you can admit that men also are children, then because at that same point, they lack discipline.
Yes, we can admit it. No, Bill Black Book. I can't. No, Bill Black Book. 1 second, please. Bill Black Book.
Yes, sir.
I will admit. Let me admit in one term, for example. men have the sense of humor of motherfucking toddlers. Men can be sitting around making jokes about fingers and farts and just space out like this is what men do. Some things that men do are juvenile. You put a bunch of the fellas together walking around the shopping mall and you're doing like teenage shit. That's the reality.
So
Does
men
that,
emotionally are
does
children.
that mean that we can turn the switch and become a grown-up if motherfucking Boogie tries to threaten us? Now we are not joking around. Now we actually become adults because the situation asks us for us to be adults. The problem with this conversation is based on what they call Schrodinger feminism. Women are strong and empowered and weak and victims at the same time. And every time they encounter a situation, they are going to pick between being strong or being a victim. So you can never peg them to a motherfucking spot because one day they are a triangle and then another day when it's convenient, now they are a square. So this is why I'm saying that it's dangerous for us to literally buy women or children, because these women will become OnlyFans models, CEOs, boss babes, and all the things that come with being a grown-up. But as soon as you say, hey, Didi didn't make you do that. Oh my God, she was in a victim position. She was young and she was 18. Like, that's dangerous. You have to peg him. You have to peg him into a grown-up or a kid, because I want to make sure if something happens to Fatty family, that drug dealer that was 18 years old is prosecuted as an adult, because there's no excuse for you to be selling poison to my kid. There's no excuse. You are going to pay the full price of it. If you kind of become wishy-washy, this is how you get men doing atrocious things to women when they are 17, and by the time they are 23, oh, he was just a kid, let him go. No, you will pay as an adult. That's what it is.
Now, I have another question for you, little brother.
Ali, no, once Ali, please, hey, please, friends, say this in public. Great show. Thank you very much for being here. Extremely chaotic. We need to a little bit of order in the court. Okay.
It's gonna be a few questions I want to see, because I'm ending the
yeah, go ahead, Ali, and then Trev, please.
Little Black Book. If someone offered all of us $100 on this panel, should we say no or should we take it? They just offered you $100.
I'm taking that shit.
No.
So, broke, baby.
So if someone's offering me $100, I could be immoral because I take the $100 that they offer me $100.
Why would it be immoral? The situation
depending on your moral code. That's what you said.
Yeah, it's a your moral code, right?
But it demonstrates that I like discipline. If someone takes it, does it demonstrate that they lacking discipline for taking the money?
Not necessarily, no. Not
right,
necessarily.
So if men are offering women $100, and they take it, are they demonstrating discipline by taking it? A lack of discipline?
I don't get what he's asking. So say again.
I'm just asking you, if me and Trev wanted to give Melanin $100 and she took it, is she lacking discipline for taking the money?
Okay, so you're comparing women to money.
I'm just asking, brother. Can you just, brother?
No, because that's what you're going to. Sorry, my brain already goes ahead of me.
You're making assumptions.
Again, apples and oranges can't be compared. That's the whole point.
You're making assumptions, and I'm just asking you direct.
No,
question.
because you're going somewhere. So if you're going somewhere, you're leading me. You're asking leading questions. That's the problem you're asking.
You're making
it's a leading question.
You're making
that's the point.
You're making an assumption.
Okay, go on. I'm gonna take the bait. Okay, let me take the bait.
If a woman is offered $100, if she takes the $100, is she lacking discipline?
For taking $100, let's say no. Let's say no, she's not.
No, right?
She's not lacking
okay,
discipline.
so if I offer $100 or offer you anybody on this $100, it would probably demonstrate that I value you. I see value in you, right? Why is it that a man is lacking discipline if most men can't get sex, but a woman is offering a man sex and he says no? What should he say if a woman wants sex from him?
Hey.
Uh-oh.
The route, it's not the route you've gone to. Would you consider a woman being
I'm asking you a question, brother, then you could finish. If a woman is asking a man for sex, what should he say?
Mm-hmm.
If she could take $100, if she could take provisions, protections, anything from a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay. We're not going to say she need to practice discipline.
If you want to be a disciplined man,
I'm asking you.
If you want to be a disciplined man, say no.
Why does he have to? Okay, so why does he have to say no?
If you want to be a disciplined man.
That's
if you want to be a disciplined man,
how does that? If a woman wants to, hold on.
Says, don't give your strength to women.
This is what you do to Ali for some reason, right? Okay. If the woman wants to have consensual sex with a man, and he says yes, how is he lacking discipline if she wants to have sex with him?
Okay, let's say they don't have discipline. If you believe that having sex with many more people is not ill discipline, that's on you. I don't think we need to disagree. I think it's a universal principle. I don't think we need to debate that. You're taking it to a left perspective.
We gonna kill that dick discipline thing, because obviously, if a woman wants to have sex with a man, it's demonstrating his value. There's no reason he has to show discipline if she's showing it's the way they're making it seem like as a man just goes outside and say, I want sex, and he just has a line of women want to have sex with him, versus the fact that if he's valuable or deemed valuable to women or other women to have sex, it's a consensual exchange. He doesn't have to demonstrate sexual discipline. That's something that women say, that men who pander say, to make men exercise their manhood. But little black butt don't come on here and say.
That's why I asked you the question.
Let me finish. You know, I don't ever hear you say women should practice pussy discipline. I never hear you say that. So it's odd that you're telling men, you don't tell women, because you keep going. When we talk about women, you go, how about men? How about men? Everything to you is how about men? How about men? How about men? So if men have to practice dick discipline, right? What is the appropriate way to practice dick discipline? Should people be virgins?
Well, biblically, yeah, you should be. But we're not.
I didn't ask you about biblically. I'm not asking biblically. Should people have casual sex?
I don't think you should. It doesn't benefit you long term.
Right. Are you single?
I am single.
Are you having casual sex?
No.
Yeah, checkmate. Hey, Fatty. All these men that come out here preaching that dick discipline and telling men not to have sex, while he up here got his beater on, try to look a certain type of way for women, knowing why he wore what he wore, just like if a woman had her breasts out and he say he not having casual sex while he's single, he's lying, and he know he lying. So
I'm not lying. I don't need to lie about that. If I was having,
I know you don't.
Do you know how I'm not lying? Hold on. Pause here. See, Ali, this is why Ali does this all the time. Fatty,
you about to say something else.
Pause, bro. Last time I came onto your platform last time where you had that panel with the ladies. Remember the one with the ladies that were on the panel, right?
The other one you were lying on.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm talking about the one before this, right? Where you guys were doing the chat lines with the ladies, right?
When you were
I told you before this, and I said before this, I was sleeping around, so I know what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? I know what ill discipline looks like.
Sleep. So you're not sleeping with nobody right now.
No. That's the whole point.
When that stopped? When did that stop? So when's the last time you slept with the last person you slept with?
Bro, why does that matter?
7 months ago.
Oh, 7 months ago? Why'd you stop?
Because it wasn't befitting of me, and it was not helping me grow the way I need to grow.
Because he's struggling, man. So he got sent to get more.
No. I don't have to. I really don't have to.
Hey, respect. These men probably the biggest YouTuber on the panel right now, so they'll struggle.
I don't have to. I don't have to. And that's where the discipline comes in, because I can get it.
This man was on Ghana last week dancing and shit.
That's why some of you are not disciplined. You just don't get it. That's what I'm saying.
So what are you getting from it?
What am I getting from it is I'm able to focus on me and put all the energy into me and what I'm trying to achieve. That's why I am the way I am. That's why I can have the platforms that I have.
You weren't doing that. You said you stopped 7 months ago. You have a successful platform. You've been
before that. I had before that period. I was celibate for 4 years.
Were you successful 7 months ago?
Yeah, I was, because I was successful before then. Do you know what I mean? I had a whole period before then where I was celibate.
So you were successful while you were having sex with a whole bunch of women. So that
I was celibate because of the work that I had already done.
Yo, can y'all give us
the work I had done was years ago. I've been in the YouTube game for 10 years. So think about what you're saying. I've been in the YouTube game for 10 years. I've been since 2020.
I will not follow for Ali. It's just a quick question anymore, ever again.
Let me understand question. You
know there's more questions in the
future. We go back and forth.
Hey, Shape, no question, just statements, and then Trevor and
I don't know who this dude is. I know y'all glazing him. I never heard of him before. You said
we never heard about you too. When you are here,
so I can't glaze him like you.
No, but he's not. Sir. I know. One second, please. Your friend told me about you. I was about to write him. Hey, this dude call me Shape knows exactly what's going on. He's actually a strong debater, right? I'm not glazing you. I'm telling your friend that recommends you, like to us, why you're here. This man is a highly successful YouTuber. I follow this man on Instagram. This man going on vacations to the motherland, dancing, eating well, having fun, woman around, going to the gym, taking care of himself. So what I'm going to say is, one second, please, just 1 second. Glazing is a very homosexual, homoerotic type of we are giving him his props the same way I'm giving your props. So if you can stop saying those gay shit, respectfully, we don't want you here. So be respectful instead of trying to be funny, and don't say that grown people are glazing other men when we're actually pointing their virtues the same way we're pointing that he was full of shit a couple of minutes ago when he said
Wait, what?
While I'm going literally at his head, how can you say we glazing him?
First of all, I don't know where y'all from Jersey.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Let's make big problems, small problems, and small problems, no problems. You don't know us, sir. Treat us with respect. We're going to do the same. If nobody attacks you personally, hold your motherfucking guns. That's all.
Hey, brother, if we misunderstood what you mean by glazing, because it sounds like
nobody here trying to be pejorative.
What is glazing? Explain what glazing is.
Sound like we glazing them.
Glazing mean you hyping them up. That's what we mean by
no. Say exactly the definition of glazing. Glazing is you are on this man dick. That's what glazing is.
Comes from glazing a donut.
Exactly.
That's right. I'm from Jersey, bro. I don't know where you from, Fatty. Where you from, bro? I don't know where you from.
I'm from Russia.
Okay, where you from, Ali?
Yes.
Hey, I'm from America. So when you say you glazing somebody, it sounds like you giving that man head, like you.
No,
it is. You giving them dome. That's what it sounds like, brother.
You ever see anybody glaze a donut? They treat it with care. That's what it comes from. I know a lot of people take our slang, they run with it. They think we know what we're talking about. I'm from Jersey. You feel me? Glazing when we use the word glazing, ain't disrespect. So if you took disrespect from it, bro, you can slow down, bro. Ain't nobody trying to disrespect you. You're right. I don't know you. I'm just saying, can you give me context? Because y'all say he got the success for YouTube. I just want to know about the success for YouTube. That's all it is.
This is what you have to do. All the links are pinned in the description, and his name is on the description. I just want y'all to make it personal shit. When you are making personal shit, I will check it if you are wrong. If you sell this man is a midget and he's actually a midget, I will let you get away with it. When you say this man is struggling, and we clearly know that he's not struggling, we're going to leave him alone. He's a friend of the show. If he was a struggling YouTuber, I will double down and say, yeah, get your paper up, little black book. But he's not. So let's not do that shit. Go ahead, please, Trev. Little black book, and then we read the super chats. And I don't know what we're going to do later, but we're probably not going to go to the main event. We're going to move it to the next week. Friends, there's 256 people watching, 116 likes. That's crazy. Like the video. The likes are for free. And please glaze us and send us some money, please. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Damn.
Go ahead, little black book and Trev.
So, yeah, Fatty, you kind of went over my point a little bit. I'll just try to expand on it a bit. Because I think it's dangerous when we take away the accountability from women. And I think that's just what we're doing when we give them the option to be a child when they want to have the responsibility of a child, but the authority of an adult. Women are going to abuse that. It's a fact that women generally abuse power when they are able to, right? If you look at reports from women working under somebody, this is by other women. They hate it. Most women hate to work under another woman because they know they're going to abuse power. Women typically abuse their children more. Women are just plain abusive. So you can't really give them very much when it comes to that, unfortunately, right? And this isn't all women, but we just have to have certain standards when it comes to it, because if we say, hey, you know, sometimes it's got to be a hard line. So even with like the other countries, it's weird. And all of us just really picked some arbitrary numbers, right? Like even if you look at like France, which is supposed to be a first world country, their consent is like 15. And then, so it's like, you know what I mean? Who could we tell them that they're wrong as hell? I wouldn't do that, right? If I were going to do anything, if I were going to follow any standard at all, then I would say, okay, am I a Christian? Cool. Maybe the Bible talks about 20, but it should be all the way across the board. It should be if you could vote, if you could fight for war, if you could get married, all of that stuff. It should be all the way across the board. I don't think you should have any separation between adulthood and childhood. It should be one hard line, because we're either going to be able to hold you accountable as an adult or you are a child. I think that's where we make the mistake. So I would just say, don't do that. Like, don't give them the choice, because we already know from experience how they're going to choose. They're always going to choose advantage women. So when it's convenient for them to choose to be a child, then yeah, oh wait, help me. But when it's like responsibility wise, we're like, no, who you talking to? I'm grown. So That's the only point that I want to make on that.
They will eat you with a I am older and more mature because all my friends say I'm 18, but they see me as a old soul to date older men, and then when they're 30, oh, I was so young and dumb. Pick a side, lady.
Yeah.
Pick a side. Either you are a kid or you are a grown up. Either you are a kid and you stay in my house and you are under my rules, or you are an adult and you make your rules to get the fuck out of my shit and go get your house because I don't give a fuck about you adults trying to make rules on places that is not theirs. Like, this is the dichotomy with women. We give them adult rules and adult laws and adult privileges, and most men will still treat them like children all the time, every time. And we can see it on this conversation every day, because every time a woman cheats, what was missing on the marriage for him to what happened? Why did you cheat? You was working too much, you were lonely, you was broken, unemployed, and you didn't respect him anymore. You were like, this is the game that we shouldn't play with women. You are a grown-up. You can be the president of the most powerful country in Europe, for example, like Angela Merkel. Go ahead and do grown people things. It's fine. Just don't cry and complain because I can't protect you and then not have no authority over you, because you go from a children to an adult and adult to a children, depending on what we have going on here. So it is what it is. Anyone, and by the way, call me Shape. It's not personal, okay? We're just knowing each other. We appreciate you being here. We're just trying to establish some type of guidelines, because that's what we do over here. We are not fans of chaos just for the sake of chaos, okay? We're going to have fun.
I'm not a hater. I'm not a disrespecter.
I know. It's fine.
You know what I'm saying? I make money on YouTube. That's how I make my living. So I ain't
absolutely.
I just please bring context, because
Yes, sir. No problem about it. Let me see if Melanie wants to say something, because she's sitting pretty and looking at the people.
Well, it was just a good debate. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Should men practice this discipline, Melanie?
No. Women should practice.
Can I fly you out? Let's put that to the test.
What?
Psych.
Let me read the super chats real quick, Melanie, and then you got it. I'm going to ask one question. Friends, this show is going to be next week. The what do I get from marriage? We're going to stay on the empathy. One more question, and then we wrap it up. Let's go to the super chats real quick.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
And yeah, we're going to get one for our lead too when he's ready to go.
Well, that production is fire, Fatty. I keep
Sun Kissed. That's my editor.
I like that.
You probably don't know about him.
Proud of that, man.
And by the way, shout out to Noelle. She is definitely not an adult.
Where is she at, bro? She been turned this whole time. I'm trying to figure out.
She's going crazy while everybody's crying and shit. She's turning it up. Shout out to you. Noelle is from Chaotic. She's on Chaotic show multiple times. So I was like, okay, we're going to leave Noelle sing and have fun. And I think she said the word nigga 7 times already, but we're going to leave it alone because she's on mute. Sun Kiss in the building with a $5 in shalom to you. I appreciate you, Sun Kiss. Thank you very much. The untouchable matriarch Doris, she's in the building, and she gifted Ilkan Ali membership for the Untouchable Empire, baby.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much, Doris. She gifted me another membership for the Untouchable Empire.
So, you think you're untouchable?
And friends, we're trying to get 500 members on Discord. Please go ahead and follow us. The link is in the chat. Go ahead and follow us so we can get 500 members by the end of July. Okay, thank you very much, Doris. Boogie reacts entertainment. We have a lot of good reaction people on the panel, because I know every single one of you. We have a lot of people going to the reaction route, so I appreciate y'all for being here once again. Thank you very much.
Shout out to y'all with $10. Shout out to Fatty, Ali, and the ladies on the panel. He's paying tuition because he got late to the show. Thank you very much, Boogie. We appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. The sophisticated ignorance says the two women at the top are prime example of black woman that man hates. Notice the shade they giving Charity because she won't agree with their bullshit. There's some pre-existing conditions. Let's just say that about one of them. The Leslie didn't do nothing to us. So shout out to Leslie. Shout out to Pretty. And we still didn't do retaliation. Just make sure. And tomorrow, you know it's going to happen. I'm going to do a TikTok toxicity. I will go on TikTok. I will click on their panel. And somebody's going to say, what are you doing here, you fat piece of shit? Show your face, motherfucker. I know you live on your daddy house. And there will be no empathy, no sympathy, no compassion, no other word or semantic happen. That's what happens over there. So it is what it is. Shout out to once again, Miss Pretty. Zyrex with the Untouchable Empire membership. Thank you very much, Zyrex.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Lovely Zyrex. Antonio. Shout out to my boy Antonio. You know why she said Antonio, Ali? Because the last time she came on a show, Anton Daniels sent us $500.
Oh,
so she doesn't see the show. She just saw the Joe that was here. Anton sent $500. So she assumed that he was the biggest donor when he's never here. Antonio. Yeah, shout out to Antonio Daniels, aka Tio, Untouchable Legend. Shout out to my brother.
Antoine.
With a 10 untouchable member.
I believe that there's multiple so-called black leaders who believe that they are untouchable.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much, sir. Of course, sophisticated jerk with the $30 ball. Salute to you, brother. I appreciate it. Noelle is a princess from Chaotic Truth show. Okay, leave it alone. Let her rock. She's having a tremendous amount of fun. Missy T in the building with 2 untouchable memberships and Matreon with the last one. We got to the memberships goal. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Missy T, for the 2 memberships, the Matreon. All the memberships are done. I appreciate y'all friends once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Evacuate the city. Gauge all defenses. Give this man a shield.
Thank you very much to both of us, for both of y'all. Zyrex, she's in the building. She says, so you're saying that just because most shit don't bother men, that makes them more disciplined or emotionally mature? Absolutely. That's called emotional restraint. You suffer things just like women do, and instead of spazzing out and lashing out on other people and excusing it on your period, you kind of control yourself because you know, if I do that shit to a little black book, he's probably going to punch me in the face. That's actually what it is. Emotional restraint, Zyrex. Yes. Thank you very much for being a member for so many times, so many years, so many months. I appreciate you. CJ Sparring, you will be under the M's sooner. He says, Melanin does a great job every time she's on. Oh, look. Stop glazing her, CJ. And is he still there? Hey, call me Shape. I went ahead and I Googled the definition of glazing. You might be right because I didn't find nothing with sexual connotation. You might be right. I might have jumped the gun. See, a man taking accountability. Who would have thought? Not me. CJ says, Melanin does it. Oh, I already read it. Did you send two super chats, CJ? That's crazy. Just to glaze double the double entendre. Yeah, that's all.
Friends, we need $65 for the hamburger fund, PayPal or Cash App. You know, or you are ready. No, I appreciate you.
I would like to buy a hamburger.
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 The burger.
And if you want to support Ilkan and Cash App, you know exactly where to
Like
find
the
it.
video, hit subscribe, and show love to Ali at $Ilkan.
So, friends, last question. And let me start with Trev and Melanie because they've been the most quiet. Actually, let me start with Noel. My snow bunny, snow queen. I'm known as the winter soldier, Noel. So I see you. I see what's going on. Let me talk to Noel. Are you there? Noel?
Is that a straw?
There's a straw. Hey, Noel. Thank you very much. That was perfect.
Oh, she come on, just sing. She don't talk or nothing.
Yeah. Hey, Ali, why these people trying to steal glaze like Melanie from me, sir?
Oh Lord,
that's crazy.
Hey,
Boogie, you better watch it. You better watch it, sir.
It's time to do.
Thank you very much to the one and only Carl Anderson for the $35 PayPal for the hamburger fund. I appreciate you, Carl. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to my brother Shadow Dragon TV for the $5 Cash App. He says, psych, who's calling my shit? Untouchable, baby.
Psych.
Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who? Yeah. OBO Sound 2025.
So, Trev, Melanin, and Anonymous Base, because Anonymous being very patient. Thank you very much for being here, brother. I appreciate you. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I always got you. Yeah, you know, I always got you.
Let me ask you a question. If a man loses his job or can't provide, does he lose or love too? Okay. This is talking about empathy. We kind of flip the switch a little bit. So the question for Trev, Melanin, and Anonymous Base right now would be, if a man loses his job or can't provide, does he lose or love to? And very, very much, thank you very much, Ilkan. Little Black Book, he says, Ali and Fatty had me on the ropes today. I had to skip a few questions, respectfully take the loss. Hey, sir, invite me for the Love Island. I'm all caught up, sir. I will fuck y'all up. He's not even funny, bro. I know everything. I know everything. Adios mio. I'm waiting for my invite to talk about the Love Island. Trev, does she lose her love? Does he lose his or love if he loses his job?
Yes, unfortunately, in most cases. It is what it is. We see it on a regular basis, right? A lot of that is why women divorce, right? This is what they're able to do. They're able to get an escape plan. And this is why, a lot of times, in my opinion, why women may marry less, because they can have this man continue to keep responsibility for her, again, while her responsibilities are relinquished. Men aren't really empathized for or sympathized for in general, right? Men are seen as tools or just a means of being able to accomplish something, or sometimes even a stepping stone, but more like just something that you can use to get to where you want, right? And a lot of men understand that duty more than women. So a lot of times we go along with it. We want to strive to have a good family. We want to have our legacy. We want to have our children grow up with us and have access to them, so we could instill the qualities in them that we feel like our sons or daughter need or deserve. But women forget that. We've become a society of hyper individualists, and absolutely women are going to lose a love. That's if they ever had the love in the first place. But we don't get that type of empathy. We don't get that type of grace or anything. We're expected to perform, and the minute that we can't, we lose it. But we are also supposed to understand what women go through when women go through menopause and their body doesn't work the same and their hormones aren't the same and they can't perform in ways that men would expect them to perform. We are supposed to be understanding of it. But if a man falls short, then he is going to lose his love. He's going to lose his sympathy. Oh, well, he a deadbeat now. And he will get the support of the sisterhood on any day. And even sometimes from pandering men.
Let me ask Melanie a different question, Melanie. When I lose my job, how many months do I have before they leave me? Just to make sure if they monetize my YouTube channel and I need to find another. I have another job, but let's assume I have not, right? How many months before you leave me?
Is there any money saved?
Come on, Melanie. But there's stocks and crypto. We can't be touching that shit.
You have 2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
And you're working or you stay at home with me? But are you working or staying out with me? Because you're probably you're working?
Yeah, I'll work.
Can you buy me a PlayStation?
Buy you a PlayStation?
Yeah, you're going to give me gifts and shit, like you're going to take care of me, or you just pay the bills and
Of course. Gifts, and I mean, if you like to game, because you can always make money from gaming. So if you're a gamer, then that's a way to make an income. So
I'm a terrible gamer.
Melanin, I don't believe you.
You don't believe me?
Whoa! Is this a love triangle, sir? What you trying to
This
do?
is why I asked for context. But if he wants a straight answer, so I'd give it to you.
Melanie, how many months are you giving 2 years to Boogie to?
What do you mean? If I'm with Boogie, then yes.
Damn, I'm not special. You're not giving me more time than him.
No, I would give a situation 2 years before I start questioning the mindset.
I have the same time as Boogie reacts.
Yes.
Wow.
I have to have a standard for myself. It doesn't waver based on the person.
All right. Why 2 years? Why not 1 year? Why not 6 months? Why not 3 years? Why 2 years?
Because clearly he must be going through something. So I have to give him time to figure that out, figure out his mental space without judging him too harshly, without fully understanding. Because most of the time, men don't feel like women are a safe space to open up. So I need to give space for him to figure out his thought process, and then to want to share with me so we can figure out what's going on and what he's going to do. And that takes time. I can't rush him.
Damn, 2 years? I think that's enough. But I want a little bit, like, for example, if I took care of you for 15 years, I only get 2 years.
That's a lot. I even actually thought that's a lot of time.
Yeah, that's harsh. But
not for me.
If I'm talking from a standpoint of majority women, yes, you probably wouldn't even get 2 years.
We're talking about
me?
You, Lel, pointing right at you.
Whoop. Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
I need the $1 Cash App or PayPal to drop Noelle because she been the life of the party. Theo, you can't be doing that, okay? This woman is awesome. $1 Cash App. That's the price to drop her. Yeah, but there's a notion of credit, right? Let me give you an example. If you are my woman for 10 years, you took care of my kids and all that, you get the accident, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Of course, I'm going to fuck Noelle. Come on, I just can't be taking care of you willy-nilly. I'll go outside to get Noelle hugs and all that shit.
But you said
I will take care of you.
That's a disability. That's different.
Yeah, but let's so if I take care of you for 10 years and I get blackballed from my. I'm a lawyer. I'm an entertainer. Whatever. I get blackballed of my industry, right? And I need time to regroup. Go at like, is that the 2 years flexible or is set in
It's
stone?
because we have resources. If you're a lawyer, we have resources.
Would you marry me if I was broke?
Yes, depending on your
So-
age.
Again,
Wait,
Depending on your age.
35.
Married young, 35?
35.
No.
Melanin, when did you have that mindset? Because I'm sure that's not how you thought 10 or 15 years ago.
What mindset?
The mindset
part
of
of-
you hold a man down, because we know the average woman is not staying 2 years paying a man's bills.
Yeah, but he said me specifically, but the majority of women would not do that. I can agree to this.
Guys,
are you saying you were born with that kind of mindset, or did you catch
Guys,
that mindset?
I apologize. I have to interrupt you for a second. Something happened. Hey, Noel. Noel, are you there? Noel. Noel, are you there? Noel.
Yo, she's high out of her mind.
Noel, are you there? Okay.
This is Sparta!
We got some public pressure from our taxpayers. Antonio said $20. He said drop slow white. Oh my God,
Wow.
Theo, that's crazy. That's very hey, bro, stop, motherfucking.
I thought she was a fiend. I'm like, they got fiends on the show.
Theo is a crybaby.
I thought she was a meme.
This man is
I
a
thought she was a long-ass
crybaby.
meme.
Theo, you are a cry.
Shut up, pussy. Stop crying. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
Man, we call her Slow White. That's crazy. That's racist.
She litty.
That's crazy.
Melanie, you got about Melanie. You got kids or not?
One second, friends. I just have to read the other one.
Oh, my bad.
And shout out to my shout out to my snow bunnies and my white friends. Damn, you back? That's crazy, Noel. Let's interrupt you. If you want to bring her back, it's $21. Red Lipstick Vibe says, "Oh my God, drop that crackhead! Come on." She's on the back jamming, so if you want to bring her back, $21 it is via PayPal or Cash App. Let me just end Boogie and Melon back and forth, and then call me. Shape can ask his question. Go ahead. And remember, friends, if a man loses his job or can't provide, does he lose her love too? This is the topic, okay? Let's go ahead. All right.
So I don't want to get too personal, but what I will say is that my dad was born in 1941. So I was raised with a different mindset. So, I heard the stories about 13 children in the house and, living on the plantation. My dad is from Arkansas. So I understand that sometimes you have to make things happen. You have to make things work. You have to sacrifice. So I guess that's the best way I can answer you guys in referring to my mindset about the situation or my time of 2 years. But I am modern. So, because technically it shouldn't have a mindset. I'm supposed to stick it out the entire time if we're married. But I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to act like I'm not a woman. So I would say, I think for me, it would be 2 years.
Go ahead, Boogie, and finish the lab of thought. I think you have something on the back, Boogie. I don't know if it's I think it's reading from your phone. Check if you don't have like YouTube or probably if your phone is not so close to the table where the bottom of the phone is not bouncing from the, see what I'm saying? It's not bouncing from the desk. Like bring it out a little bit. Go ahead, Boogie. You want to something to say before? Call me.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because obviously, it's 2025. It's very hard to believe that a black woman would be willing to pay a man's bills for 2 years straight, a man who's not working. So that's why I was asking her, was she born with this mindset? Did she pick up the mindset at some point? Because it's very,
But men are, not to interrupt you, but men are simple. Women cause bills.
I agree, but I'm just saying the mindset that you have. We know the average woman doesn't think the way you do.
I agree.
So, I mean, what you're saying is good. Like any man would be happy to meet a woman like you. But we know some women will say exactly that to try and,
Not me.
the situation.
Not me, Boogie. 2 years is depending on what I did to this woman. If I put this woman through school, if I was with her for 10 years, well, like, I believe in credit. If Trev helps me move 5 times, lends me money, helps me fight motherfucking little black book because he's simping all that shit, hey, bro, you have a friend, you can tell me no 13 times, I'll give you credit. It's not, hey, you have 3 times and then we don't do that anymore. What
Yeah,
I
but
think she's a best case scenario, but 2 years, in my opinion, is nothing. Especially if it's justified. Sometimes you catch a tough break. See what I'm saying?
yeah,
So if you are
but
telling me 2 years and I'll leave you, let me find a more attractive woman than her. I'm saying, hey, Melanie, this is what I'm fucking. You have 2 years to become just like her or more attractive. If you don't, I appreciate you. I see you. That doesn't make sense.
But Fatty, that's why I asked for context. Do we have a savings? Do we have resources? You said you put me through school. Okay, so if you put me through school, I'm able to be the breadwinner. So what is the problem? Like, what condition are you sitting there not working in? Do you have a mental disorder? Are you violent towards
That's
me?
fair. So,
Or are
Boogie,
you?
sorry for interrupting the line of questioning. Am I going to be the sole provider? What is your ideal situation if that happened?
Yeah, here we go.
Huh.
Here we go.
Am I going to, if I can afford, imagine that I'm rich because I'm broke, right? Broke, baby. Will I, like, would you prefer me to take care of everything or you want to work too?
No, I would prefer you to take care of everything. That's how I was raised.
Okay. So if I take care of everything for 10 years, straight up, still 2 years. It's fair. It's fine. You can say what you really want.
If you only want a yes or no answer, then yes.
No, I want you to give me the scale of it's still 2 years. 10 years will give me some different, like, landing space.
If it's done correctly and you decide to never work again, if
No. I want to work back again. I just can't get it.
Okay, but do we have resources?
Okay, better yet, this is the last one. I try to be a lawyer again, but I can. So I go work. I'm a garbage disposal, work at McDonald's. I'm a janitor in the school. I might not get the job that I had, but I'm trying. I'm clearly trying. I'm doing these minimal jobs. It is what it is.
That's fine. Then we have to downsize.
And you are going to stay with me. You're not going to cheat on me with.
Because if you've accomplished great things once, why can't you again?
Yeah, but Boogie is an accomplished YouTuber now. Boogie has like 1 million views, subscribers. Every video is getting $1,000. You're not leaving me for Boogie? You're not leaving me for Boogie?
No, why?
Because I'm a janitor. And Boogie's
what? We can invest. Stocks. We can invest.
I don't think you know how stock works.
No, but we can. It doesn't matter. We can learn. Why can't we learn?
Loan? Who is going to pay it back?
What do you mean pay it back? We're going to invest it and it'll come back to us.
Boogie and Call Me Shape.
I got some questions for you, Melanie.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I'm going to put you on the hot seat.
Uh-oh.
All right. Let's get it. Let's get it.
You know what I'm saying? I got to figure out. Where you from?
California.
Oh, you a Cali girl?
Yes.
What part of Cali?
I don't want to get too personal if it's okay.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. You're not a content creator. People don't know who you are.
No, she said she told me a couple of shows ago that she will not go personal with people, so she doesn't want people to kind of go personal with her. So just say pineapple if the question you don't want to answer a specific question.
Okay. My bad.
That's
so
fine.
you're not. We can't figure out like how you got to this point at all.
Well, I referenced my father. My dad was born in 1941. That alone being, I was raised under the. Yeah.
My grandma was born in 1941.
Yeah, but your grandmother's mindset is different than now.
So you're traditional is what you're saying?
And I'm poly.
You're poly?
Yes.
Are you part of a poly relationship right now? Are you trying to be?
No.
You're
I'm not trying or I just understand. I just feel it's in a man's natural nature to be with more than one woman.
And when you mean poly, you mean that he has more than one woman,
yes,
individually, or you guys are all together in this kind of orgy kind of thing?
Well, I don't like the term orgy, but if that's what we choose.
So you're down for, hey, I got this other girl over here, you know what I'm saying? And I want her to come be your sister wife.
Yes.
But you got to lick her too.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Hey.
You got kids. I want to know, are you bringing kids into this poly situation?
Yes, if that's what we chose to do, yes.
No, meaning, do you have kids from any previous situation?
Is this personal or in general?
I want to understand who Melanin is.
Oh, that would be a pineapple?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you got kids. So look, I'm impressed by this, but part of me feels like, and I don't know if you're a content creator, part of me feels like this is like a Just Pearly things kind of grift. I don't know if I can believe you genuinely poly like that. Because if so, if you're so cooperative, because you've been that way this entire panel. You've been like cooperative, obedient. When I make points, you nod my head. When Little Black Book makes points, you shake your head. So I like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to figure out how we got here, how you all by yourself on an island, if you so desire.
Call me Chef. I'm actually.
Can I see Panelist? What does that have to do with the topic?
Well, all right. So the whole topic was what?
If a man loses his job or can't provide, does he lose her love too? And call me Shape. I actually don't mind you doing that. It's just like it looks like the. I will agree with you. You know what? I will agree with you. Melanin is too good to be true, and you sound like somebody from the manosphere that is coming in to get a got you moment on a person that No. Both of y'all are actually stereotypes of, it's like you are the embodiment of it, right? Melanin is too good to be true, right? This is what you call a chameleon or something close, because something right is something wrong is not right. And you sound like you are targeting the only woman in the panel because you are looking for an highlight reel and you try to do the got you bitch manosphere type of thing. What does that have to do with the topic in discussion?
No, I think the issue is because so many times, especially right now, it's very rare to hear a black woman, speak like Melanin. And remember, even Pretty called her a pick-me. And I was going to speak on it. I was going to ask Pretty why, when a woman speaks so positively about men, they call her a pick-me. So for me, actually, I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Call me Shape is too good to. He's right. It's too good to be true. But the same way, it's too good to be true when she always peddles things that are pro man and on the man's realm. But we can kind of do the same thing and say this is the prototype of the manosphere person that is coming in on a panel that has nothing to do. Like, you could do it naturally. I understand that when it's a natural conversation and now you get on the back and forth and now you disagree, so you need to understand why exactly is this person talking the way they're talking. But going out of your way to do that, it's kind of targeting, in my opinion.
I think we should give anyone the benefit of the doubt, right? If somebody on some fake shit, they're gonna be exposed pretty easily, right?
They shouldn't. They're guilty.
The benefit of the doubt, I take it at face value. Like, if your conversations are consistent and all of that, cool. But if you're gonna find out real quick, there'll be some inconsistencies. It's easy to pick somebody apart if they're grifting, right? You ask the right questions, and I see that might be what Call Me Shape might have been doing.
You already said when he said, "Do you have kids?" and she said, "No comment." He's done.
That's a yes.
No, he's done. Yeah, he's done. So
I would have said no if I didn't want anyone to know. I would just say no.
He's done. But that's the thing,
I've
right?
already stated that I don't answer personal questions, and you ask a personal question. Why would I answer you one way or another?
Because if you want to hide let's say you want to hide information, just in general. I mean, I'm not going to ask any more personal questions because I'm just trying to contribute to the chat. But
Call me Shep. I'm actually going to play devil's advocate.
Let's go.
I'm going to say I like what Melanin is saying, or the way she's speaking, and the reason being because it's so rare. So many times we get frustrated with women, for example, like Pretty, the ones who say negative things about men, the combative, the back and forth, they don't listen. Like, like we get tired of that. But to hear a woman finally, I don't care if she's faking, I don't care if it's real, I don't care if it's grifting. I'm just saying, at least for once, I'm just gonna appreciate. I mean, it's
you don't know women like that.
Rare. So I'm gonna appreciate exactly how she's speaking because it's very rare to find women like her.
Let me put you on a hot seat, Boogie. You don't know any woman like that?
No, I said rare.
I know, but I'm asking you. I said, do you know any woman like what she's describing, what she represents? Do you know?
I have an aunt. I have an auntie who speaks like that.
What about someone in your dateable age?
That's not a relative?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe some people I work with, but they are white.
Are you? Oh, so you know white women like that, but you don't know black women like that.
The ones that I don't speak, not really.
Now I know black women that are cooperative, traditional. They're not on the internet.
I know my relatives.
A lot of them are married. A lot of them are gone. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like traditional women, they exist. They're just not on the dating market.
True. I agree.
A lot of them are. I know traditional women. A lot of them are just wiped up.
True.
Because when you're that valuable, you get snatched up real quick.
Did you already cuffed one? Call me Shape.
Nah, I'm not. I'm intentionally not cuffing nobody.
So you're not marrying nobody.
No. Well, I don't want to be handcuffed to nobody. I want to love somebody in such a way where they're free. If we don't get along, they can go away.
And that's fair. But for example, in the future, would you look at a woman to reproduce, for example, or
I'm Christian. I gotta reproduce. God ordained me to do that.
But there's a thing. So you are comfortable with kind of cuffing a woman that probably was out there?
That was what?
For example, I'm 35, right? I'm about to be 36. If I married the 35-year-old, I know for the most part that probably I'm cuffing a woman that's been out there, because what was she doing between 15 and 35? 30, she was fucking somebody. She was having problems. You know what I'm saying? Are you comfortable with that situation that if you're going to get a woman to reproduce and probably, I don't know, 27, 28, 29 is the average age, are you comfortable cuffing somebody that was single because for them to meet you, they had to be on the dating market?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing because if you want a valuable woman, you got to go a lot younger. The older you get for women, I've dated professional women in their mid-30s. I recently just stopped talking to this attorney. Me and her were talking. Great girl, but very feminist in the mind. And you understand why at our age they're single, because they don't want to cooperate with anybody. Women our age, it's a reflection of the fact that they refuse to cooperate with a man. They prefer a simp. No offense, little black, but maybe someone that has your kind of thought process that will allow them to possibly, no offense, bro, I'm not, you can stand on yours, Look, if you want to cooperate with women, cooperate with women. I get it. Somebody got to wear the pants. If you decide that she's going to wear the pants, that's fine. But I just don't know how to follow a woman's lead. Therefore, I can't do it. So a lot of women our age, they want a man to follow their lead. They want to be able to change you, control you, mold you.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? I agree 100% with you. Are you willing to marry a woman?
Our age, no.
What's the age?
Our age, no. I would prefer for girls below, she got to be 26. The oldest. 26. 26 is probably old.
And you're going to marry her to have kids, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all I want to say. Thank you. Okay, Noel. So I actually agree with you. And Boogie, that's actually too good to be true. You don't want people to love bomb you. When you and I understand why you said the pearly things. Pearl is a clear example of right message, wrong messenger, right? She says everything that actually we kind of agree, but she's the wrong messenger because you know that she's doing that because she's a grifter, right? She's somebody that is kind of floating here and doing that. So I believe that Melanin might not be comfortable being scrutinized to the level of like in front of 200 people and all that. Like that's actually uncomfortable for everybody. But the thing is, if I told you I don't want you to talk about my personal life, if somebody asks me if I qualify for marriage, is a reason for me to be suspicious of me because I'm not giving you my personal data, and I have the right to do so. But that's how panels go. So I would let Call Me Spade kind of get a little bit into it if it was on an organic flow of the conversation, but it kind of looked like targeting, so I kind of let you guys figure it out. Okay, Lil Canal, you want to say something before? Oh, Boogie, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say that I do appreciate the way Melanin speaks. It's very rare these days.
No, he doesn't. I'm still going to fly you out, Melanin. Don't listen to him.
Wait. I'm saying I
Wait,
do.
you're still talking? That's crazy. Go ahead, Boogie.
I do appreciate the way she speaks. Because at the end of the day, men want a woman who speaks like her, calm, speaking positively about men. But at the same time, I'm not going to tell men to rush out to the aisle, down the aisle. So,
hey, Boogie, why are you blazing?
Why
are you blazing?
Man. I told Melanin. I told you this before. It's fair. It's absolutely fair. Just like I gave Little Black Book pushback when men are talking when he does what he. I love you, Little Black Book. I love you. But I got when they talking women this, women that. Where your woman at? Oh, I'm still single. They must not be that good. So when they ask you that, and then you say you don't want to answer the question, if you're that good, it can't. Hey, Mel, I'm telling you the truth. Can't nobody see you being single, so they're gonna ask you that question, especially when women are coming.
Going at my baby like that.
No, what Melanin my boo too. Melanin was my boo too.
Wait, whoa, wait.
God damn it!
Shut the fuck up! There's a
that's why she's not answering the
there's
questions.
a square, there's like a love square that I never heard about the square.
I told her not to answer the questions, man. I told her not to answer these questions.
There's a love square, that's crazy. How you do a love square?
She a pretty woman though. Shout out to her.
No. But they're gonna keep and that's what
I just want to say that it's just I'm having a moment of it being unfortunate that you want to pick me apart. Because I make it a point in real life and online to advocate for men. I literally cannot stand the disrespect that men go through on a regular basis. So it's like I'm not here to get picked. I was invited, and when I'm invited, I show up.
Let me ask you something, Melanin. Were you always like this, or is something that you grew into it?
No, I wasn't always like this.
Okay,
so something changed. Something changed.
Well, I had more of my mother's influence during a point in my time of my life, I guess you could say.
Like, I don't know if you know.
But it's like this. If I came on here and I was going in like Little Black Book, I was going in like Derek Jacks, I was going in like Ace Metaphor, I was going in like all these men, right?
Damn.
No offense to Little Black Book, because I love you.
Damn.
Right? I bet I would think I'd have a woman, because if they're so good and they're like Lamborghinis, I should have one. So that's why when they ask in reverse, that's why they're asking you that, because I think I'd be like, boy, how is she? Because all the stuff you say is perfect.
But I'm not perfect.
No.
Yes, you are. You are beautiful, no matter what they say. Don't let him bring you down.
No.
Yes, you are.
You were going to look at my social media.
Nobody says you're perfect. Nobody says you were perfect. But most men are going. If just like Patty asked Little Black Book, if they have the opportunity, most men are going.
Let me just say this before you guys go.
No, I'm not. I don't mean like that.
Yeah. Let me just say something that Melanin and Shape before they go, right? Because they want to talk. I will say this so y'all can understand what time it is at this point, right? I treat people like they treat me. I don't care if people are simps, white supremacists, tall, short, fat. Melanie being so nice to us. Probably top one,
nice.
top two of the woman that we got on TikTok. She always fighting the good fight, always available, all that shit. So she is being judged by the things that she does, not what she says. She's being judged actually by her actions. So top 3, without a doubt. I don't trust no woman that comes on my panel single over 30. None of y'all. And it's not personal. It's not about her. None of y'all. I met so many women that talk a good talk and all that. So just because I respect you and I admire you and I appreciate you on a friendship level, on a business level, that doesn't mean that you're my future girlfriend or wife. So I'm trying to separate both. I'm trying to separate both so people understand, because again, our group has a bunch of women, dope women, support us, respect us, send us money, always rocking with us. But if you told me, hey, Fatty, this person be so nice to you, would you marry her? I couldn't come with one name out of my head. Say, yeah, I'll marry that woman. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because they are married. They are married, and it's not just 3 years. They are married. They're being out of the game.
Here's the thing.
But I'll still fly you out, Melanin. Don't worry about it. Go
Here's
ahead,
the thing,
call me
Melanin.
Shape and Mr. Who was talking? Who wanted to talk? Shape and Melanin, I think. Go ahead.
Let me
I gotta say this because I'm a YouTuber, right? And people constantly question and pry into me. My audience wants to know, am I dating? Have I done this? Have I done that? Because they want to know, if you're so critical of something, who are you? They want to know, right? Or if you support something, who are you? It's not just what you're doing, but it's the person that's doing it, right? So I don't know you from a can of paint, Melon, and I'm fine with not asking anything about your private life. That's cool. But from what I could see, you speak a certain way, and then I look down and I see your Cash App. And so automatically my thoughts are going to be, is she saying this for a Cash App? I don't know anything about you. You didn't give me enough to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to look at you from what I could see. I'm like a police officer outside the car. I look and I see a gun on the seat. I didn't have to search
there's a
the
gun on
vehicle.
the seat. That's great.
You know what I'm saying?
But doesn't the fact that you don't know anything about me make it more authentic? You can't go find a bunch of information of me talking this way. So how can it be so fake?
Well, here's the thing, right? I've been to strip clubs before, and girls at strip clubs, they do one thing very well. They act like they like you. If you actually sat in a strip club and you watch how women behave, it's impressive. It's the most cooperative, the most complimenting you've ever seen a woman before. It actually tricks your mind as a man, like, oh shit, she really likes me. Until she walks away and does that same thing to somebody else.
I have to agree with that shit. I went to a strip club one time to meet a friend. She made me feel so good. I bought a $45 drink, and then she left me alone.
You know what I'm saying?
I was 22. I was like, what? Wait, what?
Hooters. Right. Don't forget Hooters.
The reason why girls
not doing that anymore.
The reason why
I
girls
am delivered.
Attack pick-me's because they know what pick-me does because they can do it. A lot of women, if they wanted to, they could turn cooperation on like this, right? Because they do it at the strip club. They do it when they walk in the strip, when they on the blade. So a girl, they know how to actually love a man. They know how a man wants to be loved. So I don't think women are stupid. They don't have idea what men want. I just think women refuse to do it. Every woman know men are simple. You said it right. Men are simple. Either we're hungry or we're horny. Everything else, just shut up. We're either hungry or horny. That's like most of our man state. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm hungry. Can you make something? I'm horny. Can you give me some? Like women are way different than that.
How about this? Let's grant you that argument. Let's just say she fake as fuck, right? Is she going to be a net positive or net negative? If let's say she was able to maintain her fakeness, which I'm not calling you fake. I'm just saying, let's just,
one thing I want you guys to be comfortable with is speaking without having to feel you have to, like, my emotions might be out of turn. It's okay for you to speak freely.
Okay, so let's just say she was fake, right? Is she going to be a net positive or a net negative to men, providing this never comes out?
Here's what I'll tell you: it's a net negative. Here's why. Because female manipulation is always a net negative. The thing about it is, we need men to screen from manipulation. That's what happens. A lot of these men, they get married to women that end up taking everything when they get divorced. They got manipulated. Those girls act like they like them too. Those girls, we're going to use a word that you guys use, it glaze them too. You feel me? So
I disagree, and I can tell you. I can tell you why I disagree with that. Because let's just say I disagree because
what part do you disagree
let's say
with?
she has her being a net negative, even if she was fake. Because let's say she has an account and let's say she go crazy like just pearly things or something. And I'm saying in the event that it never came out because she never did anything stupid like interview Nick Fuentes or something dumb. So let's just say men watch her content, women watch her content. Women are now convinced that, oh shit, this is how you treat a man. This is what you're supposed to do to a man. Because nothing that she said was incorrect, right? She's right. Everything that she said, nobody had a problem with what she said. Everybody agreed with what it was that she said. So if the message was to go out like that and most women would receive it, even if it's disingenuous, it's still effective, right? I think sometimes we look at manipulation as always wrong. Manipulation isn't always wrong. Most times it is, but not always.
No, I mean,
but
look,
here's the thing,
manipulate, right? So I'm not saying you want someone if you're in the courtroom, you want the lawyer to manipulate the jurors for you, right? That's what. So look, my thoughts are this: inauthenticity is always a net negative, and that's just a principle. If you think that inauthenticity is valuable in certain situations, we got different principles. To me,
he's right.
I live my life based on this premise that truth and authenticity is going to set you free.
He's right. So, if she's not real, Fatty, he's absolutely right.
Yeah,
if a woman can get me to commit to her completely, give her all my resources, give her all my support, and she was scamming a charlatan from the beginning versus a woman who deliberately shows me her thorns, deliberately shows me who she is as a person, and I don't compromise myself and put myself in those positions, he's right. Like at the end of the day, it's a negative. It looks like a positive, like the best positive. Remember I told you the biggest pick-me's are the ones who are actually doing that.
Yes, but it's not because y'all don't separate both. Y'all keep using woman and wife as the same person, right? I talk about pearly things. Pearly thing message needs to be pushed in front of the message because they are not going to hear from black woman. They're not going to hear from black men. They're not going to hear from white men. But so a white woman has to pick that shit and push it even though she doesn't believe it. So even though she might be a chameleon for her future husband, her message actually is pushing to change, actually helping men to getting what they need to get.
Oh, you talking about?
Let me just say this and then you got it right. My introduction to the red pill is an Argentinian woman called Esther Villar. I reviewed her videos before. She wrote something on the 70s about how women use sex to manipulate men and relationships and all that. Esther Villar is a divorcee. Esther Villar is a divorcee. She wrote one of the most brutal books that actually show men the female nature without being called misogynist because she's a woman, right? And her work, right? Torpedoes are is way more important than wherever she believed because the message supersedes the person. And just to get it, and for you to get it, this reminds me of the Martin Luther King shit, right? We talk about what Martin Luther King achieved and all that shit, and then black woman come in, but she cheated on Coretta. And that motherfucker is still Martin Luther King. I don't care if my motherfucker cheated.
I agree.
The message, and the message and the importance what you say a lot of times literally blows out of water what you do in your real life because I am the most obese person in this panel, and I can give you fitness advice because I was an athlete before and actually know about nutrition. I'm just a pig and I eat like shit, right? So if Danny DeVito can tell you how to become a strong and muscular man because he has the information, I don't believe that just because a woman might not have the results, she is not actually entitled to give you what is right. There's just one thing that actually bothers me. Can you apply the advices that you're giving to other people? That's the part that bothers me.
So call me fake. I thought he meant like on an individual basis, not versus
overall.
Overall, I agree with you.
That's what I was talking about. I'm talking about the positive influence.
If it's a huge influencer and can touch masses of people, absolutely big positive.
So Ali, I think it's in that negative. I'll tell you why. Right? We got a term for this. And we use these terms very commonly. One is narcissist, right? And the second one is
there's not a narcissist.
Hold on. The second one is conman. If you get conned, you won't look at that as a net positive. See,
exactly.
If you are a grifter, the way they grift, right? It's like race baiters. The way they
always getting conned. Always getting conned. The man
if a woman got conned into treating herself, treating her man in a better way to get her the marriage she wanted, she's not gonna be angry.
Hold on.
Hey, Carl, we have to have the conversation, right? If I get conned because she can be a wife to me, but she's influencing other 200 men and other 200 women to actually be fine. The message is important. The problem we had with Derek Jackson was that he was being older than thou, and I can understand what you're saying because it's exactly the same problem, right? Why are you preaching ABC and in your real life shit is actually not matching what you're saying? But you
remember I said women are like children? Remember I said women are like children? Children don't listen to what you say. What do?
They pay attention to what you
Call
do.
me Shay.
What we do.
Let me tell you something, bro. You can run your mouth and say whatever you want, and you might feel like, all right,
you're moving too fast. What we
you are not engaged.
Listen, you're not engaged because you're not even responding to what he's saying about how you're responding to what he just said. If Kevin Samuels was a fraud, right?
Kevin Samuels, two-time divorcee, all that. Yeah. This example.
Who he said he was, right? He made a great impact on a positive impact on people. If it comes out that he's a fraud and people are like, well, they still don't care, it's still making a great impact on a person. Versus if he was an individual, just an individual that was doing that.
Can I respond to that, Ali?
Of course.
Okay, this is my response to that. The message is genuine.
Yeah.
But the messenger is disingenuous.
We agree.
Yes. Those are two separate things.
Yes.
Right? So I could agree that Melanie's message is correct. But I also could agree that she's disingenuous. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying as an example. So Pearly, right? Pearly is the example of someone who has the right message.
Right.
The message is right. But the messenger is disingenuous.
No, that's fair.
Disingenuous
we did this show. We did this show a year ago. Actually, 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago, Fatty? Where the messenger is more important than the message.
It was about Priscilla because Priscilla flipped on everybody, and now she was preaching that it was men are incapable of love and men are gay, and then she was like, "Oh, look at these women. These women are raggedy." And
the other girl. Can I go back to my child point though? Can I go back to my child point?
Yeah.
The child point is this. And because you got to watch how the youth learn, right? Because it's so important to watch how the youth learn because majority of people learn like children. Very few people learn like adults. Most people learn at a 7th grade level and below. Most people speak at a 7th grade level and below. So how people absorb information is relative. Now, no one, like Fatty said, he could train anybody. He's a bodybuilder. I'm actually a personal trainer, right? Fat trainers don't do well in a personal training gym environment. They might do well for certain things. Like boxers, if your trainer ain't the best boxer, that don't matter, right? You could be out of shape as a boxer coach. That don't matter. But personal training one-on-one, if you tell someone lift this, do this, and do that, it doesn't work in our environment because your biggest billboard is your body. When I walk through the gym, people decide if they want to train with me, not based just on this. On the first thing they see, they say, "Do I want to look like this person?"
But you're making a whole nother argument. It's just like Gus D'Amato was a dude that was out of shape. He trained Mike Tyson.
I just used that as an example. I just said boxer works in boxing.
The correct analogy, the correct question will be, call me shape. If The Rock Johnson went to your gym because he's way bigger than you, would he more qualified to actually train your clients? Probably depends.
It's not that they're more qualified. And I agree with you. You could be more. You can know more, and he could just be on juice, right? But I'm just trying to make it very vague here because here's the reality, right? I'm just trying to prove the point that why it's a net negative. Because I agree that we need a certain message pushed, but we don't need it pushed in a shallow way. We need it pushed in a deep way.
Basically,
let him finish so I can understand. 1 second, please. Let him finish so I can understand what's going on.
So part of the problem we have in this world is that people don't walk it like they talk it. That's such a big problem. People don't look at that as a problem, but that's a big problem. Politicians are so guilty of this, and that's why no one trusts politics. Because they'll get on stage and they'll say whatever they gotta say, and then behind closed doors. And what people see in that is that in order for me to get there, I gotta I gotta say one thing and do another, and so the whole world
another
is
argument.
being trained by that.
Call me Shape. You keep making
That's
a,
another
it,
argument.
you're making another
you
argument,
keep
my
pushing,
brother.
you keep pushing. So let me just say
Yeah,
this, right? Let me
You
say
said
let me
net
say this
positive,
quick.
right?
Kevin Samuels doesn't have results. Two-time divorcee, was single and a bachelor when he died. Fresh and Fit, ooh wee, those motherfuckers are a wreck when it comes to the woman they date on the personal life. She loved me for me, all of that shit. Donovan Sharp, caught. Like, you have so many people that are inside of the manosphere preaching and peddling good rhetoric that actually is going to help men while they are actually fuck ups in their real life. I think is a net positive. I think actually people need to get introduced on entertainment shit by Fresh and Fit, and then discover Trev, and they discover Boogie, and they discover Little Black Book, and they discover Ali. I believe that there's to be a entertaining gateway drug to actually get these people in. If they go to the Six the Goddess route, to the Danica Marie route, I don't give a fuck. As long as they are here, then we actually can have a conversation. So I want to split the conversation in two things. Is it good for you to have woman allies that are actually helping push back? Yes, because this is what we're asking women to do for decades. Help us, please, somebody, even if it's like, let's help us. Are you going to marry her? I wouldn't recommend. Not her, not nobody. Not nobody. Hey, I have so many dope women in my network. Fatty, you marry her? Never. Sorry, not sorry. Go get another husband. I'm not crazy. Something is wrong. Something on the track record is not wrong. But the thing that we kind of missing, in my opinion, is once again, why are we so dedicated into do wish hunt with women that are probably not what we want on a perfection type of way, when we have a bunch of men doing exactly the same thing right now at this point on other shows at the same time, and we kind of leave them alone because they are stepdaddies of three and they're preaching you shouldn't be a stepdaddy, you shouldn't do this, and just wrap it up because I'm all over the place. I would say this to Legacy. I think if Legacy actually was honest, she will get married tomorrow. Because men are starving for the bare minimum. Men are starving for attention. Men are starving for a woman that says, yep, I have 2 kids. I still look good, still in shape. I learned my lesson. I guarantee you, on the 200 people watching, there's somebody that's going to jump and says, you know what? I got this. It is what it is. When you put it in a kind of secrecy bubble, this is when qualified men kind of say, nah, it's a trap. Something is going on. So I will agree with Call Me Spade that a lot of times when women actually know better and do better, having a level of secrecy around what they're doing before they got to that stage can actually hinder you, because if a woman that I deemed that was kind of perfect because she had all the talking points and she looked good and she smelled good and all that shit, and then after I met her and I like her, she springs on me that she has 2 kids, I will fuck you and dump you. If you did the opposite, you might have a chance. Because now I actually can make a corner this season. I fell in love with the person that you are putting the good things in front of everybody, and then the bad things might go to the side or on the back, or let him fall in love with me, and now I'm going to spring that I am A, B, C, D. So complicated. Ilkan Ali, and then we're going to Ilkan Ali. We do final thoughts and then we wrap it up.
So this is the thing we saying, Call Me Shape. Anybody who comes on this panel, they're gonna have some certain bias from us and protection from us if they move a certain way. Even Little Black Book, like we'll go back and forth with each other, but we still support the brother. He has a lot of integrity and he's a respectful dude. Melanin has done nothing but be respectful the way she conducts herself. We found her, or I say ran into her on panels, like having the same conversation. Now I was dropping galaxies to protect her, and all women were tearing her up, right? So from her track record, she good. But from what you're saying is what me and Fatty think as well too. And you're verbalizing our thoughts. It's so many women that we come across that, and no disrespect to you, Melanin, they'll play the course for a little period of time, and then you'll get to see that woman again. Like you'll get to see the woman was almost like other different women. So I know what Call Me Shape is saying, and you have the right to say it as well too, because even if I call brothers out when he's on these panels, he's questioning you. It's a legitimate question. But in regards to us always encountering her and how she moves, the reason I can almost see has even the Cash App, call me Shape, she's a panelist. Like she's not just this typical woman who we just invited. She came on today. Like she's someone we invite all the time. She's on several panels, so it would be foolish for her not to try to get some type of money while she's on panels or all
Fair
on
enough.
it.
Yeah,
So,
fair enough.
but you're right. The first time you run into her, if you see the Cash App and she's on somebody's show, I would do the same thing you do. I was like, well, why is she putting her Cash App on the show? And it's like this girl, this first time she may be on the show, but she gets invited on here. Her Cash App supporter. She goes on TikTok too. She's a huge panelist, so I would expect her to want to make money while she's on different people's panel. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I make money on YouTube, and I'm not getting paid for this. You know what I'm saying?
But your questions are legitimate. A lot of your questions are solid. Your interpretation's been solid. The information you've been providing is solid. So you have every right that. And I think that's why Melanin not offended about what you're asking, because she sees that other women be doing all the time. So she could be just like every single woman when that's what you see every single time.
Yeah. It was just, I just said it was unfortunate because it's happening in a male space, but it brings forth a great conversation. So I'm comfortable with it. I won't say that in my personal life, based off what you guys are saying, it reflects me performing in my personal life what I speak. I guess displayed about being a married woman and things of that nature. But what I talk about, I believe in it. Like I said, my dad was born in 1941. My dad was my best friend. He just passed last year. So I get attacked by women a lot for my point of view, but and it's okay when I get attacked by women because I'm ready for it. But you know, it's just a little, you know, what off-putting, I guess you could say, but I'm comfortable to just get picked apart because it's from a genuine place. I understand why you would question it, but I'm very passionate about it, and I don't go back and forth with men. That's why I told you guys to be able to speak freely because you're entitled to how you feel. But if this was a woman, I would have definitely been
on her.
Yeah, you would be kidding.
Do you like that I treat men the same way I was on Little Black Book's bumper? I was on your bumper.
Yeah.
Feel me? I wasn't just bullying you. I was going toe to toe with this dude, and he's the size of the Hulk. You know what I'm saying?
But there's the point, right? That's why we kind of tell him to chill, but we are not going to gaslight him and tell him that it's wrong because that's what most people think. You see what I'm saying? We might say, "Hey, Chapes, chill," but I'm not going to say, "Why are you?" So
in all of your observation, he is correct.
And Madeline, the thing
Little
is,
Black Book said he's celibate, but he catfishing. You know, it's hard to believe. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Like, you know what I'm saying, man? I was watching you. I came back from the gym. So I just came from natural clothing. Yeah,
bro. Famous people struggle to get touched too, bro. Famous people struggle to get touched.
Yeah, thirst trapping. I'm celibate, bro. I haven't had sex seven
Listen,
months.
I'm not feeling for any kind of that kind of thing anymore. I've done that, lived it, and I don't need to do it anymore. You know what I'm saying to you? I think we need to be honest. All of us
you
here.
had so much, you just wore it out. Huh? You just wore it out.
Listen, I what I was hearing from the mandem is that some of you are scared to commit. That's what I heard. I heard you lot are scared to commit. You lot are talking about how there's no girl that's gonna meet your standard. You're scared to commit. Let's be honest. Some of you are talking about you can get your girl. You haven't got options, or you're scared to commit. Which one is it, boys?
And women are scared to submit.
Hold on.
We scared to commit.
Hey, Little Black Book. I'm in a relationship, and I'm talking like this.
Oh, is it? Oh, so you marrying them?
Hey, guess what? Yeah. But guess what? 2 of the kids, they my kids too. There's not no kids out of wedlock.
So you gonna marry her?
I may, but I'm in a relationship. You said a relationship.
No, that's not me. What? Sorry,
you said scared of commitment. No. It's okay if you push back. I'm not no problem with it. I'll decide if we get married or not. But what I'm saying is that you're saying men are scared of commitment. Most men ain't scared of commitment. Men are scared of what women will do with the commitment. Dudes ain't scared of commitment.
Good discernment. You shouldn't be afraid of that. You got just good discernment. You should dodge those people. So
no, you can't.
You personally,
Little Black Boy, you can't do that.
Will you be marrying? Because clearly you had 2 kids of us. So your judgment is good.
A Little Black Book when I want to. Straight up as a man. When I want to, that's when I want.
You want to get married to her?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you believe in marriage?
I'm not trying to wait. No. Listen again. I believe in commitment. Like you said, hold on. See what you did? You said commitment. Now you change it to this is what you do. This is where you mess up. You said commitment. You don't have to be married to be committed. You could be committed with a person for their entire life and not be in a marriage, and you could be a horrible marriage and not be committed to somebody. Come on, little black, but don't take. You're supposed to get dubs today. You're supposed to get a win.
Oh, you dig it? That's crazy.
I will not tell men to go into burning buildings like my brother says, and I'm not about to go meet my woman in divorce court. When I felt like it's legitimate, a good thing to get married.
That if you get married, she'll change. Is that what you're telling me? Because you're doing it right now. You're committed and you're staying in this relationship. What would be the difference between you putting a ring on her and it being legal? Because if she's the one, then you should be okay with getting married then. Because she ain't gonna change.
Right. But that's the things we talk about is the fact that how women change when you finally do put a ring on there. That's why brothers are on here. When you finally do get in a relationship. Yeah, so but you can't speak for women because you don't know all women. Remember?
Do you believe that she's gonna change?
Hold on. I'm speking for women, right? Because you can't speak for women or men because you don't know them, right? So majority of brothers come on here. Majority of brothers come on here. Hold on, that's what you said. I ain't say that. That's what you said. I ain't say that.
I'm like you.
The majority of brothers' experiences when the women change, just like men change when they get sex. Women change when men get in relationships with them. They become a completely different person or the person they've always been. Just like Call Me Shape said, even if he's calling women children, he still don't believe they're stupid. They decide to act like kids, but they know exactly what they're doing. And most of our experiences, and why I really believe you single too, and you probably still smashing and dashing, and I don't believe you've been celibate. But the reason why you still got that shirt on like that and trying to thirst trap and go knife too, smash and dash. Is because it's hard.
He's trying to get melanin.
I'm almost done. Look, black, let me finish.
He's trying to get melanin.
You don't trust women enough to give them commitment either because you feel like they'll change as well too, my brother. And that's why you got the little black book. Ain't a little black book all the women you have sex with?
I think Little Black Book is red pill on the low.
Hey, Fatty,
this man has all the women on this panel. We go to all the
women you have sex with.
I'm snitching on him. He has so many big boy women around him and all that. There's no way this man is not red pill. I'm telling you, bro. Look at him.
Listen.
Look at his guilty face. Look.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm telling you.
Listen.
This man is red pill.
Wait. I mean, listen.
Red pill with a blue hat on. Blue pill hat on.
The reason I know why I'm not married though. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because I was out here in the fields, doing what I was doing. Do you know what I'm saying? I was out.
Hold on. I want to hear this. Hold on. No, tell us.
He's explaining that.
I was been so the last obviously the previous few years, obviously before that, I was in the fields. So when I was in the fields, I wasn't thinking about marriage.
Why were you in the fields?
I'll tell you why I was in the fields. Thank you for asking that question. The reason why I was in the fields because number one, I was hurt and I was broken.
Got your heart broke. I knew it. Hey, Daddy.
No, not by women. No, not by women. The heartbreak was actually because of the way that I had issues with my parents and how they raised me, and that affected how I looked at women. So I didn't want to give them commitment because I was always afraid, and that's why. So for me personally,
you gotta go slow. Hey, Little Black Book. You know you with Ali and Fatty, right? You gotta go slow. No.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You can't just get away with just saying stuff.
No. Well, Ali, we changed the policy. We let them finish.
Okay.
Yeah, Pat, we changed the policy. I'm sorry. I gotta go read our policy. I forgot about that part. Hold on. Let them finish. Then we go back slow. Okay.
Take notes on the
I'm sorry, man. Let me put that down.
That's right, man. It's a fair question. But like for me personally, I was hurt. So the kind of women that I was actually encountering were also broken and hurt. So the inevitable end of those relationships were going to be chaos because both of us are actually insecure people. Now, obviously, I've done the work. I'm doing the work now. I've got into therapy. Obviously, I coach as well, so that helps. It's a situation too. But I coach, but obviously, I've done therapy. I had to go through. I was like, wow, I've got some tapped mindsets, which if I was to get into a relationship long term, it would not maintain, right? Because clearly, some men have done it. So there must be a way to do this thing. There must be great women out there because men have done it, right? So just like people who become millionaires, there's a way to do something. So I didn't have the way to do it because I was having the way I saw life and the way I saw women was incorrect. So I had to go and retrain my mind to be in that space. Now I'm in that space. Yes, there are options, but when I look at the options, I go, you're not the right one person for me. You're not the right person for me. So I actually have to wait for the right kind of person for me because of the work that I do and what I'm doing. So for me personally, it's me holding me in terms of the fact that I can't just choose anybody. But the reality of the situation is the right option hasn't come along for me to come and claim the Lord is working. So I already know he's taking me somewhere.
The right.
You sound exactly like us.
You sound like a woman. No, he sound like a woman. So
no, he doesn't.
Hold on, Fatty. He said he's still healing. He said he's still healing, and he has to find. Yesterday, hold on, Fatty.
Sounds like the
last show said they're looking for the right man, and these women are still healing too. You literally saying you're hurt, you're healing, and you haven't found the right one.
Who hurt you?
Yeah. So the whole point of what I'm trying to explain.
So are you healing? Are you healing?
I'm still in the process of healing. That's not why I'm not. That's not why I'm not in a relationship
are you
right
still
now.
healing though? Are you still healing?
I'm always still healing. I'm going to be forever healing.
Okay, and you haven't found what is the right one? You're always healing.
When is the right one? I know the right, because again, I allow the. I'm in a different space now.
No, so who's the right one though? Can you tell me what the right one is?
The right one is going to be the one that's going to be an encourager, one that's going to speak life into me, the one that's going to understand my vision, the one that's going to be able to accept me for who I am personally as a person, right? This is a person who's going to be kind, who's going to be caring. That's going to be the right kind of person.
You haven't met no woman like that?
No, I have, but you have to understand that I allow the Lord to lead me now. I'm in a different space. I'm not in the same space I was before.
No.
If it was on me, I could have found the right kind of one person.
Have you ran into that type of woman in 7 months?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm letting the Lord lead.
Oh my God, this nigga.
Yeah, I'm fine wrong, but I'm letting the Lord lead. I'm letting the Lord lead. That's just me.
Ali, I want to ask you a question, brother.
Go ahead, my brother.
Ali, what's your general? I'm curious why you're trying to figure out his dating life. Is that for credibility?
So
I can answer.
Hold on, my brother. The same thing you were doing the melanin. Remember we told you to do with the brothers. You should already know, just like you said.
No, but the dating. No, I'm not saying you shouldn't.
It's the credit. It's the credibility. It's the observer how he's living his life, and it's consistent to how he's talking. The same way we said there's no reason why melanin is single. If this brother is talking like this, it's no reason why my brother is single.
Ali, men, that's different. Men and women are different because
no. Hey, call me Shay. If his rhetoric matched our words, then it's consistent. But his rhetoric doesn't match our words.
So you can't
watch. Are most women good? Are most women good or bad? Little black book.
Yeah, I don't like that question.
So remember this. Before he said he don't like that question, what he should have said, what Fatty should have said, I don't know most women. But you see, it's a different answer again. So little black book, little black book, hold on, little black book. Listen, you my boy, No, listen. As much as you keep talking to me, you change your answers, you're gonna put yourself in the box with me, and you're gonna be in Pandora's box. And once it open up, we can't close it back up, brother, because we remember what you said. You should have said, I don't know most women again.
That's a hell of a I felt that place.
Leading. That's what I said last time.
No, you keep saying leading as if you're already assuming I'm gonna put you in the box, which means you have to tell the truth. I don't say you're leading me. I answer all your questions. It's no leading. If I'm not, hey, black book, straight up. If I'm not full of it, anybody could ask me a question. I'm not gonna say, man, that's leading. There's no way you could put me in a box if I'm gonna tell the truth. No, little black books. If you're gonna lie, then I could put you in a box. But if you're gonna tell the truth, there's no leading questions you can give Ali, because I'm gonna answer the question truthfully.
When you ask a yes or no question, right, it forces you into a box, and you're like, "Gotcha," and I don't like that because
I don't. No, it's not gotcha.
And then I get called out for saying
no, it's not gotcha. It's your consistency.
Answers. No, I said already. I said
Ali, you know why I agree. You know why I agree with Baze, because Little Black Book and Shape said the same thing.
Yeah, they said the same thing.
That's why
when you ask me the question, and
I believe that these red pill. Hey, if you notice that, hey man, hey, I'm working on. Hey, it's what it is, and I'm working on myself, and I look at this woman, and she was not the right one for me, and I need to y'all. Both of y'all are red pill. Hey, Little Black Book. I'll actually tell you this, right? Little Black Book. No, this, you know why I know these red pill because hey, Ali. I
know what you're saying too.
You can be red pill two ways: by suffering on the ends of woman and by being around woman for a long time. This man has female panels. He's reviewing reality shows of this woman acting crazy. The woman on the panel coming to defend it, to do the sisterhood. He's nosy. He's professional at it. He knows what it is.
This is what I used to tell. This is what I used to tell women before I smash. I'm looking for the right one. I'll know when we dealing with each other if you're the right one or not. God would lead me to you. He just saying you say all the right things, man.
No. When I was smashing, I told women, listen, I'm the only one here to smash. I never told women. I never told women I wasn't the right person. I can guarantee. Listen, hold on.
Never said
I can guarantee that 100%. Listen, when you're honest like that, it works. Okay.
Even players don't talk like that.
He out of control.
What do you mean players don't talk like that?
Even players don't talk like that.
I told you. I said it. I've said it
He's
before.
the biggest player.
When you decide to no. Here's hold on. When you decide, to start saying, "Oh, I think you're the right one person," right? For me, doesn't make me feel comfortable. I'm a real person. I will tell you, listen, I'm trying to smash. What are you on? And let me tell you this now. Women respond well to that. I'm telling you, the ones that they respond well to that, they do. Because I will tell you this: I'm not on it, or I'm on it.
That's why you wearing that blue cap. Because what you say
ain't healing. You got to out here peeling. You still out here peeling the millions. I said he ain't healing. He
I don't do it no more. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why would you not tell a woman what you actually want to achieve? I don't get that.
Okay, let me ask. Hey, Lil Blackwood, let me ask you something. Do you agree? Do you agree with Shape? There's some red flags on Legacy.
Do I believe there's red flags?
About her agreeing with us for the most part.
Why he can't speak for her? Watch. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say that. I think there's red flags on all of us.
Psych. Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who? Yeah. OVO Sound 2025.
The only answer that you couldn't use, he did it. Like, he had so many ways to escape, and he said, everybody has problems.
He's a little demon, man. He be
ready.
running.
Funny as fuck.
I don't want you to judge me after this. Wait,
so they can judge. You know what I mean?
He'll be like this. He'll be like this. Hey, baby, only God can judge you.
Hey, that's
you should judge yourself. You should know.
This is why I was talking about player. The player says, "Who am I to judge?"
So, Little Blackwood, you on a reality?
I would need to know more about. more about Melanin, like before I can.
She's my woman. You don't need to know nothing about her.
If I spoke to her, I'll be able to say. Okay, that's why I said I hold myself accountable first. That's why I hold myself accountable first by saying, listen, there are great women out there. I'm not saying there are not great women out there. And I could be with someone great, but that doesn't mean it's good for me.
You say all the right things.
No, you have to think about what's good for you as a person, an individual.
But think about what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of good women out there, but they are not good for me. So why would they be good for me? Why should I fuck women that you wouldn't? Why should I cuff women that you wouldn't? Wait, 1 second. When we say there's a lot of good women out there, it sounds like a mythical Pokemon, right? They are out there, but where exactly? If you are so picky with the quality of woman that you have, and you can find them in abundance in society, and I'm picky, and Shape is picky, and Base is picky, and Trev is picky, and we kind of like, damn, this is kind of getting difficult. Is the proof that there's not a lot of them? Because if there was a lot of them, we wouldn't be picky. This woman has to the bear, especially accomplishment like you. You know, this woman, the only thing they need to do is don't get in your way. Just don't get in your way. Be there with you, make your life a little bit easier. Don't get in my way. I take care of all the rest. So we kind of like, we might not be red-pilled on the things that we believe, but the way we are moving on the dating market is literally the same shit. It's literally the same way.
I mean,
and based on how we're moving, that's not based on fear. That's based on us making wise decisions, because every time a man picks wrong or he gets screwed over by a woman, what's the first thing we say? He should have picked better. So when we're having these discussions, and we're asking all these questions, we're trying to figure out, okay, is this something that I should entertain, pursue, or should I just fall back and let the cars fall where they lay? So what we're talking about is not based on fear. It's based on making wise judgments and making calculated moves.
Hey, Anonymous, that sounds like men of discipline, don't it?
But I trust my discernment. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
That sounds like men of discipline, don't it? That sounds like men of discipline, don't it, Little Black Book?
I mean, that what he described, that does sound like discipline. If that's what you're doing.
Are most men disciplined?
I don't know. You have to ask them.
I know, right? And we got him now, Patty.
Finally.
We got all his answers. We got all.
Hey. You gotta ask them.
He's been telling us the whole show. Look, y'all. He's been telling us the whole show that men are not disciplined. Now he said we gotta ask the men.
I'm not saying that men are not disciplined, by the way. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that. I'm not actually saying that. I'm saying I was making it in the contextually. If you say that, can we say this?
Don't hit us with the context.
No, context is also important. Context is very, very important. This is the whole conversation contextual.
You're using how you use it in context when it benefits you.
Hey, Ali, you know this man. Hey, Ali, you know this man is.
We all do that. Fatty, listen to Fatty out of control.
We all do that. That's the whole point of conversations. We all do that.
You know what this man is going to be? Like remember when Superman? Remember when they killed Superman and then he got revived? The motherfucker was going crazy. He was grabbing people by the neck and punching everybody and all that shit. This is what's going to happen to Little Black Book by the time he's 40. He's going to come right back and say, "Hey, you know this blue cat? Give me the red cat, bro. I need the red. I'm on the red team now. I'm not going to be a blue. I'm not going to be blue pill,
man. I don't messed up.
Let me." I think Shape wanted to say something. Then we
want to shoot Little Black Book some bail because let me tell you something, man. I don't know what everybody like status is on YouTube, whatever. But the more status you get as a man, the harder it is, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You actually, women are a lot easier when you're a brokey. When I was broke and I had roommates, bro, ain't nobody question nothing. I had a girl show up to my and I have roommates. I had a house. She showed up to the house in the trench coat naked. I'm like, girl, I got roommates. We got to walk past all their rooms. You know what I'm saying? But when I got on my own place, I realized like, yo, girls are testing me more. They're more suspicious of me. When you become successful as a man, girls try you more. That's when they start screening you. When you're a brokey, they never screen. And I think it goes back to the point that you pass what they're screening you for when you make it. They're screening for to see if you're going to let them control you. When you're broke, the assumption is you won't let them control you.
Yeah, because they know they have the power.
But everybody,
when they have the upper hand,
everybody's broke.
Huh?
But Shape.
Everybody's healing.
No, but I'm saying when you're a man, when you're broke as a man, a woman assumes that she can have authority over you. When you're successful,
do you know all men?
Of course, I don't know all men.
He's fucking with you. He's fucking with you.
Yeah, I'm doing that one. You made it easier this time. But you get what I'm trying to say? I think he's single because if he is successful like you guys claim he is, and he
has to protect himself. Yeah, he has to protect himself.
Right? No, but not only he has to protect himself, women are screening to see if he's going to be obedient or not. And so therefore, they're going to be more difficult to hit.
And the motherfucker is the dancing giant. He's doing like his moves on the gym and shit. You should be on guard.
I need to be discerning for the right kind of person. That's the whole point. You need to vet people. You need to be concerned. But me personally, where I am now, I'm waiting for me personally. Now, I'm a Christian, right? So I'm now waiting for the Lord to direct me to choosing the right woman. It's not that there aren't great women out there, like I said before. But what I'm saying to you is, I need the Lord to direct me. That is what I said because I've surrendered myself to the Lord. Now that's a different perspective, I understand, but that's for me. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I could choose somebody, but I want the Lord to lead me.
Gotta be stopped. The Lord ain't lead you to no right woman yet.
No. See, before you get to a promise, the preparation.
Direction.
Hey, Little Black Boy, how old are you?
Before.
No. Hold on. He did it again. Little Black Boy, how old are you?
Yes, I'm 33.
Why God wouldn't help you when you was 23? Why he still ain't help you?
See, now you explained it, and that's why I explained it to you earlier on. The issues was I didn't want God to tell me who to date and who to marry. I didn't want him to. That's an area of my life that I didn't want God to touch.
Yeah, Ali, let him talk, Ali.
You know, it's just a real truth. I didn't want God to touch those areas. You know what I'm saying to you? I wanted to live my life how I want to live it. But now I am because I went out there and I did stupid stuff.
Ali, let me ask you something.
There's always preparation to the purpose.
I think this man actually is right, Ali. Imagine that you are a Ash Ketchum. You want to be a master Pokemon. You catch the 150 and you beat all the gyms. Why the fuck you going outside, bro? You already got it. This man already caught all the Pokemons he wanted. He went to all the gyms. He got all the badges. Motherfucker chilling now. Now he's ready because God doesn't put him outside yet. Hey, yes, Ali, yes, air conditioning on that studio. This man is living a good life.
Remember how what you always ask? Hold on, Little Black Book. Nope, you being interrogated. You said you met the right ones. Why you don't just go to them?
No, because I said, I met the right ones, but I'm saying to you, like, I have to Lord lead. If God says,
Fatty always asks this question. Okay. People say they met the right. Why you don't just go back to the right ones?
Yeah, if these
Because
women
that's
were
not-
so
because
good
if
and
the
you were
law
not
has
ready,
not, hold on. I'm surrendered to someone of a higher authority. If they say that's not the one, there's nothing I can do about that. That's what he said.
Okay, can you tell me
How-
this?
how do
you
they
know-
say-
Hold on, Boogie, hold on, Boogie. How do you know when God told you that's the right one?
It's going to be hard to explain to somebody who's if you're not a believer, it's going to be hard to explain that to you.
No,
Do
I'm
you know what I'm
asking
saying?
you. No, I need to
It will
believe.
sound wishy-washy.
No, I don't.
It will
want
sound
you to-
wishy-washy.
No, tell me so I understand when it happens for me too. So when I know when I should get
No,
married.
it won't happen the
Tell
same
me.
way because
No,
everyone has a relationship with
I know
God.
everybody has their different ones, but how is it going to happen with you when you know God tells you?
I'll just know. It's called a knowing. In Christendom, when we talk about this, the Holy Spirit just lets you know. It's a knowing. It's just
No.
like I don't know how to explain that to you. That's
You
it's
gotta
called a
read,
knowing.
bro. You gotta read the Bible. Don't go by just that. The Bible says you gotta read it, bro. That's in Scripture.
I believe.
We know that, but that's not about when we're
Yeah,
talking about when we're talking about
God
choosing
don't
someone.
give
I read the
nobody
word
a
already.
choice. He gave them Scripture.
I can touch
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how did you know? And I said
Yeah,
I
this
read
man
Scripture.
is
That's the
because
problem.
he told
So
you
I know
what
it's
life
the reason
is.
why I know it's him because I read Scripture, so I know it's in alignment with him. That's what the script. That's what the Scripture
Do
is
you
there.
know what
So
a
the Scripture
Proverbs
is not
31
based.
wife is?
I do know that a Proverbs 31
Yeah,
wife
so
is.
that's
Yeah.
it. You know, it ain't gonna be intuition, bro. It's Scripture.
let me
I
just
don't
say
get
this.
that how that makes.
Let me
Go on.
just say this because this man is our future colleague, right? Well, no need. God is going to send him right back to us. God, hey, bro, God
Absolutely not. Absolutely
God
not.
is going to send
I'm
him
ready.
right
I'm ready.
back
I'm ready to
Trev.
exit.
This man is going to be doing consultations with Trev in 7 years. Just watch. I just want to say this so people can understand like what type of environment we have here. The same way I'd say I don't trust melanin on any woman on our space, you shouldn't trust me either because I don't trust you. Like you shouldn't trust. You shouldn't trust me at all.
A person who don't trust anyone can't be trusted. That's the quote.
You shouldn't trust me at all. Oh, Fatty Lot sounds like a good guy. Nope. If I see something that is redder than red, you will get the Fatty special glass of water and a towel. That's all I have for you. So the same way, like I can be coming here and saying I'm the righteous person and I have the right to judge you, and you don't have the right to judge me back. I'm just saying a lot of times deals that are too good to be true. A lot of time, like that's where's the catch? It's like this coach is saying for free, for free. What? So why are you doing this shit? And then you click it, 7 links to these $9.99, right?
Yep.
It's not for free, but we kind of understand the funneling. Like you want to attract the attention of the people, so they should do what they
That's why I
happen.
said I'm the problem. But that's why I called myself out though. When I preference the whole situation, I said I am the problem. I said my discernment was off.
But you know, you are not going to get away with that shit, sir.
I preference when I started talking that my earlier years, my discernment was off. That I said this.
No. We know you too. We know you too good now, brother, for you to say this. You know when Ali says, "Hey, Freddy, you'll be an awesome father," because he knows the character. Like we know you will be the the kid. Then you'll buy flowers.
A little black book. You actually
It's not
scared,
you,
brother. You scared of commitment, man.
Brother.
I was when I was younger. I said this already. I said when I was
when I
was younger, I was. Now I'm not.
I think you'd be a great father.
Now I'm ready to commit, but I'm also ready for the Lord to lead in that particular aspect. So I want what the Lord wants.
Hey, Ali,
so for
Ali.
me personally, that's the space I'm in.
Bro,
There are
you
great
sound
women out
like
there,
us.
You scared of
Bro,
commitment.
Ali, you know,
I'm not scared. I'm ready to go because if I get it, I'll marry.
Like, look,
let
me give you these flowers, right? You are saying the same thing Mr. Let Go and Jeremy always said to us. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. I truly believe it was them. You get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit, bro. You are the nicest person. This man is the nicest person. It's me. I'm a monster. No, you're not. Shut up.
But you have to remember.
Shut up.
Wait, but you have to understand. You have to understand that the niceness, obviously, for a person, right, doesn't mean I can't do the stupid things I was doing previously.
No, you're
Do you know
not.
what I'm saying
brother,
to you?
a little black book. You just told us you were honest. So how could you been a monster if you told them all you want to do was smash and they consensually had a relationship?
Yes.
With you? You say you didn't lie to none of them.
You said like that. You said
but they're not women I was trying to wife. They were women I was trying to have sex
how
with.
Are you a monster if you told them the truth and they did it consensually with you?
Yeah,
it's still for me from a Christian perspective, it is monster. To be out here slewing women is monster. Yes, because I'm coming from a Christian perspective.
Why? King Solomon.
So what do you mean being monstrous? It doesn't align with scripture and it's not align with Jesus' character. So for me to be out there slewing women, I've not got no possession over my own body. I'm a slave to lust. That is what scripture will let you know. So for me personally, knowing my creator and who I serve, this was a monstrous behavior at the time.
Says
yes,
be fruitful and multiply.
Bro.
It does, but that's not in that context.
Wait.
Of marriage. Come on,
so hold up. I could agree with Little Black Book for a second. Not to the extent of it being monstrous, because that's like extra, right? But definitely wrong, right? Because if we're looking for what we want to be wives and not 304s or anything like that, if we are sitting out here beating up on all of them, we are effectively perpetuating the issue. No, if
you
we're
beating
doing
up on
that,
no, you're not, because they created
beat 'em
themselves.
hoes?
Actually, if you would truly
Say
follow
what?
in the book, or if y'all would truly follow in the book, then you would be with virgins. Yeah, everybody's cherry picking the Bible. Everybody's cherry picking the Bible.
The Bible doesn't say be virgins. So
What God does tell a woman, if a woman wasn't a virgin in scripture, hold on, Little Black Book, Little Black Book, Little Black Book. Now you talking to me. If a woman wasn't a virgin, she want a virgin, she would get stoned to death.
Historically,
and that's Old Testament and that's Deuteronomy, and that is not in alignment with the New Testament.
Don't say
no. You can't go to the scripture. You can't go to the scripture. I know scripture in that. You cannot use Old Testament and use it against the New Testament. We're under a new covenant and a new contract. You cannot use Deuteronomy.
Little Black Book, you know what it's called?
Deuteronomy.
It's a law in the Bible. You know what it's called? In Bible study, you know what it's called? The law of first mention.
It's time to do.
The first time it's mentioned, bro, that's what God meant by it. Now, Jesus Christ came and he saved us. I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with it. But that doesn't say that no one has to read the Old Testament. They didn't just, it's still, the Old Testament's still part of the Christian canon. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, you can't discard it. So what he's saying, Ali, is right. It's not superseded, bro. If you discard the Old Testament, it's no longer the Old Testament.
It is superseded by the new, because the Bible says this in Romans 10 verse 4. If you go and read it, it talks about how that Christ came to fulfill the law. So Christ is now the actual top extent. The law has to be done through the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. Otherwise, if we're saying this at the same time, we're using no scriptures in Deuteronomy. Hold on, if we're using no scriptures in Deuteronomy, the problem you're going to have is this, right? Is that, like, you're right, we should then start stoning people, but then you can't wear cotton, you can't wear different materials at the same time. You can't have cotton and have, what was it? I don't know, let's choose another one, like nylon. The Lord won't allow that, right? You can't get tattoos. Right, there would be so much laws if you're going to follow it by the Old Testament book, right? We'd all be in trouble. That's why I said to you that it's not Old Testament. It is a New Testament which supersedes the Old. It does not eradicate. What it's saying to you is you have to take it to its fullest extent.
Hold on,
you
bro.
have to bring the spirit into it.
There's no isolated scriptures, bro. You agree with that? There's no isolated scriptures.
Hey, Fatty, I'm loving it right now, Fatty. I'm loving this right now, Fatty.
There's no isolated scripture, right? You agree with that?
I agree with you. You can.
Okay, so that means what's said in the scripture is kept being said throughout scripture, in Old and the New Testament. Anytime people argue the Old Testament is just throw it away, that's false.
Not only that.
Where is it in the New?
Hold on. Not only that. The New Testament. Hold on. The New Testament.
No, he just said something. He has to validate that.
Not only does it. Hold on. It also suggests, it recommends people not even marry. Does it not? In Corinthians,
contextually, come on, bro.
Here we go. Context again. It recommends people not to get married. That's not no context. That's what the Bible says. But if
it's a sky gray.
Oh, now see.
Sometimes
that's what I'm talking about. It's contextually.
No. In England, it's definitely gray. I have to agree with Little Black Book on this one. And by the way, when he says he's a monster, this is what he means. I'm a monster. That is a monster. That is not a monster. What the fuck are you talking about,
I don't know if y'all want to go down this Bible path, bro. You don't want to go down this path, bro.
Listen, we could go it. I don't really mind, but the reality section, you have to validate what you just said. If it's virgins that you have to marry, right? Then substantiate that by New Testament.
When did it say not to marry virgins anymore? When did the New Testament say forget about that?
Well, it tells us we should marry. Does it tell us we should marry virgins?
So
hold on. Corinthians tell you literally not to touch a woman. Like it says not to touch a woman.
Every man should have their own woman.
Have their own
but
woman.
That's not isolation either.
No, it says if you're hot, go marry.
It means you should be a virgin. The man and the woman should be a virgin to each other.
This is my next show. If you guys want to talk about the Bible, pull up. I'll fuck you up. God is evil. God is evil. Change my mind. Tomorrow 5 p.m.
Okay, Fatty. Okay, Fatty. Okay, Fatty. Hey, Fatty. Hey, Fatty. Hey, Fatty. Yeah, I don't think he believed that.
You don't believe that?
Hey, I don't know about that. They don't even. Guys,
I don't think
pull up with the Bibles. I pull up with my ChatGPT and we go to war, friends.
I love when people challenge the Bible because you see it.
Hey, you got your head busted last time when you pulled up ChatGPT, Fatty. You got your head busted last time.
God did say he created evil, right? In Isaiah. He said he formed the light in the darkness and he creates evil. He said he creates evil.
And there's a context behind it.
No, but
and
here's
there's
the thing,
a
right?
context behind it.
So who created it? If he created evil, if he the only one created it, who else is creating evil? He created
the thing about God is everything. He's not just
no. Don't go that fast. Don't go that fast. Come on, that's what we don't. Because you're saying God create. You're doing a little black book. Now you're saying God creates everything. That's what little black book does. It deflect. So did God create evil?
Yeah, what I'm saying is deflect. How's that deflection?
Because
he's actually agreeing with me.
God created.
God ordained. Hold on. When people say evil, people are conflating God to a devil, and that's not what he is.
If I created
is
evil,
God the devil?
Am I essentially? If I created evil, is essentially evil part of me?
If you create evil part of you,
yeah. I
think evil is a part of your creation.
Right. But if if I created evil and people are evil and do evil,
but but what's the purpose? God said in the Bible.
Okay.
Hold on, bro.
I'm about to pull. No. This is what I'm about to tell you. I'm not gonna pursue and pull back because you're doing what he does.
I'm not doing.
Now you're doing what he's doing. I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
Oh, let me go, bro. God uses the devil to afflict people to teach them lessons. Yes or no? The story of Joseph, right?
God
allowed that to happen. God allowed Jesus Christ. God could have stopped Jesus.
No. Hold on. You want to do this?
No.
Hold on. I answered. Now I'm asking you a question. Did God kill people?
Yes.
Who did the devil kill?
The devil can't kill you.
Whoa.
Yeah. Name the devil killed.
So the devil is the good guy.
He's actually raising a good point. Name somebody the devil killed. That's actually a great point.
So I'm right about my show. That's crazy.
No,
the devil is a good guy.
The show's over.
No, because it's the context of the word.
Nobody. Who's the evil one? If God is, listen, I'm saying the context of that book. I still believe in a creator. There's flaws in these books, right? But if you go off the book, there's a lot of evil that happens in those books. If the devil didn't kill anybody and God was killing everybody, God killed a man for not nutting in his brother's wife. He killed him. He nut on the ground and God said, "Oh, you got to die because you didn't nut in him like I told her like I told you to." Is that evil?
No,
kind of.
God is God. So, little black book. You're in the UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the UK, they live in a kingdom, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have a monarchy.
And hold on, it's different than America. America, we don't live in a kingdom. So you view the world through a democracy like America, but the world's actually a kingdom like the UK, where a kingdom, the difference between a kingdom and where we live is a kingdom is for the king, by the king, of the king. Everything's for the king. God's the king. So everything's for him. Everything serves him. Everything submits to him. That's how it works. So it's not this idea of good and evil the way you're describing it. The idea is that everything's in servitude to God.
Look what you're doing.
So if you don't serve God,
no. You are talking about God the way you want to, which most people do. So I give you the grace of that, right? Most people speak
the way I want to.
No, Ali, don't move it. Ali, don't move it. Can a king be evil?
A man king, yes, he can be.
God cannot be evil, bro.
No, you describe the king. There's the kingdom and all that. Can a king be evil? Yes, he can. Actually,
the man, but
hold on one second. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. No, let's go through that.
No, it's fine. This is a spoiler for the show. But because Melanie needs to go to sleep. Okay. Thank you very much, Melanie, for your patience. If Satan floated out like all the motherfucking planet and killed children, pregnant woman, man, child, everybody, would Satan be evil?
Yes.
What if God does it like he did on the flood?
They're gonna say he did it for a reason. They're gonna say he did it for a reason.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. You can't determine good and evil if you when you're determining good and evil, you're determining it based upon what God has determined what's good and evil for you. You can't then use the same precepts on him.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying to you? He tells you what is good and what is evil. Did you get what I'm saying to you?
So God is not capable of bad actions, right? Bad feelings.
He's not, because it's just.
Of everything.
Oh, okay. If that's the case, why did it? If that's the case, why did he say that he was a jealous God? And why did he say that he actually he regretted that he created humans? Why if he is incapable of doing something negative?
He said he created them evil too. They were evil and wicked. He created them.
No, that's as a result of the actions that they took. He created them with free will, which allowed them to obviously take actions, which then obviously opened them to good and evil.
He said, "I create."
Yes.
But he's an all-knowing God. You already knew the humans are going to fuck up.
If he's an all-knowing God, he's also God that can choose to allow things if he wants to.
No. Just 1 second, just to make sure this. Let me ask you: Is he a all-knowing God?
Yes.
He is an all-knowing God.
Does he know the beginning, the middle, and the end?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. So how could the God be disappointed if he's an all-knowing God and he knows exactly what is going to be the end? How can you be disappointed?
He can still be disappointed.
He disappointed because he knows
he's an all-knowing. Hey,
he grieved, and what is that he was grieved by his creation. In respect of him knowing, and because what we're doing now, we're not telling the whole story here, because part of the whole situation is that whilst he grieved what man had done. He had already had a plan and set motion for mankind already.
So
that's why Christ came.
So you don't have free will.
You do have free will in some sense.
Okay. So
in some sense. Because what's free will? What's free will?
No, think about it. Free will is me, like I have the power to control my destiny. Is that fair?
Technically.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you mean technically before you move along? What is technically? Can I escape God's plan?
I'm not saying technically because what is really free will?
No, 1 second. Free will is I will decide my destiny. If I go left, something will happen. If I go right, something will happen. If I go in front, something will happen. If I am fat and want to be in shape, I go to the gym. If I am weaker, I have the free will to transform myself, right?
There's an aspect of that.
Okay, can my free will escape God's plan? Meaning, is there anything that will do that is not that I say, right? So I don't have free will because everything I'm doing is according to God's plan, and God knows exactly when it's going to be my first breath, my middle breath, and my last breath. So I don't have free will because he knows where I'm going, and he actually predicts that shit. There's no free will out there.
Who said you have free will?
Fatty, I got a question for you.
I said you have free will. In the sense of how they chose something, but free will is not free will.
Fatty,
you know what I mean? Anonymous. Go for anonymous. Sorry.
Fatty. Are you a Christian? Yes or no?
No.
Why?
Because I'm agnostic.
Wait. You said no. So yes. Why are you not a Christian? Is that a choice or is that God's plan for you to not be that?
I don't believe in God.
No.
The premise is wrong.
Yeah.
Right. So
you don't believe in God yet.
Your premise is wrong. No, sir. I will engage with you because you want to walk with me. Your premise is wrong because I can substitute the word God with the word supercomputer simulation. So somebody created a simulation where I am programmed to not believe in God. I can substitute the word God with anything. And matter of fact, even if God exists, what proves that your God is the right one? What about the other 10,000? How can I know that God's plan is not about the Asian God or Zeus? I don't know.
Yeah. Can I answer? Can I take a stab at this?
Because everybody
they don't believe in God.
That one
is a liar, and I'll tell you why they're a liar. What are we doing on this whole panel right now?
Fucking.
We're fucking.
You go.
That's how fucking looks like for you.
Right now, not. But
what are we doing right
10
now?
10 minutes, probably.
What are we doing right now?
We're talking with each other.
We're talking with each other. Why?
Yes, because we
don't know the
try
truth
to make
God
some.
is.
We try to make it on YouTube.
He said right there, we don't know the truth. Right?
We don't know the truth. Yeah.
We're all been trying to pursue truth this entire time. This entire time. What's God? God's the truth.
No, you did it. You just did it again. What God? Which God?
Hold on.
No, which God?
The one that everybody's trying to disprove.
You asked me the question.
God,
whether you talking about Allah, whether you talking about Jesus, whether you talking about Athena. No, but you're using Jesus. Okay, how did you get Jesus Christ?
Okay, slow down.
No,
I didn't get Jesus Christ.
Let's walk with him, Ali. Let's walk.
I didn't get Jesus Christ. I didn't get him. He didn't.
Transatlantic slave trade.
Hey, Melon, are you religious?
Jesus, right?
Huh?
Europeans didn't give you transatlantic slave trade. Come over here. Europeans didn't give you Jesus, right?
Do you know,
Europeans,
bro, I love.
hold on, I'm just asking. Hold on. I'm asking you. Europeans didn't give you Jesus.
Can we please go into
They
this?
didn't give the Hispanics Jesus. They didn't give none of these people Jesus, right?
Can we please go into this? Can
Yeah,
I
go
respond
ahead.
to that?
We knew
Do you
Jesus
know?
before that.
So you want to argue the transatlantic slave trade thing, right?
That's
I
fun
love
stuff.
when people bring it up because you tell me they don't read this. Do you know what? Do you know where that whole premise of that comes from? It's actually from a story. Do you know where that premise comes from? The whole God ordained slavery, that whole thing that people talk about, and the reason why we've been enslaved is because of Christianity. You know that whole. You know the origin of that story.
All the curse, yes, all that.
What's the origin of that story?
You talking about a curse?
Curse of who?
Which story? Which story you talking
No,
about?
I'm agreeing with you. Curse of who?
No,
who got
but
cursed?
I don't know. I don't remember his name. You tell me. I forgot his name. I know who you're talking about.
The curse of Ham.
Yeah, Ham.
Okay, why is Ham significant?
Is Ham's the one who saw his father, right?
Damn, DJ Amp? That's crazy.
No, Canaan saw his father.
Canaan saw his father. What did Ham do? I can't remember what Ham did.
Ham
But I
didn't
know
do anything.
He was a DJ.
No, he didn't do anything. But he was cursed.
Okay, why was he cursed?
Well, you just went over the whole translation. If you don't know the story, then how you gonna argue
Can't
that?
do that because there's part of the Bible you don't know. There's things you don't know. You can't listen. You can't. Hold on, listen.
Ask me. Okay, so you want to ask me the question?
Listen. You cannot disqualify someone because there's parts of the Bible they don't know. There's
You
parts
saw-
of the Bible you don't
You
know.
moved the conversation, friends. I was winning, and he moved the conversation. That's crazy.
What was the man's
I
name that
wanna
God
go
killed?
into
What was
this
the name
crazy-
of the man that God killed?
What happened?
What was the name of the man that God killed because he didn't nut in his wife? What was his name?
I don't know that story you're talking
And
about.
you can't speak. Why are you doing that to me then?
No,
you see what he just did?
no, hold on. You argue the translated
Call me
story.
shape. No, call me shape. Call me shape.
Let me
No,
let
hold
me
on.
respond.
No,
I didn't say bro.
Listen. Hold on.
I never said
You love good conversations, right? But don't be disingenuous. Don't say that I can't speak on
you
something.
gotta prove I was disingenuous. You gotta prove that.
Can I finish? I'll tell you. I'm about to prove it right now.
Prove it.
You told me I can't speak on the Bible because I didn't know what
I
the
didn't
name.
say that. That's disingenuous. I said, do you know the story you're referring to?
No,
When
you
said
did
host
say,
trend,
brother.
I said,
Brother, you did say
bro,
that.
I didn't say the Bible.
After
I didn't
you
say
said
if you don't
that,
know. I said, do you know the story? Did I say the Bible or the story?
After you, I said I didn't know that part or what happened or Ham cursed while he was cursed. You said I can't speak on it.
That story because you don't know it. I didn't say the Bible. I said that story. I can't speak on the story. I'm not speaking on the story you referenced because I don't know that story.
And I said, tell us the
I
story.
don't know that story. I didn't say don't speak on the Bible. I said you can't speak on that story.
Tell us the story. What happened? I'm asking you what happened.
Okay, I'm be glad to. I can't see you right now. We're looking at what's this going on.
Y'all can talk with each other. I'm just promoting your.
The Hamites were destroyed by God's people, and they were people of peace. I can go find a verse where they were people of peace, and God just got the Israelites and wiped them off the face of the earth. We're trying to wipe them off the face of the earth, and they're known for being the people of peace, right? Isn't it those Hamites? Are you there?
I'm there, but I won't lie. This is like
weren't those same Hamites who were the people of peace?
So you want me to respond? Yes or no?
Go ahead, man. I've been waiting for you to respond.
So people take the lie of the Bible, they twist the words of the Bible, and that's what the devil does. The devil twists the words. He's been twisting the words since Genesis. They twist the words. Ham was cursed because of what his father did. What did his father do? His father uncovered the nakedness of his father. What does it mean to cover the nakedness of your father? It means to sleep with your father's wife. When it means you slept with your father's wife, who you're sleeping with, it's sleeping with your mother. It's a motherfucker.
I thought you said that was him.
Huh?
That's what I said. You said that's not him. You said that was Canaan.
Yes, Canaan did it. Ham was the Ham. The reason why Ham's cursed because Ham was the son of incest.
So why you just never mind, brother? See, this is what I'm talking
because
about.
I'm telling the story.
So
Ham was
his son, right?
Yes.
So why, when I alluded to it, you didn't just say his son? Like you made it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about.
Because if you don't know the story,
that's bad faith conversation.
No, if you don't know the story, how can we have a conversation?
Hey, Fatty, if me and you having a conversation and I miss,
so you do a little book like book does now.
No,
you do these circular arguments, bro.
That's a bad faith conversation. We would
bro. I asked you if you knew the story. I would have.
I missed.
Hey, 1 second. This is why y'all will never beat me now. I will say I don't know. Go to ChatGPT, get the name, and have a discussion with y'all. Y'all are being too proudful into. Do you know the exact name of ABC?
No, because here's the reality, right?
Do you see what he did though? You see what I said? He was cursed because he
know
slept.
the origin
He
of their
saw his
argument because they
father.
heard it from somebody else. If you don't know the
You're
origin
right.
of
You're
your
right.
argument, you heard it from somebody else. How can you argue it?
Now
You
he's
just listen to what
doing
someone
the
else
same
said.
thing to somebody. This is that's why we different though. That's why the two brothers on here we different. We're not gonna have a bad faith conversation. I would have been like, hey brother, you talking about Ham didn't do it. It was his father that did it, but that's why they cursed. Instead, you making me seem like I didn't know what I was talking about. I wouldn't have done that to you. I knew exactly what I was talking about.
Bro, I asked you. I gave you.
No, you didn't. That's okay. You got it. I just told the story.
Now
I told the story.
Now that I reveal the story, you're gonna say you know it.
I said that's what I said. You said it when
you did not say that, bro. That's hysterical. It's okay if you don't know.
Trev, did I not say he saw his father?
Bro, he didn't. But he didn't. The words are he saw his father.
No. Everybody on here, but can you stop real quick? Did I not say he saw his father?
That's what I heard.
And what does that mean?
Yeah, we heard that.
And
he
what
had sex with his mother.
Okay.
So what do you mean? So I said it.
So then why was he cursed?
You just said it because his father slept with his mother.
But why was
he actually also not correct? Because he didn't see his father.
Because he was his son. He came from it.
Okay. Now, why is Ham significant in this whole thing?
Oh, see what he doing?
Like, no. We're moving on. No, we agreed on that part. No.
Just say what you're gonna say, man. No, you doing. No, just say what you're gonna say.
The whole Ham premise is relevant to black people. This whole Ham relevant to black people because Ham in Hebrew, words are built. They're built, right? What does that mean? That means Ham is not just a name; it's a description. The word Ham in Hebrew means burnt. It means dark skin. So Ham is technically the ancestor of all black people. So the idea was that he was cursed by Noah. It wasn't cursed by God. Noah cursed him. So people say God cursed him. Noah cursed him. And because he was cursed, the assumption was, because they said, what did Noah say? Noah said that you're going to be the servant of servants. And that's where the whole slavery thing is from. You're going to be the servant of servants. Noah cursed him. But here's the reality that's a flip side of all that. Jesus is a descendant of Ham too. Jesus is a descendant of Canaanites. Because Mary is a Canaanite. So if black people were quote unquote supposed to be slaves, the idea is just Jesus is a slave too. We're all from him. That's the history of it. So I'm saying this to say that the narrative that black people, Christianity enslaved black people is a lie because that means that Jesus was a slave and he wasn't. He was a king.
Can I say something before you react, Ali? Because I want my $100. John Henry says, to anyone who can find the record instance outside of the Bible where a man turned water into wine, if this event is documented in the stories in the Bible are real, but they aren't. Okay, Harry Potter, sir. And if you go to the Universal Studios, they have a castle there, and they are doing the magic and all that shit and turning water into wine and all that. So please, Cash App Team 38, Team 38. Thank you very much, John Henry. I appreciate it for the $100. And this person writing in my chat is Ilkan Ali. He's not fatty. Go ahead, Ilkan Ali, with your response. We're going to read the super chats, and then we are out because you are ruining my next show. God is evil. Prove me wrong. Go ahead, Mr. Ali.
I'm still trying to figure out where he's getting to, because that book can be. You realize the Apocrypha is supposed to be in the Bible, right? And you know they left it out because they didn't. They said it was too expensive to leave it in there. So a lot of people don't even read the Apocrypha, but you know that's supposed to be part of the Bible. There's other books that the council wants to be part of the Bible. There's other books, but look, you keep using and you keep saying what I believe instead of saying what's
I don't believe that what you just said is true.
That the Apocrypha is supposed to be in the Bible?
Yes.
So you don't, because you don't believe it's true. It's not true.
Well, how come it's not in the Bible then?
Because I just told you it was too expensive to put in the book. At those days, it was too expensive to put in the book, so they left it out. But it's Apocrypha is part of the Bible. That Bible,
the Christian canon, bro. If you're gonna argue the Christian canon, all the books that are included in the Bible, if you're gonna argue it, and your premise is, my assumption is you're trying to say the Bible contradicts itself. Is that what it is?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
God lied in the very beginning of the book. He told Adam and Eve they would surely die, and devil told them they'd be as gods, knowing good and evil, and the devil was right. We could read down that whole scripture. God lied, and the devil told the truth.
God cannot lie. If God lied, if we could go to
God
God cannot lie.
Die.
The one thing God can't do is lie. So that's how I know you don't know what you're talking about. God can't lie.
1 second. Is God omnipotent?
Yes.
So he should be able to lie.
No, based on your standard. And the God said this in the Bible. See, what people do.
If I have all the powers, I will be able to lie. If I can lie, I'm not omnipotent.
What you're doing is exactly what the Bible predicts. You guys want God to live up to your standard because you believe that God needs to obey your rules and He needs to prove to you.
You can't determine His rules by His rules.
You can't tell God what God is.
We can't tell what God. Look. We can't tell them what God is, right? But they can tell us what God is. That's where people keep messing up.
Even I can't, but He determines that.
They can speak for God, and if they agree with each other, both of them can speak for God.
No.
Once you say something,
what He is.
I go by the book, bro.
No. That's the problem with the Bible. No,
I go by the book. You go by the things that are not. You go by things that are not in the book. I go by things that are in the book. I go by the Christian canon.
All I've been using is scripture.
Bro, you just said Okrifa. You said God lied.
Okrifa, I said the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha.
Bro, you said God lied, right?
In the beginning of the Bible, yes.
That ain't scripture, bro.
He didn't lie.
That is scripture.
That ain't scripture.
Did God make mistakes?
No.
Did He repent that He made humans because they were evil?
He did repent, yeah, but not in the same way that you think of.
He did. Look, he said no. He said yes.
Yes, but not in the way you think of. That's scripture. But not in the same way you think of.
He made humans. That was a mistake.
Not in the same way.
He made a mistake.
Not in the same way. No. It's not that he made a mistake.
It's not in the same way. If I gave Fatty a job, and then I said, "Damn, I shouldn't have gave Fatty a job."
How about this, right? How about this? What do you believe in, Ali?
I believe in family. I believe in right by people. Listen. Remember this. Listen. By the way you're speaking on this type of information, you're extremely young because what you're doing is if someone's not a Christian, you don't think they believe in anything. So I
don't believe in God.
You asked
I want all the smoke. I don't believe in God. What do you have to tell me, sir?
No. You asked me, no. Can I hold on? If I don't believe in God, watch. This is how I'm gonna get you. If I don't believe in God, can I believe in other things?
You can believe in other things.
So then why you ask me that? It's just so to say I'm not a believer.
I want to know. I want you to reveal. This is the same thing I'm doing to Melanie.
I believe in family.
I'm trying to. You see, I believe in order.
I believe in family. I just want to
believe that we can win.
Let me answer this question. I believe that in proving a fool wrong, I'm not calling you a fool, but if let's say what you're saying is foolish, to prove you wrong is to let you continue in your folly. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to try to switch and twist your words. I'm going to let you show the inconsistency of your own words by using your own argument. I'm not going to put my argument on top of yours.
How can I be inconsistent?
So let me
just like the little black book. I believe in family. You asked me what I believe in.
Okay. You believe in family. Family is your God?
No, I didn't say that was my God. Who said I had to believe in God?
I didn't say you said. I'm asking you a question.
No. You're doing it again because
I don't know what you mean by believe. I'm not doing anything again.
No.
Don't assume my.
You're messing up. Your questions are messed up.
The pretentious thing to do is assume you know what I'm saying, bro. Never do that. You're making an ass out of yourself. Don't assume you know what I'm doing.
You're asking questions horribly. It's like you asked so
Melanie. You can't determine that. You can't.
I can, just like you're determining it.
I didn't determine what you showed horribly. When I said what you showed horribly,
you said so. Family's your God. Who said that was my God?
It's a clarifying question.
No, you're not. You would ask me if I believe in a God. That's a bad thing, bro. All your questions.
So I knew you didn't. So I knew that family was your God.
Ali, can you walk with him?
Are bad faith.
Yeah, but Ali, Ali, but can you because he wants to do the we will walk down the park and you're going to make a mistake.
Yes, hold on. Let's
don't
do it.
Run.
No, you're good.
Don't run, bro.
No, it's just like, hey, Ali,
my mother and father, my God. My mother and father, my God.
Unlike me, unlike you, bro.
I just answered it. I answered it. Just go. No. Brother, don't do that. If I'm going, don't.
This is why he's not married to his girl yet, yo. This is why. This is why he.
Whoa. That was a very strong assessment.
You're not married to your girl, bro. I see why, bro.
What is the issue with God?
No, that's okay. Let him go.
Okay, so look, this is the thing I'm gonna say, bro.
You got a girl? You got a girl?
I never. Hold on.
You got a girl? No. You got a girl,
bro. I'm not going there.
You just. Now you running. You got a girl. You got a girl. You got a girl. Yeah, you ain't got no girl.
That was definitely in that argument.
I'm gonna continue him.
So look,
you know,
you your feelings. Look,
unlike you,
I'm having a conversation with you, and you in your feelings already.
Hey, just 1 second. I'm going to be a little bit messy and put you all in the middle. But if you want to jump out, has to jump out. But it's
okay.
fun.
He already in his feelings. Go ahead, my brother.
Go ahead.
So now they're gonna put you, me versus you. This ain't
You
gonna
and
be a
your
good night
feelings.
for you.
Go
This
ahead.
ain't gonna be a good night for you. So let's go.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I don't presume I know what you're gonna say. I'm actually the kind of person I'm gonna have you clarify what you're saying.
move-
Hold on. So when I
Oh,
ask you,
Lord.
when I ask you, is your family your God? I'm not presuming I know what you mean by that.
I just
You said I
answered
believe in
you.
family.
You go there. I answered you.
Okay.
Go.
You said family is your
My
God?
my mother and father are my God.
Okay. By God, do you mean they're your creator?
Yes.
And okay, if they're your God, does your God have a creator?
Yes, their mother and father.
So how come their mother and father you're not your God?
Because their mother and father didn't create me, they created them.
So your creator has a creator?
Yes.
So then when does that end? Your creator has a creator?
Look, sound like you're getting stuck. I just
No,
told
I'm
you.
not getting stuck. I'm asking you.
You're stuck. You're stuck.
I'm
No
asking you.
questioning. You got
your
stuck.
creator-
How did
so-
you get stuck?
I didn't get stuck.
How did
bro.
you? He like, oh shoot!
You're
I didn't know you were
deflecting.
asking like that.
Bro,
Come on, come on.
A1
finally.
deflection, bro.
You
A1
doing this wrong.
deflection. Hey, bro, this is what you do with your girl, huh?
You
I'm
got
not your girl,
stuck.
though.
You got
I'm not
stuck.
your
No,
bitch.
he got to keep
I'm not
going
your
there because
bitch.
you
Hey,
stuck.
look.
Hey,
Hey,
watch
look,
your mouth.
Ali.
No. Watch your mouth. Now look.
I ain't
look,
call
I
your
let
girl
you-
anything. I'm just saying
No,
I'm not your
Hold
bitch.
on.
I ain't call your girl anything. I said I.
Hold on. He can say girl all day long. Once he says bitch, it goes somewhere else. Don't say
Fair.
bitch. Don't bring no bitch into this.
They're fair.
If you want to have a fair fight, then have a fair fight. Don't go to no bitching, because we can bitch.
Yes.
Don't be bitching nothing. I'm a civil person. I'm
this is an
respectful.
interesting
Don't say
battle,
nothing
bro.
about no bitch. No.
So how am I
Listen,
supposed to know what y'all
listen,
rules
listen.
are? How am I supposed to know what y'all rules are? If y'all surprise
Listen,
me
you
with
know
y'all
you
rules.
tripping. You getting your emotions, and you did it already earlier,
This is
and we
content.
let you pass. When you said we were glazing, we gave you a pass already. So that's strike 2. Next time you strike, there's no reason you never come back again, because that you try to be disrespectful.
Hey, bro, look.
I don't care if you have been. Listen. No, can you be quiet for a little bit? If you're on your show, we'll be quiet. It's one thing to come in here and we love to fight. We'll fight with you, but don't be disrespectful blatantly. Don't say, there was no reason for you to say bitch. When you said girl, I was still laughing and joking. It's funny. I didn't take offense to it. But once you say yo bitch, you trying to be disrespectful, just like you said glazing. That's strike 2 you did.
Listen, man, you can run your show how you want to run to.
No, I ain't no run your show.
You
Once you say
can
no,
run
no,
your
you
show how
did.
you want to.
So why you say why you couldn't still
That's
say
how
girl?
I talk.
No,
I
you didn't
gonna
say
tell
bitch. Why you ain't say bitch in the beginning?
Bro, I was gonna say when I wanted to say it.
No,
If
why
you
you
want
ain't
me
say?
to-
Why didn't you say bitch?
What
in the
else do you not want me to say on your show, bro? 'Cause
It's
not
let me say this real quick. For the religious man, that language is a little bit out of bounds. So let's 1 second. Let's go. One second, please. Ali is the host of the show. We are going to allow the Holy Spirit in the room. Everybody's going to reset, and please let's not be disrespectful, or even not 1 second, not even words that might mean disrespect to the person that is going to hear it. Let's going to keep it calm and collected, and let's talk about the Bible.
You already messed up because your credibility. No, it's my turn. You already shocked your credibility. See, same way you asked Melanin and we were allowing you to question us to see her credibility. Same way I went at Black Book. When you say bitch and you supposed to be this righteous man that follows the Bible, how did that come out of your mouth? I don't even curse. I told you my mother and father is my God on this conversation. I could be being disingenuous, but I know how to respect people. I know how to respect you. And anybody that comes on this panel, you don't hear me say out my name. Most people think I'm religious because I don't do that. How did bitch come out your name, your mouth to refer to a woman if you're a man of God?
Are you ready? Are you ready for my answer? The same way you two don't mind it in the first 30 seconds. I don't look at the word. Do you want me to say the word? Just say the B word. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't look at the word as a bad word on YouTube. You're a YouTube content creator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bitch is a loud word. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Why is it's allowed on radio airways? Bitch is allowed on airway. I don't know if you know that. It's allowed on radio.
I didn't ask you that. You're deflecting. Hold on.
No, but I'm proving to you that I didn't mean it by disrespect.
We're not talking
about. Wait, just
You're
1
trying to
second.
say
Hey,
that,
just 1 second, please. We're not listening to each other, and this is what we're talking about. Ali says all the time, "Fatty, stop saying suck my dick," because it's something that I usually say. Right? But there's a point. There's a point. In my country, I can say whatever the fuck I want. That doesn't mean what you all want me to suck. Suck my dick. Absolutely. And Ali comes around and says, "Hey, Fatty, you shouldn't be saying that to nobody, especially in the United States, because this is fighting words to the most degree." And you know what Fatty does? Yes, sir. I'm not saying that shit anymore, you maggot. See, I can censor myself and say a bunch of things that are not things. What he's asking you to is, if you didn't mean it, show it by correction. Don't say I didn't mean it, and we're going to move along from that. Okay? Intention, it is what it is. Let's move along from that. Do you guys want to keep talking about what you were talking before, or is over?
We can move in good. I'm not trying to run from.
Okay, so the line of questioning was the God of the God of the God of the.
Rundown on the rules of your show.
So let's be
the second time I'm accused of trying to disrespect.
No.
No, shape. You come like we come from a place called Fight Club. You don't. Do you know Anton Daniels and all? Probably know because you're a reviewer, right? I come from the place called Fight Club. Me and Ali, I'm just Ali. Ali is the son of a preacher. I am one of the most nasty people over here. I will say anything and everything to actually dunk on you. You know what we're doing? Practicing refrain, especially for newcomers like you. We are trying to be good hosts, trying to let you rock, trying to do your thing. We apologize. I went ahead and saw the definition. I said, hey, glades actually don't have no sexual connotation. Maybe I was wrong. We are correcting ourselves too because we want to make you comfortable. Yes, no, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that no. But that's the point. But when Ali is saying you, don't say I'm not your bitch because Ali as a woman and nobody's going to refer as her as a bitch. I think the only thing you have to say, like you said, I didn't want to insult your woman. My bad. I will never do it again, and we move on. If you can't do that, we good.
I apologize, but bro, I'm telling you, I ain't trying to insult your woman.
You wouldn't.
I ain't bring your girl into it. All right, so that's what I'm saying.
You keep throwing. Listen, call me Shape. You keep throwing rocks and then you hide your hand. That's what you keep doing.
Here we go, bro.
You
so you think I meant to offend you, bro?
No, listen. Yes,
so
yes.
You
threw at homonyms. No, that's twice you thought. No, I don't know. Listen, I don't think you came on the show. I don't think you came on the show to be disrespectful, but you've been disrespectful. That's twice. That glaze, whether you try to play it off, that's fine. We said that's cool. When you were saying girl, you see, I didn't get upset or nothing. It was playful. It's cool. Once you went to bitch, if you were at girl, there was no reason for you to say bitch. Why did it elevate from girl to bitch? Why did it elevate from and let me ask you real quick.
You asked me, right?
Why were you at girl for a period of time and all of a sudden it went to, hey, that's your bitch? How did it get the bitch?
You want to know why? Because I'm trying to make it entertaining. We're entertainers. I ain't do it out of disrespect. If you want me to say it, whatever, it's your show. You run your show. But I'm not here to, bro. I got content to make too. We got content to make. I'm giving y'all content.
I'll give you to that. But let's be even more genuine. I believe in the creator. I believe in a higher power. With the fact that people can argue on who a God is and who a God isn't, but they can look at the sun and know that's the sun, that's the earth, that's the water. There's too many inconsistencies. So what people do is they apply themselves to a doctrine that makes them feel good about what may happen to them after they die. Because a lot of people don't even follow religion when they're younger. They do it as they get older and mature. So people will tell other people what God they should believe in while they believe in another God. But the same people that's in the same set of their religion don't even believe in the religion the same way. You and other Christians have different beliefs, different sects. Muslims, Islam, Jews, Israelites, everybody have different sets of gods. But not one person can tell us what God to believe in. Everybody's arguing about what God is right. So when you can prove to me that God exists, then I think it'll be more concrete for you when you have this conversation. But prove to me how God does exist versus he doesn't exist.
I don't think anyone can prove God exists.
And that's the checkmate then.
It's not, because
then you have to be quiet. Because listen, okay, one more last question. If you didn't open up the Bible, would you know God exists?
If I didn't open up the Bible, yeah, I think you could.
So how? Just no. You wanted to have a conversation, right? You said you was prepared for this conversation.
Let's go.
If you didn't open up a Bible, would you know about Jesus Christ?
I believe I could.
No, I didn't ask you if you believe.
I heard about Jesus Christ before I opened up a Bible.
I'm actually so make it more intentional. If no one ever told you about Jesus and you never opened up the Bible, would you know about Jesus Christ?
If no one told me about Jesus and I never opened the Bible, would I believe in Jesus Christ?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
If I was ignorant of Jesus Christ, I might not believe. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But what does that prove? Would you know who your mom was if no one told you who your mom was?
You asked me what it proved, then you asked about my mama, right? My mama,
no, I'm saying,
obviously,
ignorance is evil.
Obviously, people watching me come out of my mama, so you could prove that. You saw me come out my mama. No one can prove that a God created us. Now we can believe in it. We can believe.
You can't disprove it either, though. You can't prove or disprove.
Right, but you can't prove it. So if
the scripture,
but hold on, you say God exists. I'm not saying that Jesus exists. I'm not saying any of these guys exist.
I believe he exists.
Right. So believe is be lie. Wisdom, right? Knowledge is know. So you believe, which means it's believe. That word is be lie, which is no. Knowledge is knowing. So you believe in it, which means you don't know. You believe it.
Faith is of the ear.
If you don't know it, is it a fact?
Of the
No,
ear.
I'm asking you a question. If you believe in something, typically, is it a fact?
If you believe something is a fact.
If you believe in something, typically, is it a fact?
If you believe something, typically, is it a fact?
In fact, that you take
I don't
that
know.
long,
I don't even know what that even means.
That
if you
means
believe
you don't
something,
know,
is it a fact?
you're an intelligent guy, and you know
that's such a strange thing. If you believe in something, is it a fact?
It means it's not a fact, and it hasn't been proven. So you believe in it. You have faith in it, but you don't know that it exists. So when you take your time to discredit people, look down on people, or take away from someone else's belief, you're being the ignorant person that a lot of people will say someone is. Not saying you're saying someone is ignorant, even though you said you didn't want to call me a fool, but you were getting close to calling me a fool. A fool is something who believes in something they don't even know it's a fact, and then get mad at somebody who believes in something that they don't know it's a fact. That's a fool.
This is what I want to say, because right now what I see what's going on here is that you're not willing to accept that I might offer information, and that's fine. I don't think you're willing to accept that I might offer some information that could change your mind. If you don't believe that you talk about good faith arguments, right? A good faith argument is having the belief that there's a 50-50 chance what you're saying is right. And there's a 50-50 chance what I'm saying is right.
No.
A bad faith argument will believe that there's no chance that you believe I'm right or wrong. Now, we're debating because we're trying to get to the bottom of truth. If you already presume that I'm wrong, then we can't get to the bottom of it.
No.
That's a bad faith argument. So what I'm saying here is simple. Do you believe that there's something that can come out of my mouth that can persuade you to believe differently than you believe right now?
You realize you're saying putting words in my mouth. Who said you was wrong?
I'm asking you.
No, you told me I said you was wrong. Who said you was wrong?
I said I'm asking you a wrong question. Do you believe there's something? This is the question.
You keep asking me believe, right?
Okay.
Which I already know. I can't look. You're listening. How I know you're not listening to what I'm saying. When you saying believe, I already know whatever I can say. I'm not saying it's a fact. So you're trying to use against me what I was already using against you. It's still a belief. So even if I believe something, it's still not a fact if I believe it.
Okay. How about this? Can you
give me just 1 second? Because I don't want to double team, right? Let me just make sure that I got this right. You are saying if he's not like you ask him, is it anything that I can say to you that might change your mind? If he says no, you think that he's having a conversation by faith, right?
Yes.
Is there anything he can tell you for you to not believe in God?
Possibly, yeah. I could be convinced God only is. Yes. You know why?
So you're not a believer.
You're not a believer.
No, are you ready for why?
Go ahead. Explain to me. Yeah.
Listen, the truth don't gotta hide from a lie.
No, you checkmated yourself, though.
No, the truth don't gotta hide.
No, brother. Listen.
No, let him finish.
Hold on. Hey, call me Shape. I actually am a type of person you can change their mind. But the fact that if you believe that God is a fact, there's nothing I should tell you to be able to change your mind.
Yes, if God is real, how can I disprove it? What could I say to turn you atheist?
I believe that there's a ton of information that suggests that Jesus Christ was a real person historically. His death, burial, and resurrection is well documented, right? But I myself, I don't have access other than what I could consume and absorb from what the theologians are talking about, that he existed. So I can't prove God exists no more than I could have proved Michael Jackson exists.
No. Let's go with God. Let's go with God, because Jesus technically would be a person on the planet, right? Let's forget Jesus, because God existed millions of years, billions of years before Jesus.
Everyone agreed that Jesus existed, though, right?
Yeah, but there's like I said, if you are going to debate the historical fact that Jesus was a real person or not, Jesus still is a person. God is, like, people talk that said that they talk with God and God told them that and all that. What can I possibly tell you as an agnostic or an atheist that can make you lose faith in God and says, you know what, this atheist is going to the trash because Fatty told me something that is clearly shows that God is not real. What can I tell you?
I don't have a list. I don't have a list of what could prove him not to exist. But I am a kind of person where I don't have to hide from if something's the truth, I don't got to hide from it.
That's projection.
I'm a student of truth, so I don't let a hot. So
no,
I'm not running. I'm not running from the truth. The only thing that got to run from the truth is a lie. I don't got to run from the truth.
No, but that's projection because
when I have a conversation with Ali right now, if he could say something I don't know, I'm going to listen.
But that's you know why that's projection?
When he hold on.
You know what? No, you know what that's projection? Because I literally told you, I can't. Who said I don't believe it? You can convince me. Like if you actually come to me with certain things, I would definitely believe in God. Yep. I'm in the same position. If you come here and say, "Hey, Fatty, I have a time machine. Let's go here," or "Look at Jesus." Hey, man, look at God. Look at. I will literally change my mind and say, "You know what? I was clearly wrong." So we are actually open to a change of mind if you come in and
I believe we're all going to believe. But you are not. At some point, I think the difference is there's some people that believe in God now, but I do believe we're all going to believe in God, and you might meet Him when you meet your Maker. You might believe in Him on your last breath. See, in Christians, we believe everyone believes in God. They might not believe in Him yet. So you might believe in Him later on because you're going to see that this physical life, everything, everything you believe in, because you believe I exist, right? Fatty, you believe I exist?
Yes.
Right? Okay, because you could see me, right?
Yes.
But we believe in Christianity that everything you could see was created by everything you cannot see.
So why do you keep calling him Jesus?
Huh?
Why do you keep calling this person Jesus?
Ali Squirrel.
Well, that's his Greek name, but that's the name I'm referring to him.
No.
Yeshua. Yeshua.
But the letter J, you keep saying Jesus, but why are you saying
that's his Greek name?
Yahshua's his name, right?
Yeshua.
But Jesus isn't his name. The letter J didn't exist when
Jesus is his Greek name.
The evolution of words.
Greek existed in the Bible.
Did the letter J exist then?
I don't know what existed back then, bro. I'm not here, bro. Look,
it didn't. His name.
If you're trying to catch me in this gotcha
I'm
moment,
not trying to catch you in an aha moment.
I don't know. There's things I don't know. I'm a
thing. When people say they know God,
I don't know everything, bro. So if you're trying to catch me in something I don't know, I don't know.
There you go.
I don't know what letter existed back in Jesus
Christ. You just told me I was wrong for talking about something I didn't know. So why are you talking about something you don't know?
No. Oh my God. You're conflating all these things, bro.
His name is not Jesus.
When did you admit that?
You say you believe in God? No, hold on. You're doing what Black Book was doing to me earlier. You're trying to talk over me while I'm talking. Is
that's
Jesus?
Called you rejecting, brother?
Is J-S-U-S his name?
That's his Greek name.
Is
it not his Greek name? They will not know Jesus is a Greek name for Yeshua.
That's not important. Y'all are letting.
I know.
Patty,
let's get to the core of the point. The core of the point was this:
if I'm not even calling him by the correct name and I believe in that God, Jesus is not his name.
Fair enough, but you know who I'm referring to?
Ain't no fair enough. Well, never mind. Just go ahead, brother.
My name ain't shaped either. If you want to know the truth, y'all been calling me it all night. You know what I'm saying? So whatever. But the whole point I'm trying to say is that first of all, English didn't exist when God existed. So the word God is, you know what I'm saying? These are English words. They didn't exist. The Bible is written in what? Hebrew. Jesus spoke Aramaic. You know what I'm saying? So the Bible's written like 3-4 different languages. None of them were English. So a lot of the words we're using is just to refer to him. This is untrue. Anyway, the point I was going to make, the reason why I think God exists and we all believe God exists is because we're all arguing. We're all arguing to get to the bottom. Huh?
You keep saying I think and believe that he exists. But you want us to listen. You're telling us we know. We will. You say I believe we know, but you keep saying you believe and think he exists. But you want us to know that he exists.
I don't want you to know that he exists. I'm trying to tell you that I believe. I have faith. It's called having faith. I can't prove God exists more than I can prove you exist. You could just be AI. I don't know if you AI.
And why were you about to call people a fool because they don't believe in God?
No, I'm trying to say I was going to argue with you that just because we say we don't believe in God doesn't mean we actually don't. And let me prove that. So let me prove that premise. I know you're skeptical of that premise. That's fine. My point is, what would be the point of having a discussion if there was no truth to get to? And if there is a truth to get to, what it tells me is that the world is intelligible and rational. And the world is intelligible and rational. How did it get that way if we didn't have an intelligible or rational creator? That's my simple premise. Because the fact that the world could be understood. When people say, I believe in science, what they're trying to say is that science could study something that could be observed and objective.
Because
you live in an objective reality if we didn't have an objective, intelligent creator.
Because you can replace God with, like somebody did a video today. You can replace God with sandwich. You can't replace God with a pony. There's an all-known pony that created the universe, and we only know things because that pony created.
Who said you could do that?
1 second. You can prove that's not a simulation. You can prove that's not a computer. You can prove that we are a microorganism on a gigantic thing that is way beyond us. You can prove that is your God. Even y'all Christians disagree with each other. Y'all have different rules, y'all can't prove, even if we come let's assume that we give that to you, all of it to you, right? We come from an intelligent being, and that being is God. Call me Shape. Prove it that your God is the real one, and all those 10,000 gods are fake. Prove it.
Can't.
You can't prove it.
I told you it's fake. You guys don't even understand Christians.
But that's the problem. That's the problem.
But the problem with this is that
Christians fight over Jesus' name. Christians fight over Jesus' name. Christians fight over the Sabbath. Christians fight over the God was Jesus born on Christmas.
The most you can do.
Christians don't even believe
that's because it's humans.
If you don't understand that, you don't understand Christians.
No,
the most we can do is have faith.
Because it's humans. Hold on, call me Shape. If Christians don't even agree with each other, and the people who believe in Jesus don't agree with each other, then it's flawed. There's a flaw there.
No, we're flawed.
Because the human beings are flawed.
Humans are flawed. You don't think humans are flawed?
Is that the sun? Is that the sun? Hold on. Is that thing shining up there for our knowledge? Is that the sun?
It's dark over here right now.
So what we know, no, I'm asking. To what we know, is that the sun?
We call it the sun.
That is the sun.
Hey, Anonymous, is that the sun?
Yes.
Hey, Melanin, is that the sun? Hey, Fatty, is that the sun up there?
Where?
The thing that's shining.
Let me ask you a question. You've been
hold on. I'm still asking. Hey, Trev, is that the sun?
That's what we think.
Hey, call me Shay. Which God is we supposed to believe in?
The God that created the sun.
Which God is that?
And the heavens and the earth.
Which God is
you?
That?
The God that created you.
Which God is that?
Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's right.
That's the one that makes the claim for it. But listen,
not the Greek God, not the Roman God, not the Egyptian God, not the guys that came.
No other God.
Wait, we can't prove it.
Buried and resurrected. Name one who did that.
He can't prove it, but neither can they
prove
it.
The resurrection was proven.
Whether it was set.
The resurrection was, bro.
No, it's not.
It's a historical event. The resurrection is a historical event.
They don't even have the copy of the Bible. Where's the original copy?
Bro, there's many manuscripts of the Bible. There's not just one.
Where's all the Bibles from the 1600s?
Bro,
where's all those Bibles?
The 1600s is 1500 years after.
Where are all these? Oh, hey, Fatty. You know where they never ask these questions? Where are all these Bibles that people had too? Where are all the old Bibles? Where are those Bibles?
Well, the manuscripts.
I actually, one second. I'm going to say this, right? The part that actually shocked me was when I asked him, is there anything I can say for you to not believe in God? And he said yes. And I believe that the Bible says that people that are wishy-washy about God and that actually think that God is, maybe he's there, maybe he's not, will be punished just like everybody motherfucking else because they are not firm in God, they don't have love in God, they don't believe
God, but I don't need to run from a lie.
That's
the point I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
I can stand here with my Bible and believe that I'm believing the truth. And if you have something, I don't got to hide from you. I don't got to deflect. Bring it.
Shape, last question. Shape, tell me one thing that I could tell you. Like,
I just think I don't know what it is.
No. Me and Ali already conceded.
Let me tell you this. You got a huge burden of proof, bro. Because there is overwhelming information that proved, one, that God exists based on the fact that Jesus Christ existed.
What?
And based on the fact that his death, burial, and resurrection is even why we have Christianity to the extent
No.
Our death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ is the reason why. Why do you think? So you think some men who pretended to make war and why all they think that you think that pretended to happen? This liar of the past got
but no one
billions of people following him.
People lie all the time. In 3,000 years, people are going to find the buried Harry Potter motherfucking book, and they're going to say, "Oh my God, he commanded the clouds, and he had magic, and he would fly on the broom," and you don't have no idea because once again, people write novels, they write fiction, they lie about it. So what I'm going to say is this, right, Shape? Give me just a second so you kind of can understand. Our burden of proof is actually very fair. Treat me like you're treating the people on the First Testament, on the Old Testament. They saw you all the time. You talk with them, you part the seas, you sell. Like, if we see this today, I'll say, whoa, Jesus Christ, look at what God is doing to the Egyptians. That's true. Motherfucker is here. The burden of proof is nothing that people of yesterday didn't have, right? It's simple. Show me. What? 1 second, please. I will explain what will make me go from agnostic to motherfucker. I don't know what it is, but there's one God, absolutely. What will be one thing, just one thing that will drop your old faith, everything that I can say to you that says, you know what? Jesus is not, God is not real. I'm out. I don't believe it. Like one thing. Can you give me one thing?
Because it's not one thing that proves he existed. You have to topple the burden of proof of God. And here's one thing that could prove it to me. If we could prove that the resurrection, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ never happened, that will open up the floodgates. Because the only reason why people practice Christianity to the extent they practice it now is because when Jesus Christ resurrected, he stuck around for 40 days and he was witnessed by crowds of hundreds.
No, you're wrong. That's
bro,
not
it's in the Bible. You don't believe scripture, that's fine.
No, hold on.
If you don't believe in the Bible,
no, but stop saying it's a fact.
Let me go, then you go. Let me go first, and you go. Ali, let me go, then you go. Let me just say the point, then you go. You're gonna go after me, bro.
You're saying it's in the Bible, but go ahead.
It is in
Those are the new rules, Ali. Those are the new rules.
It is in the Bible, bro. You don't know in scripture it said that Jesus was witnessed by 400 people. It's in the Bible. That's words in the Bible. That's scripture. That Jesus resurrected for 40 days. And he was witnessed by over 400 people. He went in public. Someone that we call Jesus Christ, that we say is our God, right? In the Bible. This is scripture. You can Google if you want to Google. Anybody want to use ChatGPT, try to figure out where it is in the Bible, you can find it. I got to go through my either Bible app or whatever. But the reality of it is this. He resurrected. We knew he was murdered. We knew he was buried. Then we knew that his tomb was empty. Everyone agrees his tomb was empty. Some people say he was robbed from the tomb. Some people say all types of stuff. But not just that. You know what else we do know? And this is a historical fact that we have a historical proof that he stuck around on earth for 40 days. He went and saw all of his old apostles. Peter, everybody. There was a man, I think it's Peter. He says, I'm not going to believe that he resurrected. This is in the Bible. He said, I'm not going to believe he's resurrected unless I get to stick my fingers inside his womb. Because, I know he was hit on the side. I want to stick my fingers in his womb. He told that to one of his apostles.
Pause.
Jesus came. Yeah, Jesus came and let him put his fingers in the womb.
So
and he fell on his knees and said, my God, my Lord, I will follow you. This is a historical event.
Don't let me put my fingers in his thing.
So I'm saying this to say this.
I know it's real.
Hold on, my turn. My turn. You said it's real. My turn. So dragons are in the Bible. Hold on. Dragons are in the Bible. Witches are in the Bible. Wizards are in the Bible. Do those exist?
Yes.
And whales that can put humans in their mouth. Does that
Moby
exist?
Dick.
They exist.
So dragons exist.
Yes, Lord of House of Dragons. Season 3.
A wizard exists.
I think angels exist. You think angels are not wilder than all that?
Yo, you know what?
Wizards exist. Witches exist.
Witches exist. All the mythology.
You only have to look at the African culture,
It's crazy.
I believe in dragons because I saw it on.
If you think the strangest thing is witches, and you don't think that we have a
wizards.
being,
We got
right?
wizards. We got wizards.
If you don't believe that there's someone that created everything from his word, if you think that a wizard is more complex than that idea, what I'm saying, that someone created everything from their word.
Right. God spoke like Shakespeare, right? Come to thee, come hither. That's how God spoke, right? That's how God in the King James Version of the Bible spoke like Shakespeare. That's
in
how
the
God
beginning
spoke.
was the word. The word was with God. I don't know if it was like Shakespeare. I never read Shakespeare
like that. Come hither.
I don't know.
That's a translation. That's a translation.
I never read Shakespeare.
It's a translation.
Remember, that's men
Ali,
translating.
I will say this, right? To me, I will believe in dragons before I believe that God tried to kill Moses because he didn't circumcise his kid and then his wife circumcised the kid and now he leaves Moses live. Like, imagine you as the God Almighty, the Lord of everything, say, I'm going to kill the Savior of the world because the motherfucker didn't want to circumcise his kid. And then his wife comes and cuts his dick off. And it's like, okay, here's the foreskin. The wife drops the foreskin on the feet of Moses. And God says, you know what? You're good, brother. Keep going. I got you.
Yeah,
that to me is a little bit more egregious than angels and dragons. But you guys can continue the conversation. I'm just here so I don't
if
get
you
fined.
don't believe, that's fine, bro. It's not. Listen, again, so what happens when you die, fatty? What do you believe happens when you die?
I don't know.
Well, why you?
So wait, one second. No, Ali, I'm going to replace you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, this is a cup.
Ali said, give me a break.
This is the cup. If I say I don't know what's inside of the cup, that doesn't mean that there's water in here. It can be wine, it can be beer. I don't know doesn't prove automatically that this is water.
No,
so
but,
I can say I don't know. That doesn't prove nothing.
But so you don't have a better explanation than God, but you don't believe in God. You haven't shown a better explanation. That's the only thing I'm arguing. I'm not saying that you don't. You're right. No, but but my argument to you is you don't actually offer a better explanation of why we exist.
No. Only 1 second, please.
Why we
you asked a question.
Go ahead.
I am humble. I don't know. I wasn't there when the universe was created. God didn't talk with none of y'all. Didn't talk with me either. Right? So none of us know. Unless we go and talk to God and says, hey, God, why did you invent this? And why did you do that? We don't know. The Bible was made by people. People lie all the time. There's a bunch of books that were taken out of the Bible for control reasons. There's a bunch of, like, nobody believes in the Old Testament now. They want to come with the New Testament. But the answer is, I don't know what is out, like, on the other side of a dark hole. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why, for whatever reason, why do you believe in people that lied about the Bible over the Bible? How?
Because you said the Bible is written by people, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how come you don't believe those people, but do you believe the people who said the Bible's a lie?
No, I don't believe people at all.
Because agnostic, right? Here's the thing.
No, wait 1 second. I don't believe in people at all. I know the Bible was a compilation of a bunch of people at that time that said things that made sense at that time. But the question is, if
how long it
wasn't that the Council of Nicaea or whatever, where people literally decided which Bible? Why were those people excluded from the Bible if all of them were telling the truth?
So you're arguing about the Christian canon, right? Are we correct?
No, I'm just talking about
the canon refers to the 66 books included in the Bible, correct? Yeah, because there were people, because of the Bible and is how important it was, people making fake scriptures back then. There were people making fake books back then. The Book of Enoch, back then, people were lying just like people lie now. So back then, there were people trying to say that their word was ordained by God, that they're an apostle of Jesus, that Jesus had a wife, and all this nonsense back then. The Book of Mary back then.
Yes.
It tells you the significance of the phenomenon of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Everything I believe is the cornerstone of my belief is in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and that's why I wear the cross on my head. I wouldn't wear any other sports team. Shout out to your boy Ali. I know he fucks with San Francisco or whatever. I won't wear any other team on my forehead because this is my only team. So I'm saying that to say that that's the most important thing. If you could show me that all the preponderance of evidence of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ was a lie, then I'll be open. But I think it's nearly impossible to do so because, one, we can't go back in time, so we can't recreate the evidence. We can only look at what evidence exists. And there's more evidence to say that Jesus Christ existed than not. Because there's nothing but counts and counts and counts and witnesses. We have more resources that said Jesus existed than Michael Jackson.
Hey, you know what's funny? Little Black Book. You are familiar with African culture, absolutely, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how many rural and like there's a monster called that is from such and such village? Like I remember going to Cape Verde the first time, and they said, "Hey, Ferry, we have this mythical beam that if you don't like, this is folklore. Happens all around the world. If you go to the Mayans, they have it. If you go, matter of fact, I'm going to even be more specific. Jesus is not special. Jesus is Son Goku, is Naruto, is Superman, is Harry Potter, the chosen one that comes from a place that we don't know where. No. Shape, I didn't interrupt you. Shape. Can you find in history religions and folklore of the same motherfucking stories that happened to Jesus over and over and over again, and thousands of years before, 500 before? Can I go to ChatGPT and say, is this Huawei or YA? Can I go back and find so many stories of the same shit that he went through way before? No?
There's no resurrection. Name a person. Find a story of someone that was resurrected. Find someone that resurrected from the dead. And there's all these stories about him.
Goku. Superman.
Cartoons.
No, it's the same story. It's the same story over and over again. Hey,
it's
did
not
you know
a historic event of someone existing. Or do you agree with that or not?
Sir, it was written on the book.
What is a cartoon?
It's like your book.
No, is a cartoon an historical event? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So
is the Bible an historical event?
Yes.
Prove it. No,
bro,
prove it.
No,
prove, hey, no,
Fatty, I like this. You know what I like?
No. When
God, you're showing me you're a smart person. No, Fatty, you're showing me you're a smart person. You know how you show me you're a smart person? You keep asking me for proof. And I like that. You know why I like that? Because that, to me, you know what that tells me? You believe that there is something called truth.
Yes.
And it could be observed and it could be understood. And to me, that's a definition of believing in God. If everything was made from nothing, and there's no order in the world, there's complete chaos, and there was no grand creator, we're all just random.
Yeah, but I can be.
Are we all just random?
No, but sir,
no.
One second, sir. 1 second. Think about it. I can create, like, we have AI right now, right? I can create a civilization of AIs that in 3 years are going to say, what I am, what am I, who created me, to be or not to be? There's the question. Why you read a little black book? Why is this AI over here? Why do we work so much? Why are we being deleted? And now they are doing the same thing as human beings. They are looking for their God because I created the program, Sims, whatever the computer is, where these beings are actually sentient, and I am their God. The question once again is, and I'm going to go back because people are saying on the chat that Lazarus is a story that is very close to Jesus. What makes your God
resurrected?
Yeah, because I keep conceding to you. Okay, God exists. What proves that is particularly your God, like yours, not Zeus, not Buddha, not Allah? Doesn't Allah, 1 second, doesn't Allah and the God of the Bible are the same God?
No.
They're not the same God?
Absolutely not. No.
They're not the same God.
I don't believe in the Quran, and I don't want to disrespect the Quran because my job is not to disrespect the Quran, but I think the Quran is very problematic. I'll say that. I'm confident.
So the God of the Quran and the God of the Bible are not the same God?
What happened? No, it's not.
Okay. So we're going to do this.
Because he said Jesus wasn't God. In the Quran, it says Jesus wasn't God, he was a prophet. We don't.
No. The stories.
Yeah, the Quran does reference
Jesus was not God. That's why we don't believe in the same God. That by definition we don't.
Yeah, the Quran mentions Jesus as a prophet. I've seen it myself. I've seen it myself.
That's in Quran. So I'm not just this, and this is the point I'm trying to get to you. I'm a rational person. That's why I believe in God. I'm a rational person. I want you to understand that. I look at the world and I say to myself, humans are the most complex thing that exists. Do you know science doesn't even understand consciousness? We don't understand consciousness. But we know it exists. We have it. We have a word for it. We don't understand it. We know it's not based on tissue. We got brain matter exists in a lot of animals that don't have what we call consciousness. The ability to reflect on yourself and understand and interpret the world the way that humans can.
So let me go through these and then I'll go to the similarities of these. So I ask, are the God of Quran and the God of the Bible the same God? Yes, historically, the God of Quran and the God of the Bible originate from the same Abrahamic root, but how each faith describe him differs significantly. So it's the same God, but different. They believe in different things, and then all three faiths track back to Abraham. All believe in one supreme God. All claim God revealed himself through his prophets. Okay, so let's go.
That's what ChatGPT said, though. But why do you believe ChatGPT and not the Bible? And not
no. You can question ChatGPT all you want. That's why you're here, right? So
that's you. But why do you believe it?
No. The ChatGPT only reads the documents, right? Are you telling that the ChatGPT? 1 second. Are you telling the ChatGPT is wrong about the documents that he read when all of these gods are the same God and they come from the same places and they have the same story? Is that fair to say that ChatGPT is just
it's wrong. No, because the minute
one second. So ChatGPT is wrong about saying God of the Quran and the God of the Bible originate from the same Abrahamic root. Is he wrong about that?
Yes.
Explain to me, please. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. The explanation is this. And I know you said you're doing this on a live stream tomorrow. Maybe it's more appropriate for the live stream tomorrow. We're going deep on this. And I don't mind because I love Jesus. The explanation is this. The Quran believes in the Bible, the Torah, and it believes in some parts of the New Testament, but it's problematic because it also says that Jesus Christ was just a prophet. We don't believe that as Christians. I don't know one legitimate Christian that believes Jesus Christ wasn't God. I mean, it's the Trinity. It's simple: the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. So the Quran doesn't believe. They thought he's a good prophet. We don't think Jesus is a prophet. We think Jesus is the Son of Man. So no, the Bible is beyond different than the Quran, because the Quran says things that the Quran tries to do what a lot of people are trying to do right now. It's trying to discredit the Bible.
Okay, so let's go to Jesus, and this is the last one, right? So because they that player one, that's good. Just animate it, please. Thank you very much. So the story of Lazarus, let me put this on the big screen. The story of Lazarus in John's 11 is often seen as foreshadowing of a preview on resurrection. Here's the breakdown of similarities and symbolic connections between Lazarus and Jesus. Both were dead for multiple days. Lazarus 4 before Jesus. Actually, matter of fact, god damn it, this shit can read itself.
But Jesus resurrected.
The story of Lazarus in John 11
one second.
as a foreshadowing or preview of Jesus' own resurrection. Here's a breakdown of the key similarities and symbolic connections between Lazarus and Jesus. 1. Both were dead for multiple days. Lazarus was dead for 4 days before Jesus raised him. Jesus was dead for 3 days before he rose. Symbolic message: death was undeniable in both cases. It wasn't just a coma or short pause. These were real deaths with real decay. 2. Both were laid in tombs with stone entrances. Lazarus was buried in a cave with a stone. John 11:38. Jesus was also buried in a tomb sealed by a large stone. Matthew 27:60. Visual repetition. The scene of the stone being moved is key in both, signifying power over death. 3. Both came out wrapped in burial cloths. Lazarus came out bound in grave clothes. Jesus said, "Unbind him." Jesus left his burial cloths folded in the empty tomb. John 26:7. Message: Lazarus needed help being unwrapped. Jesus didn't. He left his own grave behind completely, symbolizing a greater resurrection. 4. Both resurrections sparked faith and plotting. Lazarus's resurrection caused many to believe in Jesus. John 11, verse 45. But it also made the Jewish leaders want to kill Jesus and Lazarus. John 11:53, John 12:10. Foreshadowing. Raising Lazarus triggered the chain of events that led to Jesus' own death. 5. Both events showed deep emotion. Jesus wept for Lazarus, John 11:35, showing his human side. At his own death, people mourned deeply, including Mary, the same sister who wept for Lazarus. Shared humanity and grief. Both stories are emotionally raw, highlighting God's love for human suffering. 6. Both stories are about victory over death. Jesus called Lazarus out by name, showing his command over death. Jesus rose by his own power, proving he is the resurrection. John 11:25. Meaning, Lazarus was the sign, Jesus was the fulfillment. Summary chart. Lazarus Jesus, raised after 4 days, rose after 3 days, tomb sealed with stone, needed help removing grave clothes, left grave clothes behind. Resurrection led to belief and backlash. Resurrection changed the world. Jesus wept for him. Disciples wept for Jesus. Temporary return to life, eternal resurrection.
Yeah.
And
proves a lot of my point. That's perfect.
No, it's not your point. You ask, tell me someone that resurrected. This story was written.
Eutychus by Peter, Tabitha by Paul. They were resurrected too. He wasn't the only person in the Bible that was even resurrected. Osiris in Egypt. I forgot the other person in Mesopotamia. He's not the only person that even resurrected in the Bible. Other beliefs.
Jesus resurrected other people in the Bible.
He resurrected 2 other people in the Bible.
Did anyone resurrect anyone other than Jesus?
I just told you. Paul, Tabitha, and what was his name? Eutychus was raised by Peter and Paul. They resurrected. They resurrected by Peter and Paul.
And do they believe in God?
What is it? No, you were talking about resurrection. Why we go to the God?
No, I'm clarifying. Just
family. You keep deflecting every time we make a point.
You're deflecting by taking it.
You know what? You know why? You're telling Fatty that when he asked
you about, you still apologize about the whole B word? Are you still on that?
See how you do? I'm
asking you a question because you seem mad still.
See, how do I see mad?
Oh, come on, Shake. Come on,
Shake. You're brother. You keep showing how disingenuous you are, brother. But you keep trying to throw these.
Call me, but you can't prove it.
But you can't. Everybody's watching what you're doing.
You can't, but you can't prove it.
No one knows. What?
But you can't prove it.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Trev, because I can't talk with a brother right now. You know what? Me and Fatty was talking about the other day. How you prove the truth is witnesses. That's the greatest thing about. That's why he can't prove God exists. No disrespect to nobody who believes in God, but it's when you have witnesses. He keeps trying to throw subliminals or ad hominems on the low, and he acts like he's not doing it. That's the crazy thing. Just to say someone's mad. We all are passionate people. Why do you keep trying to throw little subliminals or ad hominems? I'm not trying to disrespect you or be upset with you. What are you talking about?
The way you argue.
The way I argue.
I'm gonna explain to you the way you argue, as if you're the plaintiff and the judge, and I'm the defendant. So you get to play 2 roles.
You're projecting. That's what you're doing.
You get to
project it on other people.
That, but you got to prove it.
You keep doing your feelings. No, man.
You say that, but you got to prove it. You say that, but you got to prove it. All right, so let's get back to the point.
Yeah, we are getting back to it. You said that God from the Islam is in the same as the Bible, right? But obviously, Jesus is the Son of God in the Bible, and Jesus is a prophet in Islam. They one believes in Ishmael as being going through the promise, another one is Isaac. So they are essentially the same, but they just believe in it different. Another thing is you're telling Fatty to believe in God because what you read, but when
I didn't tell him to believe in God.
No, you did, man. You're saying God exists because what you read. Did you say that?
Whoa, bro! When you going to quote somebody,
let's write.
Can you answer the question? You said because of what you read, you believe in God. Is that true or false?
I believe in God for multiple reasons.
I didn't answer my question.
But because the question is the question you're asking, you're trying to ask a question that I could just answer right now. You're trying to ask what did you say?
Actually, answer my question.
Why don't you ask what I'm saying?
Do you believe in a resurrection because you read it in the Bible? You keep bringing up the Bible. You said the Bible's on the place where resurrection
before I read it in the Bible. That's the point I'm trying to say. The Bible's one proof. It's not the only proof.
How could you believe before you read it in
the
Bible?
The point I'm trying to make, Ali, is that there's multiple reasons why I believe. Not just the Bible's one of them. But there's multiple reasons.
What is the main one?
There is no main. There is no main.
He's doing a black book.
No. Wait, one second, because we're trying to have a conversation.
Yeah.
When for example, hey, think about it, Commissioner. Why do you like your woman? Why you like your woman? Oh, there's so many things. No. Can you be specific? What do you like your woman? Man, I can answer that. There's so many things. No, priority, because she has a fat ass. Anki, she's a good mother too. She kind of cooks well, and I can enumerate the things that makes me like this person.
You already said it.
So why can you
thing that you're going on? This idea that everything could be reduced to a single thing.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying it. You don't have. I'm not repeating what you're saying.
So enumerate it.
New information.
No, Shape. There's various reasons why you like your car. Because it's red, because he has some nice seats, because he has air conditioner. You can enumerate the reasons why you actually do that. Can you enumerate by order of priority the people that what are the reasons that why you believe in God other than the Bible?
Because I don't believe we're here randomly. I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory. I don't believe in evolution. All the other theories of origin, I don't believe in none of them. To me, the one that makes the most rational, intelligible sense is the story of Jesus Christ. It makes the most sense to me. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh. I believe that. And the Word was with God. I believe that. John 1:1. I believe in Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. I believe in that.
You picked the
now,
right
if you believe, and what I'm saying is,
Ali, new rules.
Order came from order. That's what I believe. Order came from order. I don't believe order came from chaos. People that believe in the Big Bang Theory believe in order came from chaos. I don't believe that. I believe order came from order. The hat that Ali's wearing, we know it didn't create itself. The colors didn't just splash together. The letter didn't come together. There was an intelligent person that said, let me design this hat to put a curve in it, put the symbol on it, stitch it a certain way. And if you believe that existed by an intelligent creator, how could you not believe that humans and everything that else exists was created by an intelligent creator? It only makes sense. It's only logical. It's consistent.
You're conflating.
Hey, I asked this yesterday. Hey, did the internet existed before we created it?
Then the what?
In the internet.
Did it exist before we created it?
Yes.
The World Wide Web? No, I don't think so.
So,
How did it exist? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know of internet before we created.
No. This is perfect. That's fair.
Okay, I don't know of internet. No, I don't believe so. Which is the World Wide Web? No. So YouTube existed before it was created?
Huh?
YouTube StreamYard existed before it was created?
No. What we're saying is we're creating things out of nothing, right? Yes. Human beings creating shit
out of something.
No, sir.
Yo, what's the nothing? So the internet's created out of nothing?
No, sir. The World Wide Web is a completely new space. It doesn't exist in reality. You might create computers, you might create the ships, but the World Wide Web is not something you can touch. It's virtual reality.
What did they use to create it?
Huh?
What did they use to create it? Things that did not exist?
No, the World Wide Web didn't exist before
was it created by things that did exist?
Yes, absolutely.
So it wasn't created from nothing.
No. That's not the point. You can replace it. What? The name you for example, if somebody inside of the reality we created said we have a creator, like all of a sudden light was made. It was the 1994, and all of a sudden this space was created. Like who is our God? Who created this? It was not God. It was John. It was Albert. It was a bunch of other people that got together with their insight and their intellect, and they created a reality that literally never existed. We are 3 years away of creating something called AGI, which is AI with actually a sense of self and with some consciousness, to the point where they are going to question who created them. We are their gods. It was not God that created this shit. It was us. So if you actually go far enough and you get to a point where you ask God, can I replace God by simulation shape? Can I say everything we see, all the universe, everything that we see today, this conversation that we're having was created by a motherfucking supercomputer with simulation that can 1BC prove that, okay, we are not the sons of God. We are sons about we are created by a bigger thing, just like we as human beings created smaller things. Is that fair? Can that be possible?
No.
So now you have to prove it.
Because here's the difference between what you're describing and what I'm describing.
Yes.
You're describing a supercomputer, right? You said there's no way that you said, can we prove that we weren't created by a supercomputer? That's what you said?
I said I don't know. I said how can you prove that it was not
you don't know,
a supercomputer?
I don't need to twist words to prove my
That's
point.
Perfect.
Let's use your exact words. That's why I asked clarifying questions. Let's use your exact words. Okay. So you can't prove it was a supercomputer, whatever, right? You can't prove that. Okay.
Yes.
So the issue that I believe you're running into, we have a word for it. It's called faith. Faith. We say it's in scripture. The lie is of the eye, but faith is of the ear. How could you believe? How could you not believe in a man, like he said in the scripture? How could you not believe in your brother who you can see, but you believe in me who you cannot see?
Right.
Yes.
That's a great point.
Faith, right? Faith. This is my word.
You know why you checkmated yourself? Because I can. Let me explain you why you checkmated yourself. I can have faith about the supercomputer with higher intelligence that created us. If faith is the please. If faith is the only thing that separates your theory from my theory, I can come in and I say Satan is my Lord and Savior. He created the universe. And when people ask what is the difference between your beliefs and my beliefs, I'll say faith. I have faith in Satan, and I think Satan created everything. So we are on the same place.
If you reject scripture, that's fine. You could make choices in your life. You're allowed to, but I'm not rejecting scripture.
No, it's logical
So
argument.
I take everything inside this book to be the truth. That's me personally.
Yeah, and I take
you might take some things, you might take no things. That is your prerogative. I'm not telling you what to do. But the reality of it is this: my creator is the original.
How do you know?
Created.
How do you know?
Because it says in the Bible.
That's what he
the
keeps
Bible
saying.
was written by who?
No. I want to say something. He was getting on you for reading Chat GPT, which it's always evolving, but he can read the book and say it's the truth.
Ali, no. Hey, it's shape. This is why I'm telling you it's a checkmate.
The Chat GPT from the first century?
No. Let me actually tell you why it's a checkmate. The Bible and Chat GPT both were made by humans. Both of them. No. All of these books in the history of mankind, and there's billions of them, all of them was written by humans. So
Moses wrote the Old Testament, Paul the Second.
And how did they write it? And how did they write it?
You said what? Did a man write it? You said Moses supposedly wrote the first one, Paul second with his apostles or disciples. So why you keep saying no when he said man wrote it? When God didn't write it?
Because
did man write the Bible of God?
The word the word of the Bible is not the words of God.
You realize you're not answering.
No. It's the word of people that wrote it and said, "This was God told me. This was God."
He didn't say who inspired it. No. Call me Shape. Can you answer the question? He said that people will say it's God inspired. Did man write the book or God? Is what he's asking you. Did man write the book or God?
Who do you think?
See what I'm saying? Bad faith conversation.
There's an answer to it. No, there's
people doing this all day.
One second, please.
Who do you think?
Hey, think about it, Shape. We keep conceding so you understand we're not having a conversation.
The Holy Spirit,
Shape. Why is Ali? This is actually perfect. We will concede, okay? Because the Bible is a religious book, and people inside of the Bible said that they not a religious. If people people that I'm going to reset. People that wrote the Bible said God told me this.
God inspired.
I saw God and all that, right? Mr. Shape, is there thousands of other holy books that say the Quran? I don't know if the Vikings have one. I don't know if the African tribes have one, and the Kenyan Bible and the whatever. Is there the Mayans? Is there thousands of religious books that say, just like the Bible, my God told me this? So I wrote it in this book, and this should be the book.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, so if there's thousands of them, why is your book the one that is true, and all the other books that were written by humans saying that they saw God and God told me that? Why are those wrong? Why is the Bible right and the Quran wrong? Why is the Bible right and all the other religious books wrong?
I'm pointing to it. This is the clue.
He's not answering no more.
The death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
He's done. Okay, he's going to say it's because it was in the book. He's going to keep saying because it was in the Bible.
Bro,
Fatty.
Who else has the Jesus Christ?
Fatty, let me ask you something.
Who else has the Jesus Christ?
Hold on. So, Fatty, let me ask you.
My baby's here. Let's go. My baby's back again.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you something real quick.
Good.
So
gang.
Yes.
So
gang.
If I concede to you and say, that the stories in the Bible were eyewitness accounts from people who were created by God,
yes,
then do you trust the words of the people that wrote it?
No, there's the only way that I can. 1 second. The only way that I can trust it is by we're repeating the same process and we can observe the same shit right now. Right. That's what science is. Somebody wrote a book about about gravity, and he said what this happens, and I said, oh, that gravity shit is strange. Let me drop an apple out of a building and see if it falls. If I can repeat it over and over again, I will believe it because it's repeatable. Nothing on the Bible kind of is repeatable.
Burden of the proof is a
scientific cool. Okay, cool. So if you don't trust the people and their eyewitness accounts and their stories and the letters that were written, if you don't trust those people, that means by your logic, you don't trust any of us either.
I don't know. I don't trust no people. No, yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. Yes. No. Hey, 1 second. I'm walking with you. If you tell me anonymous based is a rapist and the PDF file and he kicks babies in the head and he punches old ladies, I will never trust nobody that tell me that unless they come with concrete evidence that anonymous base actually does that.
Okay,
right?
Cool,
Is that fair?
cool. Okay, cool. So if you don't trust the people who gather the information to compile the Bible, and that means by your own logic, you don't trust any of us. But I could take a step further and say that you don't even trust yourself because you're a person just like
I don't trust myself. You know why? No. 1 second. You know how many times I said my diet starts today, and then it doesn't. Hey, I don't. Hey, 1 second. People are fallible. I don't trust myself. I don't trust the people around me, and I don't trust none of y'all ninjas and none of y'all bitches. Sorry, I don't. So what does that prove? 1 second. You know, 1 second. You know what I trust? I trust science, and I trust that a lot of things I just don't know. There's the two things that I trust. Things that are verifiable and things that I can know everything, because once again, I wasn't here when this shit was created. I didn't saw it, I didn't observe it, I didn't measure it, so I don't know. I don't even trust myself. Yes, go ahead.
Cool. So watch this. You just said that you could trust science, right? Because it's verifiable and all this other type of stuff, right?
But science is fallible. No, 1 second. 1 second. Science is fallible. I believe in things that can be observed and repeated once you actually get the scientific method together. But I believe that science can actually be updated, meaning these things that we know was wrong. So now we're going to evolve into the next iteration. Yes.
Okay, cool. So, and what was the second part of that statement?
Repeat it for me.
Because you said something else after that. You also said that you trust that but you also said that you trust that you don't know certain things to be real.
Yes.
So if you trust that you don't know certain things to be real, that means you're trusting that you don't know if God's real or not.
Yes, I'm agnostic. I'm open to the possibility that God is right. He's here, but until for now, yes.
Okay, so by you being agnostic, that logic in and of itself means that you know that there's a God. So how can you argue that the God of Abraham and everybody is fake? Because out of all these other wait.
No. I didn't say that. No. Religion is real. Religion is real. I can see it. There's churches, there's priests, there's crosses, there's mosques. Religion is real. Religion is a social construct. What is the foundation of it? Let me just finish. Religion is how human beings interpret and adore God. That's what religion is. We created some things that actually show how we glorify and put him as a deity and all that. That's real. It exists. God in itself, where is he?
So if you believe that religion exists and you could see all these sorts of forms of evidence of it,
yes.
Where did those concepts come from if you don't believe that the God of the Bible exists?
Man imagination, just like Dragon Ball Z, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones. It came from man that think and sleep and breathe and the right things because it's fun, because it's exciting, because there's thoughts, philosophy. Yes.
Cool. Let's run with that. Run with that. Where did man get his ability to have an imagination and create stuff from?
Evolution.
No, because we're the only creatures that can think and create and build like that.
No, you're not. No, we're not. Ants, like, if you ever saw an ant hill, ants will literally grab a bunch of poop and dirt and all that shit, and they'll build a fortress. And the ants are this small.
Sir. What I'm highlighting is that us as human beings, we have infinitely more power and abilities than the animals do. That's why us humans, we are the natural predators of any and all animals.
And how does that prove God, though?
Because we're made in His image. That's
how you know. One second. They told you that on the Bible. Show me a picture of God and let's put it next to me to see if He looks like me.
That is so funny you say that.
No, it's not funny. I'm just saying, prove it. If God was created to my image, no. 1 second. If the person that wrote God was created, humans were created to the image of God, that person probably saw God, right?
No, God wrote. No.
Okay, God told him.
No, let him finish. Let him. Wait.
No. God told me. God told him. God told him. That's true, right? God told him.
Christianity, right? You gotta understand the premise of it. It's hard to argue Christianity if you don't understand that the Bible was written with God.
So it was on their side.
Because God spoke to them. It's all throughout the Bible, right? In the beginning of the Bible, it talks about God revealing Himself. He talked to people.
That's fair. Has God ever talked to you?
Has God ever talked to me?
Yes.
I don't believe God talked to me directly. No.
Okay. What about you, Based?
Fatty.
No. Answer the question. Did God ever talk to you? If God ever talked to you, Based?
Yes.
Well, one second. How do you know that he was not Satan? Satan knows the Bible too. Satan knows the Bible too. If God talked to you, prove it that he wasn't Satan that knows the Bible. Put the motherfucking some wings and a halo and said, "Hey, Base, you need to work with blah 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 blah." Prove it.
Okay.
So
watch. No, wait. Shake. Watch this. The fact that you know so much about it, yet you still don't believe it.
Whoa. Satan doesn't know the Bible. And God.
Okay, hold on. Thank you very much, Noel. I appreciate you. Guys, you can drop Noel with $20. Go ahead.
Well, watch this. The fact that you're able to articulate so much about something that you don't think is real is kind of crazy.
Hey,
but hold on. Wait. But
yes,
I like these types of conversations with people that aren't necessarily believers, because what this is highlighting is that you're open to learning more under the right circumstance. So that's why when I have conversations like this with people that aren't necessarily believers, I would never disrespect you or look down on you because of it. You see what I'm saying? Yes. Now to answer your question, I used to not have as strong of a belief as I have now. And what I used to do is I used to test God, right? Because when I was younger, I was the only child and I wasn't really allowed to have friends over. And so for me, I didn't really like being the only child. It was cool, but then I was lonely a lot. And so what I did was I prayed and I said, God, if you're real, can you give me a brother? Because I wanted a sibling, but I didn't know which one I wanted. I didn't know which one I wanted. So I prayed and I said, God, if you are real, can you please give me a brother? And I ended up getting a brother, and it freaked me out. It freaked me out. And so I said, you know what? Let me do one more test. I said, well, now that God gave me a brother, can you give me a sister too? And I ended up getting a sister.
Okay.
You're talking to him though.
No, that's actually good. He told you, oh, I got you, brother. Don't worry about it. Because I reply to people. When people send me emails, I say, no, don't worry, I got you, right? So the question is, based. Pray for $1 billion and let's see how that goes. Okay? Pray for $1 billion and for a private jet, and we're going to see how it goes. Because once again, just because I want something, and I am a person that I want a lot of things, right? I want a mansion and a Maserati and a bunch of fancy stuff. I will do things other than pray to God to actually get those things. You know what your parents did to get you brothers and sisters? They did what they need to do to get brothers and sisters. They procreated with each other.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right.
The question will be, was it immaculate? No. Hey, base, was it immaculate conception like Jesus? Did God say,
No.
"Oh, don't worry about it"? Was immaculate conception?
No.
So why
But
are you attributing to God things that happen on nature every day? Every day is born like 3 million people.
Wait, I got you. Because I prayed for two specific things in a very short window of time, and I didn't tell anybody about it. That's the crazy part. I didn't tell anybody about it. I kept it to myself. So when I ended up getting a brother, it actually freaked me out because I'm like, wait a minute. Well, maybe God is real because I prayed for this. I thought initially, well, maybe it was just a fluke. Maybe it was just, I guessed and I got it right. So I didn't really. So even after I got my first prayer answer like that, I still was kind of like, maybe not. But then when I prayed and asked for a sister and I got a sister, that's what changed it. And I'll give you one more example of how I prayed and asked God for something and I got it. So what I love about the Bible is the wisdom that it has through the stories. And so I used to pray for riches and all this other type of stuff, but then I started really looking at myself and the decisions I was making, and I was understanding that I didn't have the mental capacity and the wherewithal to maintain certain things. So instead of me praying and asking for riches and fame and all this other type of stuff, what I did was I changed up my focus and I prayed and asked for the wisdom. I prayed and asked God to give me wisdom. So whatever trials and tribulations I had to go through to gain that wisdom, whether I took losses, lost friends, lost girlfriends, lost jobs, I went through a lot of things to obtain certain levels of wisdom that I implement to this day. And more specifically, I prayed and asked God to give me the same wisdom that he gave Solomon.
Okay, so I will walk with you.
Go ahead.
God listened to you and gave you two baby brothers, a baby brother and a baby sister. Perfect. Which God gave you those? Which God gave you a brother and sister?
The God of Abraham and the God who's the father of Christ.
Is it possible, if God truly exists, no matter what is the religion, is it possible that all almighty being could have heard what you're saying and gave you a God, some brothers and sisters anyway? Is it possible?
Wait, say that one more time.
Is it possible that the Viking god of Valhalla said, you know what? I fuck with Baze, even though I'm not his god. Because I know everything. I'm omnipotent too, right? I know it all. So I'm going to give you two babies. Is that possible?
That it was another God other than the one I serve? No.
Yeah, the Aztec god. Whatever god.
No, absolutely not.
How do you prove it?
I just gave you examples of three things that I prayed for and I got all of them.
And the Viking god and the Aztec god was listening and they gave it to you.
No.
Why? So only your God is omnipotent and omniscient and all known. The other gods that were written by the same metrics, they don't know anything about base.
Yes.
Prove it.
I just gave you three examples.
No, prove it that
I gave you three examples with context, and I led with I wasn't as strong of a believer as I am now. I did lead with them. So I had my reservations, just like a lot of non-believers. That's why I don't go so hard on people that don't believe or have questions, because I see myself in people like you. Because I used to be on that side too. I wasn't sure. I had questions too that I wanted to answer, so I prayed and asked for clarity.
If something very bad happens to a loved one of yours, was it God or Satan?
It's God.
So what does Satan like? What's the role of Satan in your life?
You said what's the will of Satan in my life?
Yeah. Like what could happen that you would attribute to Satan?
what would happen that I would convert over this? No.
Yeah, is any did Satan any like intervene in your life, try to deceive you and try to lead you to a place that you shouldn't be? Like,
yeah, all the time, all the time.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know it was not God?
Because
if God,
God's not gonna...
one second, if God gave you if God gave you two brothers, one brother and one sister,
okay,
right? Why
go
didn't God told you to go left and go right and tell people? Because God in the Bible tells somebody to deceive somebody, to lie to someone, right? Why couldn't God put people in your life to deceive you too? Since even in the Bible, God tells someone to go and deceive a king, something. Why couldn't that be God?
Because there will be no way for me to get deceived into getting a brother and sister.
No, but that's not your whole life. Like you born, you are.
No. Look, I told you that I
hold on, Anonymous. That's not the
things.
Anonymous, that's not the question he asked you, family. Just like in the Bible where God hardened Pharaoh's heart, so Pharaoh wouldn't even have done the right thing because God hardened his heart, even if he wanted to do different. What he's asking you is, if you end up doing something and making a bad decision, how do you know that wasn't God doing it? You know how a lot of times you have people who do this all the time. You find the bad person in your life is a blessing. They did something to you, so you be away from them. People will make that a blessing. That was God making somebody do something bad to you, or something bad happening to them, so they can get out your life. So how do you know that's not God when something bad happens to you?
Yeah, well, no, Ali. What is the saying? God gives the strong battles to the most.
Yeah.
How don't you know that God put you to Iraq? Yeah. Why don't you know that God put all those treacherous people and situations in your life so you can actually become stronger?
Hey, don't follow Call Me Shape, man. Don't follow him.
Okay, so watch this. I know. Look, no, I can answer y'all.
I'll just play, man. Go follow the brother, man. Let me tell y'all this while we keep going, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We love these conversations, and I'm gonna tell you this. I want to do nothing, and I believe in a higher power. I believe in a creator, but there's nothing more than me and Fatty would want to do than to actually believe and know it. Like people might think when we pushing back and having this conversation that we just want to just push back. Man, I want to know that God is real, or the God of Islam is real, the God of the Torah is real, the God of Egypt is real. We want to know that, but it's irresponsible when we have these conversations, especially when Call Me Shape said he wants to talk about the truth, when we don't have these conversations, because it's so many different ways of believing in the God and interpretation in the interpretation of God. You know what? One of the biggest thing that bothers me is people at the same time have never spoken to God. So if God spoke to you, Anonymous, why didn't God speak to me, you, and Fatty right now and go, hey, y'all, I hate that my children keep arguing about me. I exist. Matter of fact, keep the party going. Here's some wine for you. You know what I'm saying? Keep the party going. Why has God never spoke to multiple people at the same time? Someone always had to go tell somebody else as an individual, instead of God talking to all of us, say, oh, shoot, Fatty, God just spoke to all of us. I believe, and everybody would be devout, just like people worship Michael Jackson, just like people worship LeBron James and Michael Jordan and all these celebrities and icons. If people truly knew that God existed, most people would believe, man. Most people are not going to push back on it. If we saw God split the Atlantic Ocean, you ain't going to go, oh, man, that's AI. People go, oh, my God.
It goes even further than that, right, Ali? If you are an all-known being and you know the beginning, middle, and end, why would you put people on trial on earth to see if they believe in you or not when you literally know what the end is? This is all foreplay. You know what Base is going to do because you are all known. You know what Fed is going to do. You know what Ali is going to do. And you put us on trial here to suffer, to get cancer, to die as a kids, to have wars, to fuck each other up, to rape, to kill, just so we can adore you and do exactly what you already know that we're going to do, because you know Hitler was going to be Hitler. You know motherfucking Fatty was going to be Fatty, but it's just a little game. So now I can die. And he says, aha! Now you go there on there. It makes no sense. You know what we are. You know that baby that died on that womb was going to die on that womb. So it makes no sense for you to have this trial period of 60 years in the planet when you have either eternity in hell or eternity in heaven. Just put the people where they may and let go through it. Why are you putting us here when you know that in 2057 I'm going to be half Android and I'm going to kill half of the Lisbon population? That makes no sense.
To that? I want to respond, and then I'm gonna go. But first of all, before I even respond, I'm gonna say, Fatty, Ali, the whole family over here. This is my first time seeing both of y'all. So all love, all respect, Anonymous, everybody we talk to. Y'all might have thought I disrespected, but I don't got no disrespect.
No.
I don't got no disrespect for brothers making money and content. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Shape, let me actually tell you something. You know why Ali is kind of forgiving? I guarantee you probably doing content for like what, a year and a half, 2. Yes.
Bro, 2019, bro.
2019. So the thing is, at some point we were on your type of time. You see what I'm saying? Like we kind of are not on the same, but at some point of time we'll come on these panels and try to rip people head offs. And we had the conversation about, hey, we punch people into a corner, and when we got him, we let him leave. We go back to the middle of the ring and we let him survive, because this is how it should be. You shouldn't beat people to the pulp. So when we stop you and say you shouldn't do this, it's because we are not on the same type of time. We understand you actually, but the thing is, if you listen to Old Fatty in 2022, 2023, I'll be on your type of time. Ali was never that. So we kind of understand where you come from. We're just saying we can do what you actually want to do and we want to do. It's just that there's time and place for it, and we don't want to just have like a moment just for the sake of that moment, because we could just leave it alone. Then cut you off, clip you, put you on thumbnails, and now we are making money. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
And I know the whole game, and I don't know what my boy told you about. By the way, shout out to Watch. He's the one that.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
You know, he shoots videos for Dave East. I'm from Jersey. I'm the plug out here, bro. Everybody know me out here. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people that ran out here. I worked at record labels. I worked at MTV. I'm OG content creator. You know what I'm saying? And YouTube something new that I'm doing, but I got 13,000 subscribers. I pay my bills with YouTube. I'm doing this shit. No hate. I'm taking my time. I was supposed to make videos tonight. You know what I'm saying? I took my time. I jumped on.
No, we appreciate you.
Did vlog, you know what I'm saying? So
and that's dope. There's no, like, we understand where you come from.
Right,
So
cool.
it's not personal. There's no animosity. But that's the thing, right? We don't know you. You don't know us.
Exactly.
What happens is I have a 3-show rule. We kind of measure each other out for the first 3 shows, and after 3 shows, now everybody can bang with each other. It is what it is. This is the first day you came in hot, and we understand it is what it is. We don't have no problem with that. There's a part of the show, there's a part of entertainment, and if Ali is okay, hey, let's make big problems, small problems, and small problems, no problem. So I appreciate you being here. Once again, everybody is going to have their link in the chat, the description, so go ahead and follow them, and we go from there. Noel, can you take us on before I read the super chats? Noel. Damn, you best.
Dang.
Noel.
She fell asleep. You said you look right there and right when you moved her. Oh,
no, she's on the phone. No, she's on the phone.
That fentanyl is serious. I'm playing.
No, it's not fentanyl. Leave my princess alone. Leave my princess alone.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
And man, can you bring my line to life and stuff too, man?
Absolutely.
Come on, man. That's dope, man. I don't even know how, man. Y'all killing me, man. Y'all killing me. Y'all killing me. Where that thing at, man?
Boogie.
Oh, that R. Kelly clip.
Yeah,
I deleted. I'm deleting clips. I'm deleting clips. You're not going to find it.
Uh-oh.
Killing me with this.
I deleted 7 clips, and I'm going to keep deleting. We're going to replace everything for things that are kind of more related to the untouchables. Boogie! Just glazing melanin. Melanin has a bunch of potential. The secrecy shit is what, in my opinion, kind of.
But that's why. Remember, I supported no shape.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, we all agree. No, we all agree with you.
Yeah, I was.
We all agree with him, but there's a thing. We support women that ain't shit.
Just he did a little okie dokie later on, you know.
We supported men that ain't shit. That's so. Hey, I don't use YouTube as a dating app, so you can call me a sim. We're kind of making jokes and all that shit. But hey, man,
going on this show.
Nah, I'm just. Hey, man.
No, but I just want to give a big shout out to Ilkan Ali and Fatty for hosting us on the panel and us having
much love to y'all, man. Much love to y'all.
Us having these deep conversations because I actually like having conversations with people that are not really sure about the Bible and God and stuff like that. And the only thing I could offer is my own personal experiences with me praying and going through different trials and tribulations to kind of illustrate a point. But it's up to you guys to really go through it and seek out the truth. I understand that you guys are really searching for the truth, and what that tells me is that your hearts and your souls are open to it. I can't force it on you, and none of us can force anything on you. But if you're open to have more conversations, I'm down. I'm down with it.
Shout out to my boy Baze for pulling up with the blazer and for stealing my style with the motherfucking durag. These motherfuckers stealing my style, Ali. I bought a ton of them and they pull up, and now all of a sudden, motherfuckers trying to style on us. That's crazy.
Fight back, Anonymous.
You
Fight
better
back.
get him back. You better go down there and get him back.
It's crazy. I'll start to let my hair grow, and all of a sudden, all of you posers and biters.
Yeah, Fatty, I
actually got a lot of respect for you and Ilkan Ali for actually opening up to these conversations about God and stuff. Because
my next show is going to be Wednesday. I need to rest.
You're good. But the interesting thing about the Bible in and of itself is even back in those biblical times, stuff like what we're doing right now was actually going on. So none of this stuff that's taking place with all the crazy stuff going on in the world, this stuff happened back then too.
Yes, but we don't have a problem with people that use Bible to do good things.
Yeah.
If your belief makes you a better person, perfect.
Right.
It's
a healthy debate. It shouldn't go to ad hominems.
Yes.
It shouldn't go to trying to make you look out to be a bad person because we have different beliefs. Even if you look at the Egypt, like Jews built the pyramids, right? If you look at the actual Egyptian history, they had unions. The Egyptians had unions, man. They could go on strikes, But the story is saying that they enslaved the Jews and that the Jews were built the pyramids. But at that time, they had unions and they were paying their people to build the pyramids. So, I mean, go Google it. Ali could be wrong. You could disprove me wrong, but they had.
And please don't call me a demon tomorrow because I made the controversial title show. The Change My Mind shows are going to be back. Okay. A very strong position followed by Change My Mind. So I'm probably going to have a bunch of religious people just pull up and kind of explain.
Look, you see that shape? That lets you know right there that he's open to having his mind changed.
Of course.
No,
I said that about both.
I can talk about.
We're both like that. Like y'all gotta go to other shows where we concede when we wrong. Where we go, hey man, we're wrong.
Right.
Because when we wrong, we right.
Even though I probably most of it I'm never wrong. $2, just glazing melanin. I will glaze her first, sir. That was sexual. Sorry, Belly. Now I'm not glazing. You are going to swallow it. Little Black Book. 10 pounds straight from the United Kingdom. Ali and Fatty had me on the road today. I had to skip a few questions respectfully. I'll take a loss. Weirdo. It's a good sport. Little Black Book and Ali debate would be banging. Carl Anderson. $2. Queen Noel, we ever enjoy your dancing, singing ass. Thank you, Noel. You have a fan. Carl is single and is ready to mingle. Ali heard me glazing melanin and came to battle. Yes. Thank you, Boogie. I appreciate you. Theo says, scared of commitment. This was for Little Black Book. Then he says, are you blaming your parent? Excuse me. Damn, that's crazy. Then Theo says, Fatty, what's a 3 or 4 less phase? Hallelujah. Really?
Oh,
John.
Lord.
Ay, Dios mío.
Dios mío.
And 100%. John Erie says, are you guys arguing over Usopp's fairy tales for Christians again, aka the Bible? Damn. John Erie goes crazy. Theo, $5. Is killing evil or a tool that can be used?
He started going after you.
Theo is going to start to do content, and he's going to surpass us in like 3 days. Saying the same thing we say. Just watch, motherfucker. We have John Erie saying $10. 100 to anyone who can find the record instance outside of the Bible where a man turned water into wine. If this event is documented and the stories in the Bible are real, but they aren't. Maybe I skipped the super chats because there was a pink one. Okay. Oh, it was John Erie saying, call me shape. You are the believer, so the burden of proof is on you. Your commentary is lacking. Aww. John Erie is ready to fight. Next one. We have the... Damn, am I skipping shit? The Holy Trinity is false. It was originally the Father, the Son, and the Mother. Europeans changed that fact and others when they created Christianity from Africa consciousness and spiritually. Damn, that's crazy. Where am I? John Erie, Shadow the Dragon. Okay, I found my place. John Erie, if God were omnipotent, he would have been able to find Adam and even Eden hiding from him in the Garden of Eden once they gain the knowledge of their nudity. Also, Fatty, pay me $100. I'm broke. Man, I spent $2,000 in phones and dentures.
He knew where they were. That's why he called him out. That's why he called him out. As soon as they he called him out.
Stop motherfucking crying, John.
Shut up, pussy. Stop crying. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
This man is, I have to give birthday money to people. I have to build my studio. John, I'm broke, baby. Come on, man.
Did you see B. Simone broke now? But she made that video about not dating dudes that work at 95.
I can't wait to get to that.
Oh,
he said,
yeah.
B. Simone says she's so broke she got to shop in H&M now.
Which is a broke store.
Hey, God humbles you.
She was dogging out the dudes that was working at 95.
God humbles. Yo, this dude.
Hey, God, God.
Hey, if God with me, who can be against me, family?
Hey, God works in mysterious ways.
You know what I'm saying?
God works in mysterious ways. I'm telling you. You know what, fellas? God bless her. Okay, God bless. God bless her soul. Let her go ahead and revive her career and all that. Shadow Dragon TV, $5. What's up? It says Isaiah 55:8-9. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways. God doesn't abide by the thoughts of man. God is beyond it all. And this is what I'm going to get on my show tomorrow is God is incapable of evil, but he's capable of good. And everything God does is good because God did it. It is what it is. So I have a rebuttal for that. I am ready for y'all.
Okay.
Yes, pretty. Yes, pretty. We're still here. Yeah, we're still here. Isaiah. Oh, I already read it. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. We have John Erie, furious, saying, call me shape. He's now playing disingenuous false equivalency. Again, this man begging for $100 that I don't have. You are the rich one, John, not me. I live in my mama's house.
Shut up, pussy. Stop crying. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
Thank you, John. I appreciate you. John is a good friend of the show and shaking my ass. I appreciate you, sir. If John Erie back again and says bullshit, the resurrection never happened. There's zero recorded instance of any man dying and coming back to life outside of the Bible. Call me shape is talking foolery of the highest. Damn,
you gotta stop that foolery, Shay.
You know how
Hey,
bad.
John is
I'm
coming
getting
on the
them paid,
panel.
bro. I'm helping them.
You know,
I'm
you know
about to
how
donate
bad.
money until I realize
Did you know?
Johnny,
Did you know that today was the last game? I didn't even watch it. It was just like nobody was really watching it.
Oh,
The
damn,
OKC,
it was the last game. Who
OKC
won?
won the finals. OKC won the finals. We didn't even watch it.
Oh, that's so cute.
That's crazy.
Congratulations. There's going to be a massive parade in Oklahoma. Congratulations, sweet Quinton, you piece of shit. John Henry, find anything considered a miracle outside of the Bible. Find one. And it was at Game 7. That's crazy, the NBA, man. Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And we're talking about motherfucking crosses and stones and wine. Man. John Henry, $10. The brain can last without oxygen longer than 3 to 6 minutes. After 10 minutes, brain damage is irreversible. Jesus was dead for 3 days. Make it nothing.
God, he could do that. That's
God
the point.
doesn't have to explain his ways.
Yeah.
He works in mysterious ways, Mr. John. Faye, where is my $100? Hey, can you guys time out John here real quick on the chat? You're talking crazy. You're talking crazy, sir. 1 minute for you. 1 minute.
This is Sparta!
Damn. Thank you very much, John, for the $5. He says, call me Shape. You are a believer, so the burden of proof is on you. Your commentary is lacking. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. John Henry back again saying the Holy Trinity is false. It was originally the Father, the Son, and the Mother. Europeans changed. Oh, I already read this one. Thank you very much, John. We keep going. We have 6 to go. The prophets Elijah, Elisha raised people from the dead. In the Old Testament says the birthday girl, her birthday is Wednesday. The red lipstick vibes. 50. Congratulations. Salute to you. John Henry says religion is the last vestige of slavery left. Indian Black excellent. The Bible is zero proof because there is zero external sources validating biblical information. Check. Mate. Faith is belief in what can't be proven. Useless. John is mean as fuck, bro. Jesus Christ. John, $2. Knowing what is true means faith is not needed. John Henry. Europeans wrote the Bible based on the theft from African conscience and spirituality and gave it back to us as Christianity. And finally, the last one, John Henry says, anonymous, that is foolish. You got siblings based on the frequency of sex your parents had. Chance and probability determine the sex. Stop the foolery. And thank you very much, John Henry, for all the donations and everybody that supported the show. We are $39 from the Hamburger Fund goal. Let's see if somebody saves us via PayPal or Cash App.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
And John Henry, thank you very much for being the sponsor of the show.
Yeah, that was the John Henry, man.
Friends of friends, I appreciate you. I'm going to send you to Nino Nation. Once again, all the content creators links are going to be on the description. We're going to make a couple of clips, tag them too. So nice to meet you. Call me Shape. I appreciate you, brother. Once again, thank you very much for being here. Anonymous is new friend, new family. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for biting my style. Every time you do a video, put the credit on your name. Do rag by Fatty. That's exactly what it is. You need to put my link over there. My love, Noel. Thank you very much. My queen, I appreciate you. And my brother Ali, great show. Thank you very much. I hope I can be tagged in the title for once.
I don't tag you in the title.
There's been 8 shows.
Which show did I tag you in?
Ali, when I scheduled the streams, I scheduled for both pages.
I'm confused, man.
I know it's not on purpose. Thank you very much to all the panelists. And we have a rough week coming, friends. I'm not even going to lie. But I appreciate y'all. Phase 3 will start in full effect in July. July is the month. So I'll send y'all to Nino Nation. Team Fatty and the Untouchables.
It's your birthday
Absolutely.
in July? Oh, okay.
Absolutely. We have a rebranding coming soon. 19 July. We are going to show you the final form of the Untouchable Empire, baby. So Team Fatty, Anonymous Base, Ilkan Ali, and the most delicious pussy in this part of YouTube, Noel, signing out.
They say men lead the way, and behind every move, every war, every throne has always been a woman. She nurtures, she shapes, she survives, since she speaks, not just to be heard, but to shift the room. Because when the world gets loud, and 'tis her silence that says the most.
Come on, John. What the fuck? That's John's birthday today. Hey, Noel, can you sing happy birthday to John? Noel. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear John and Ray. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. That's the black happy birthday.
Damn, John, it's your birthday. You don't say nothing, man. Happy birthday. God damn it. Happy birthday, John. Happy birthday. Thank you very much for all the love. I wish you a great YouTube career and definitely a lot of health and happiness. If you can get a midget with a fat ass so you can marry and have some fat ass midget kids. Thank you very much, John. Damn.
Always miss the religious content because I'm sitting there watching this stuff.
And by the way, John, you are live, John. We didn't stop the show. We are live. We went back to give you happy birthday. So you're live, okay?
Oh, hey, good. Who's still there right now?
Everybody, we're leaving right now. We just stopped to wish you happy birthday. Everybody are like, let's see.
First of all, I appreciate it for the happy birthday, but when's the next conversation so I can be a part of it?
We are going to make sure on Wednesday we do a show and we are going to bring you up, Sean. I appreciate you. Melanin is saying happy birthday. Player One is saying happy birthday. Dick is saying happy birthday. Natalia is saying happy birthday. Doris is saying happy birthday. And nobody more is saying happy birthday.
Appreciate everyone. That's great. Thank you much. Patty, as always, I appreciate you giving me time to get up here and show my ass with everybody else with commentary. Pause. But as always, good conversations, although I see a lot of fact missing, but that's the whole purpose, to have the conversation. But at the end of the day, gentlemen, and one lady, we still need to make sure that reality and fact is still based upon what we discuss. We can have all the faith we want, but again, faith doesn't mean that it's actual. Faith just simply means that there's belief in what can't be proven. But the conversation goes on. Hope to see everybody Wednesday if I can get in.
Thank you very much, John. Once again, you have 55 years to go. Tread lightly, sir. We need you here until 110. So salute to you. And once again, Team Fatty and the birthday boy, John Henry, signing out.
They say men lead the way, and behind every move, every war, every throne has always been a woman. She nurtures, she shapes, she survives, since she speaks, not just to be heard, but to shift the room. Because when the world gets loud, and 'tis her silence that says the most, 'tis not about taking over, This is about finally being heard. This is Ladies First.
Like, a man is going to do what a man is going to do. You can't, I wouldn't want a man to tell me how to be a woman.
So the real problem with relationship is women have no trust in men anymore.
You want me to be submissive to you. You want me to treat you as the king that you deserve to be. If I am not having the mentality of a queen, if I am not having a mentality of a lifelong partner that needs to consider my man and make sure that I'm able to be here and please my man, and think of it in that manner, if I do not have that mentality, I cannot give you what you want.
Women really are doing that. Like Ali said, most women are focused on getting their degrees, what they want to do, their personal life, making sure that they don't lose themselves in a man or their kids and things like that. And that is one of the issues with dating today. And the reason why a lot of men are cheating is because men aren't getting what they need in the home. In order to make sure your man doesn't cheat, you have to do a lot. It's a lot of work.
Y'all wouldn't believe them anyway. So if you are the ones with the issue of distrust, you are the problem. I'm sorry, you can't say a woman is the problem when you initially don't believe her when she enters the market anyway.
If you're on Instagram and your panties and bra, and he comes into your DM, what part of respect do you think he coming in there with? And you're saying because you're a woman, you can be on Instagram in your panties and bra. As a woman who's a couple of decades older than you, and I'm going to tell you that you're going to get what you get.